Downside here this morning led by tech once again. Semiconductors specifically under pressure with Nvidia leading the way. That's the way the NASDAQ is looking right now after a nice gap. And then we held the gap yesterday to the T. If you go back to the pre-market level there, the pullback in line with that. And then it was straight to the upside right through to the close yesterday. Lots to get into here this morning. AMD with a big analyst up today. Whether or not we'll see anything significant or hear any announcements from them remains to be seen. We'll bring that to you as it happens. Interesting storyline Sharif and I were just discussing on Nvidia here. SoftBank exiting their position entirely when this feelings of a bubble is still in the background, coming off what happened last week with not only Nvidia but the entire sector, and the entire AI narrative took a little bit of a negative rub, I guess, on the back of what happened with Microsoft and OpenAI. But here's this morning, the worst off of all of these as SoftBank gets out. It's something that I think we're going to have to get into and understand better.
Yeah, this was a surprise to me, Brendo. I mean, right in the middle of everything, when you're talking about Jensen really scaling into Blackwell and some of the that we've been hearing come from that company getting out at a critical time. So we'll have to see exactly what the reasoning is as the days and unfold. Guys, lots to talk about this morning. A lot of earnings plays. Chief among them, Coreweave, guys, down 8.5%, below $100. A miss there, Brendo. We've also got Paramount Skydance back in focus as that deal continues to materialize. Intel in focus as well, with a lot of shakeup in management. And then you have Nebius, Rocket Lab, C. We're getting all reporting earnings, Brendo.
I was a little bit surprised that the Intel move not bigger than it is at this point anyways this morning. Still lots of time to go, obviously. But typically when something like that, like the AAR currently, because of the government tie-up, and you see a bunch of execs hit the road, I'm wondering how much this will hit. Given the government tie-up, though, and given that backstop now, maybe not as much as it once would. Here's Google, also downside this morning, back below 290 and then some. Really yesterday for Alphabet, went out on the highs, giving some of that back. $6 billion going into a German power plant for Google. Storyline for them today, but overall the market a little bit negative, bringing Google back to earth a little bit. If you're keeping score as far as the government shutdown goes, still in place. The earliest they're saying now we could get a vote from the House is 4 p.m. tomorrow. Start voting, quote unquote, start voting on this package. So when that actually gets wrapped up, and I mean, I'm sure they'll get it done. It's just a matter of getting everyone back to Washington and then start the voting. But they're saying not until the close tomorrow.
Well, the good thing is in the House, Brendo, they don't have that super majority, 60 votes like they do in the Senate. So it should be a simple majority. Its way onto the president's desk, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Hopefully by the end of the week, we can start getting some much needed data once again. Sean with a much deserved morning off. Obi's in. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. Sean at a Remembrance Day assembly where his kids are performing. I couldn't go to mine. My wife is going to be going 2 hours. My daughter's singing. She's in the choir, but then she's also doing it's not a solo, but there's 3 kids that are all singing together. But just for everyone out there, obviously today, open, bonds are closed, the bond market's closed today because of the holiday. It's different in Canada and the U.S. Here in Canada, we celebrate Remembrance Day. That's where we're essentially reflecting and celebrating fallen heroes in World War II. And in the U.S., of course, it's Veterans Day. A little bit different because you're celebrating the veterans that have served. So it's a little bit different, but it's the same theme today, and we'll make sure that that's respected. And hey, we're already starting on the vacuuming. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, the poll from last night in terms of the biggest mover was won overwhelmingly by AI. Coreweave ends up, Rocket Lab only 8%, Coreweave was I think 10% down at the most, BBAI 19%. Rigetti literally doing nothing. The Rigetti's down a little bit, but that's actually after bouncing. So Rigetti barely moves at all here, but the for sure, the chips are going to be in play. When we came in, we were sort of chatting about the memory names. and how that it feels like we might be getting a little bit toppish, but we felt that before. I think you just got to be careful with it, sort of looking at the price action of Micron. But this one I'm eyeing for potential pullback setup, and Randy has come with the plums. Yeah, I grabbed the banana for tomorrow. I'm eating the banana today because it's like not even kind of ripe.
Thank you, Randy.
Oh, this snow. Did you partake in any snow-related activities over the weekend?
There was. I mean, other than like walking in a winter wonderland, not enough snow to really partake. But like, I think I bet some places you could have gone like tobogganing or like.
Well, I don't know about tobogganing. Because Sean said the same thing, that there wasn't enough snow.
There wasn't enough snow.
My daughter didn't care. Straight up. Snow. This is enough snow. Snow angels, man.
Definitely got enough. That's enough.
She was like doing them in our backyard. We went to the school. She was pulling them off. I didn't film for very long. Like the first snowfall of the year, you've got to represent. Except on the roads where people. It's the weirdest thing that you live in Canada and you're used to like winter and the snow. And then all of a sudden, the very first snowfall, no matter when or how much it is,
it's beautiful.
It's like 90% of the people just forget what. It's like you realize when it's all melted and you can see the pavement, it's like clear. You could kind of drive normally. People still doing like 20. It's ridiculous. Anyways, you know how it is, man.
I see what you mean. Like people on the roads, yeah. That's what it is. People can get a little bit cautious there, yeah, for sure.
Before you go back to the desk, there's one thing.
Yes, sir.
I know Sharif is excited about this one. Xpeng, I saw this one yesterday, but Xpeng had a monster move. A lot of things had monster moves. Like this thing went over 10%, and they have their robot was like fooling people. I don't know what they call theirs. I'm obviously Optimus is Tesla's, but I don't remember the name of the Xpeng. No, the Xpeng robot.
Okay, no, I haven't seen. I've seen the new one with like the Neo or something. I don't know what that one's called, the Neo 1. I don't know if we're talking about the same one, but yeah, no, everyone's coming out with a robot now.
That's the future, man.
I mean, here's the thing. This is why like kind of like a world leader. It's like, you know, they are trailblazers for a lot of things.
They are.
And I think it's a great thing. It's a great thing. But yeah, we can get to XPEV in a little bit. We'll throw it back to the boys at the desk.
Be fair.
Yeah, true. All right, lots to get to this morning. Mitch Hook, who joined us here in a couple of minutes to talk about a few ideas he has for today. This AMD event coming up today going to be interesting. Keep my eye on Google there, but this AMD event going to be interesting. Every opportunity that these CEOs get to go on stage and reveal some sort of new announcement or new product line or new something or other, they take.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's fairly certain that we'll get something exciting from Lisa specifically, but a good day yesterday for AMD as well.
It is, and they don't do it every year, Brendo. No. She said specifically, we only do it when there's a major event, and here it is. The last one they did was back in 2022, and today they plan on showcasing the next gen MI processor. Specifically, it's going to be the MI400. Next year in 26, it's obviously designed for scientific computing and Gen AI, but they're also building a new GPU rack architecture. Brendo, they want to rival Nvidia's GB200. Previously hinted at expanding AMD's AI data center chip revenue. She's talking about $500 billion by 2028. It's only a couple of years away now, Brendo. That would have to increase markedly from what they're bringing in.
Math.
Yeah.
It's a lot of math. 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll get that event at least going. So keep that in mind coming up this afternoon, guys, for AMD.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird one because I usually trade AMD. It's been better as a trading vehicle. I'm pretty sure for traders and sometimes in Nvidia lately, but today is a day that because of the event, I might stay away and prefer to trade a Micron and an Nvidia on a session like this. Now, obviously, they all the same. Like you have a couple of things that are weighing on the chip space today. One will be Coreweave guidance, and then which some of it's just kind of isolated to them. And then the second thing is with SoftBank selling their stake in Nvidia, that has some things to downside. Or it's just a simple fact that we've been yo-yoing the last little bit. Obviously, I could look at this and say the same thing I might say about a Micron, which is you made a top and trended down, afternoon resistance and that sort of thing for AMD, but I'm going to let this, I'd rather trade this one after the event starts up is the way I want to approach it. I just think most of the time when we have these, it can be a little bit messy until you get some action after the fact. So, count me on Nvidia and Micron. And also circling back to some other things, because there's like two names today. Like yesterday could have been a tricky morning for a lot of people, right? Like it was, sort of we had up, down, and futures went to lows, came back to the high, all that stuff. But SMCI was basically trend down all morning long and has been, outside of a gap up yesterday, it has been trend down. So leaning back into something like that and just shorting the pop into a 41 is something that I would come back to as well. So yeah, AMD is going to be a pass until after the event for me. I just think with its volatility, it could chop you up early.
I think that's a great point, Neil. Intraday catalyst, we've seen the kind of effects that they've had, and pretty wild effects as well. So anything that could be said during that event could give you a nice strong shake and bake. A great example, sure it's not AMD, is Apple yesterday. Apple intraday, right here, that wick is absolutely real. I think they were like, okay, some delay in phone sales or whatever, and this was the intraday move all the way from 270 all the way down to 267 halves, and that happened in a very time frame. So it's just like, okay, you want to manage headline risk to a certain extent, especially if you're trading this. But bigger picture, this thing looks pretty decent here. Higher highs and higher lows. It's finally gone back up towards this 250, and it's starting to catch a little bit of a ranging consolidation. A little bit of a chop after this strong volume bid up here as well. So we're sustaining higher lows. So I think that hopefully with this event coming in today, maybe we see some good interaction with that 250, and maybe we see 267s on the horizon. 267s is what I'm watching on the upside, and to the downside right here, just for the past couple of weeks, that double bottom at 225s, just shy of 225. So it was just rounded out 225s. That's what I'm watching on AMD today. But something interesting as well is SOXL when it comes to some of these semiconductors that I was watching. Strong bid up right there. You can see that we basically went red to green on Friday and then gap up right here, a nice consolidation. So this range on SOX is definitely going to be a little bit directional for me. So I'll be watching that as well when it comes to semiconductors today.
We're just reading a little bit more on this Nvidia and SoftBank story this morning. Again, if you missed it or just joining, SoftBank their entire position. And it looks like it happened in October. Yeah. So they sold everything in October. And I mean, I'm just being the optimist here. If you go out to a daily chart, the largest sell volume candle down here in October also corresponded with all-time highs. So that's a Yoshi-san top ticking Nvidia plus. I'm speculating, obviously, but that would be pretty
fantastic, Breno. That would be the trade of a lifetime there for Masayoshi-san and company. But they did sell, guys, 32.1 million shares, as Breno mentioned, in October. They also invested part of their T-Mobile holdings for about $9.17 billion. Look, they called it an asset monetization strategy, aimed at maintaining financial strength. Obviously, that sends a bit of a different signal to the market when you're getting out and this thing just hit $5 trillion, Brendo. So I don't know.
If you go back to that, the largest candle prior to this one was also at the time all-time highs. So maybe a couple of sells in October, guys, but not bad. That's true.
And some research analysts are coming out as well, Breno. They're trying to make a prediction as to why they sold. So SoftBank needs about $30 million in capital to basically deploy for some of their OpenAI investments. So making the assumption or the inference here that maybe they were selling to meet other. That wasn't confirmed by the company. A
good learning lesson, I think, for anyone who deals with market on an intraday level. There's those days where you happen to be looking at a stock and for whatever reason to a level, and it just won't go through that level. And then you find out a month or 2 months down the road, someone like SoftBank was sitting on the offer, guys.
the Bezos 200, I know we remember that one.
Yeah,
sometimes, but you know what? You have to consider that sometimes for accumulation. Because it plays both ways. We've seen the same thing, maybe the Intel low at $19. It's like, oh, even when there's bad news, this is no longer breaking that level. It just gets underneath and someone seems to be there. Well, this thing, Nvidia, the sharp turns when it was over 08 at that high, like you could pretty clearly see, like it got to that price, there was like dumping pretty much every time it got up there. And then there was even like this accumulation, like it just couldn't catch the bid off of the O2. And well, today, what I find interesting is it wasn't an accumulation level that I'm looking at on Nvidia. It's this almost triple support at 190.5, like 1, 2, 3 times at lunch going into 2 o'clock. And then now that's like the pre-market high. So I kind of like determine over under. If that was a support level just recently on a ramp job, then for the morning trade, if it can't break out that level, I think it's a fade underneath. I might prefer that sets up cleanly, but you know, that level where the buying was all afternoon, where most of the afternoon that we were able to observe it on Nvidia, I want to see that support turn into resistance and confirm resistance on that pre-market high. So yeah, Nvidia, look, it's a good stock, and this is the second time SoftBank has covered everything on. It's what they do. They covered all before, got back in, and sold it. So good on them again.
Yeah, I think Brendo points out an interesting candle there. So I think that right there stood out to me as well, where it's like, okay, aggressive, strong day. And that kind of confirms to be an interesting area when here this day we break out of this aggressive sell day and we get that strong bid, but a bit of a failure through that 212s, right? I'm like, okay, cool. Watching it. Is that a double top? I don't know. But we're taking a little bit of a pullback. Interestingly enough, even on, I think it was Sunday overnight session, as well as Monday Blue Ocean. Like we couldn't really get over to in the overnight session. Even last night, we can't really get past 201. Sellers step in off of 201. There was some aggressive size there as well, relative to the overnight trading session as well. So 200 couldn't break pretty much all week. We tried yesterday, and once again, a little bit of a held offer potentially, maybe lower highs as well. So yeah, I'm going to be watching that for sure. And I pointed out SOXL earlier this morning as well. So Nvidia in a pretty tight range. So this base right here at, was it 193s and some change? Let's get specific. That is exactly at 193.70. So I'm going to be watching prior day low here, because if we give up yesterday's base, we definitely have a little bit of room to go down into the 190. So I think that's there on Nvidia, a little bit of a short-term downtrend as well.
And before we get to Mitch, I know we have Mitch on right now, just to show you what happened at 200 in Blue Ocean. This is the overnight. I'd say that's pretty distinct when it lost the $200 level. Support into clean resistance and then held underneath and trending down all night long. And that's why it's valuable to have this quote. I mean, shout out to Real Trading to allow us to be able to see that and to trade it. A lot of traders are actively trading on Blue Ocean. We'll hear from our good friend from Tradable.
All right, let's bring him in. Mitch Hook here on a Tuesday morning with a whole bunch of ideas as per usual. Mitch, let's get right to it. Mitch wants to short Palantir today. Why?
Because it's just that type of market that we're in now, guys. It's no more. And the truth is it's all about the maximum pain, the maximum participants that the market can hurt here. It's trying to do both sides. You guys have noticed, and I've seen it all on Twitter, everyone's saying, well, I get long and then I get stopped out. And then I get short and I get stopped out. Well, the truth is the market's just trying to take up all this volume now and chop you up. So you got the shorts yesterday on Palantir, and then now you got longs thinking they have it, and I think it's just going to get a tough day again. And it doesn't mean that it's going to go all the way right today, but it's just going to be tough to continue this type of market. When you get this little pushback, watch for quick whoop right back down.
So given that high, I guess 196, not only yesterday, but going back to the beginning of last week on the gap to the side, anything above that, from a technical standpoint, anything above that, how are you approaching it?
Yeah, the way that I'm looking at it now, this is just a kind of a bounce back into that gap zone, right? And you're starting to use that resistance right around the 195 as that resistance area. If it can get back into that gap, then yes, maybe you clear this gap and keep going through the high. But traders are going to be using that as an area that they can take bets on right back to the downside. And if you really look at the kind of the MACD and kind of other indicators, they're really starting to show more of this weakness. So the real question today is, can we go back to yesterday's low? Because if we do that, that's 183.52. We take that out and watch really quick. Watch how the bearish tune comes right back into the market.
All right, let's go to Apple here. I mean, the chart kind of tells the story here. It's been a choppy mess for a better part of a month at this point, going back and forth. A couple of headlines not really great for surrounding the air already. What are your thoughts overall here for Apple?
So this is the idea, right? The idea is, where do we look for longs in this market, right? It's no longer looking into the no fundamental names. You're looking for high quality tech, right? And looking to see if those can hang on here. This has a nice little pattern. It can break above the 271. And of course, Apple viewed as more as your value tech. So maybe you see a more into value plays instead of growth plays here, especially the way that the market's going. This is the only kind of big boy that I think has a really nice setup here. Amazon also on a little bit of a more of a pullback, right? You're kind of in a flag pattern, but that one's done with the flag, so still could come back to the 240s. And Microsoft still struggling, Meta struggling. So the big boys are just not really partaking in a new rally, and that's what you're going to need. If you're going to get this, Q4 rally, it's going to be because of big tech. I think we're in this lull area right now where we're going to get a little bit of this pullback, more correction coming in, and then we got to look to see if we get some type of Black Friday rally and to see the exuberance come back into the market.
Yeah, great point. I think the government shutdown maybe resolved or getting resolved, and things getting back to normal might help in that case as well. Let's keep going here. A lot of names that we've talked about over the past couple of months have had that, maybe pullback or correction, as you were mentioning. I mean, you mentioned a few here. Lumen, one of those, L-U-M-N. What are you liking about this?
Yeah, so this one had earnings, right? And the earnings didn't really kind of push the new ceiling. And I think you can clearly see on the weekly, especially, a nice resistance at 11. It's just struggling to get above 11. This name, of course, provides kind of like fiber optic cables for data centers. It's in a good space, but I think it's just gone a little bit too far here, and now can start pulling back a little bit. And this one, of course, I'd be looking for more of that 50 EMA test back down. So let's see if we can get Lumen to start breaking down today through the 1025, $10 spot, and then look to see that start to drive to the bottom line here. And this is a short that I think a lot of opportunities are out there. What you want to see, not trying to short a name that's already been down 30, 40, 50%, right? Those are the names that it can actually bounce, right? So you're looking for more names that are just hanging out there, maybe slightly undercut their support last week, got right back above it. Now you want to see if it's a dead cat, just whoosh right back down.
More headlines of late in the weight loss drug space. Hims, I mean, we're still hanging on by a thread here.
By a thread, man. It's starting to look ugly, right? Even you see that chart and you're just like, man, I don't know if I would want that name now. And I think this has more to do with also the change that you're seeing in the administration. While it was, Trump administration hates healthcare, then it loves healthcare, then it hates it. Now it hates the insurance companies. And you're getting all these generic drugs to come online, and the competition for Hims is just going to get tougher. I think this was all more about kind of first advantage. They were really getting into the space. They pushed on advertising. They got up there. It could be in a little bit of a free fall back down, and this is the spot to do it. If the bears are really going to come in and claim Hims, it could be today, even through the next thing you know, you start to lose altitude, start making your way back to 30.
Yeah, I mean, sitting here this morning in the pre-market down around 38, I guess, already. So maybe we get support. Let's go to lithium. We had another move higher yesterday in some of the more talked about or more held, metals. Gold back to the upside in a pretty big way yesterday. The lithium names, though, you liking back higher? Or, I mean, these have kind of taken a back last week and a half or so.
This is where it gets a little tough, right? This is where you have to understand difference between speculative names and high quality names. The high quality names have actually held on. You could look at SQM and ALB. Those are being able to hold on here because at the long run, they actually have fundamentals behind them. And they were on a 2 or 3 year long kind of downtrend and are now starting to uptrend. But of course, your speculative names, like even like an LAC, they got the government's backing, right? Well, that's already undercut the gap. But this could be an area where you've had that type of pullback, right? And you're looking for names to go after. This would not be a name for short. this would be a name for me to go looking for the bounce plays, right? So I think this is a very important thinking, right? If you're looking for bounce plays, you need to see that your stocks have already pulled back over 35%. You're talking 40 to 50%. You want to see those kind of 50% retracements for those fib lovers out there, and then look for the strength to come back into the name. Another good important signal will be volume coming back. You see a lot of these names, they had declining volume, almost non-existing volume on the downside. You want to see that volume start to really pop and show you that buyers are willing to step back in.
All right, still on the rare earths, one we've talked about many times. U times 4, also one of those ones hanging
the
on.
U. All right, well, you got to look for these names, the minerals names, the UAMY, USAR. These are the ones that are down to 40, 50%. They fast, right? And then these are the ones that could go 100% back down or start to get this bounce in this area. So I've already kind of played these on, and it got a little bit of a bounce yesterday. Got to watch out for a little bit of a pullback into those moves, right? So you could draw maybe a 50% retracement of the recent move and look for that kind of action to play in with these names. Of course, they're beaten down, but they're in the right space. The minerals trade, another 2 or 3 years type of trade, because if we're going to do these kind of big moves in nuclear, if we're going to do these big moves in AI, all these chips, right? And then humanoids, all of this are going to require what? They're going to require these minerals, they're going to require lithium batteries, and they're going to require all these materials. So material trade isn't going away, guys. It could just be a bit of a backseat for a little while, and then all of a sudden come right back into play.
Market feeling a little bit like we're in some sort of transition. You know, the reason for that remains to be seen. We'll see where we get, but definitely a little bit different than the past month and a half or so. What's the latest over at Trade the Pool?
Yeah, of course, Trade the Pool. We have many different opportunities for you guys. Come and check it out, guys. We're going to be doing some bigger kind of podcasting, also opening up more trading psychology. And of course, we have our, what we call it, the Netflix for trading, right? You guys can see that on our website. It's a lot of funded trader interviews where you guys get the recipe to success. The secret sauce, of course. You come out, Trade the Pool, and learn from the traders that have actually gotten paid, right? This is what I always talk about. It's not about, you know, the guy that you see on Twitter. Look for the guys that are actually getting the payouts and what's working for them. And last one, though, I did like about Nvidia. I think that's definitely a really good market tell today. If you see Nvidia just test right back into the gap, well, that's going to be clear signs that we're still in this kind of choppy market. Now, if Nvidia can just start clearing right back to 200, looking good. But that's going to be like those indicators, AMD, right? Look for those stocks that were really strong or that are now running into more of that chop.
SoftBank.
Who needs SoftBank? Yeah, who needs all that money? Now, I mean, they'll go get more money, but the real question is the AI trade taking a little bit of a backseat? It's just a backseat. It's not a breaking down or anything. Definitely the euphoria in the market has been broken. That little bubble that we were on has been broken. Now it's about quality names.
Mitch Hook over at Trade the Pool. Great to see you as always.
Take care, guys.
Thank you very much, man. Oh, my puppy always falls off. But one thing that he said there, like, look for the stocks that are trying to bounce, that are down a huge percentage. Oscar is going to be SSR today after yesterday's earnings pump. It's not at support. It tried to hold 16 and obviously didn't. It's not quite at that 14 support level, but it's getting pretty close. So like 13.5 to 14, I'd be looking for a support bounce on Oscar. Because it's SSR today, it's going to be automatically on radar. But what's also some upgrades, downgrades, and of course some options with Joe.
All right, guys, good morning. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. Let's get it started, guys, and take a look of the upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list here, we have Mapleberry, yes, CART by BMO Capital Markets, getting that price target raised to $58. We're slightly positive on the day, about 0.5% there, guys. Now, as for Syntez, getting the nod, guys, by Rothschild, price target raised to $185. Now, Paramount Skydance as well, too, guys. $15 is going to be that price target, up 4% roughly on the session. Now, Zoom as well too by Rosenblatt, up about 1/3% on the day. Price target is going to be $115. Now, essentially from where we're currently trading at, $83 is that price. Now for the down. Coreweave reporting after the bell yesterday, guys, down substantially, just a little bit under 9%, 8.67% is what we are down by. JP Morgan lowering that target to $110, but it's also going from an overweight to a neutral weight as well. To Lee Auto, guys, Piper Sandler, that one a downgrade as well, guys. Price target lowered to $19. And then Monday.com by Bank of America, getting that lower to $195. Now, Needham and Company also lowering that price target on Gemini, down 8% on the session. Now, I'll take a look at some of the options activity. Lots of Coreweave today, guys, and some Big Bear AI. I'm sure Sean will like this here. So what we're looking at here is some call activity. Big Bear AI, $7. That's going to be expiring this week. Open interest still relatively light, but the volume at that $7 strike price, 1,200 contracts traded. That's not too far from the current price target. As for Coreweave, guys, that $100, that even number, we had 12,600 contracts still currently open, with only 1,000 open and closed on the session. I'm going to be looking at this as potential resistance, as a call wall. Now, beyond meat as well, too, guys, the open interest relatively high with 29,100. Sorry, to take a step back, that Coreweave expiration cycle is next week, not this week. Now on to beyond meat. And open interest relatively high with 29,100 contracts still currently open, and they don't expire for a couple of weeks, with volume around 10,500 at that $2 strike price. And for such a low, obviously, price stock, some substantial volume, lots of activity going on in Beyond Meat. Now, as for the call of the day, you could be like, Joe, well, Apple it took a big slide yesterday. Well, let's take a look at these numbers as some potential resistance zones. So the high of the day yesterday was around 273, and that rejected pretty. So with Apple at that specific strike price expiring this week, we had 55,000 open and closed there, with open interest still sitting around 15,900. The bid and the ask are relatively cheap. Don't get lured in by these numbers, because once again, time is not on your side in this one. On that expiring this week, once again, the delta relatively light because it is in out of the money contract, with your gamma light as well too, guys. The at the money IV is extremely cool at 23.4%.
All right, guys, 68.57. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. 50-point area is a bit of, this might be a bit of a tricky area to clear, because we used it as support for several days before obviously we lost it and dropped below 6,700. Take a look at what we did on the 30th, again on the 31st, and then we really lost it on the 4th. So we're going to look to 68.50 or the overnight high 68.67 as that first level of resistance. If we clear that, we're looking at 6,900. If we sell off for whatever reason, Brendo, we're looking at 6,800 as support.
All right, as always, if you haven't done so yet, grab that. It's free, comes right to your inbox every single morning. Link is in the description. All you need is your email address, and then you get everything you need to know in one nice, neat package delivered right to you every morning. And then you come join us at 8:30. AMD, top of the list here this morning. Remember, 1 p.m. Eastern, we'll get the start of this analyst day, quote unquote analyst day. This was just one note from Bank of America saying, yeah, they could. Rocket isn't a lot of detail, but I mean, other analysts coming out this morning with actual projections here ahead of what we could get from them today.
You're exactly right, Brendo, because they are expected to raise their long-term AI forecast. We don't know exactly what it is yet. Look, this is held at 1 o'clock in New York, and it's the first time they've done it since 2022. Again, as I kind of prefaced at the top of the show, Lisa Su says that we don't do it every year, only when there's big product launches and it's warranted. So they plan on showcasing their next-gen MI400 series, which is of course used for scientific computing, generative AI, etc. They're also building a new GPU rack architecture. It's modeled after the GB200 of Nvidia's. And CEO Lisa Su previously hinted at expanding AMD's AI data center chip revenue by $500 billion by 2028. So raising their long-term AI forecast all years. Brendo, let's see where they're going to land.
Yeah, 1 p.m. Remember, we'll bring that to you live. Dara will be here with any kind of headlines, any movement that we see on AMD. Tesla here real quick, downside. There was just a note from Truist reiterated at 406 for Tesla. A little bit of a downtick there, guys, on that.
Yeah, as I said before, I'm going to stay away from AMD until the event. Just feel like the other chip names give you a little bit more clean. Don't have to worry about, you know, the jitters before the event. It could end up being one of those classic sell the news kind of deals. It feels like you're making a bit of a head and shoulders here, but I think they're going to have to impress because like there was a wall in front of that 250 yesterday. The market turned around, but like one thing to note for AMD particular is, and we're going to talk about Nvidia next, but that's Nvidia, that's the dip, and that's Nvidia. And as you can obviously see here, well, AMD didn't participate in any of that. That's why, like, it's one of the reasons why I liked, I'm gonna like SMCI for another shot at the short, like yesterday, is because it just, when things didn't bounce when Nvidia was going, it was a bit of a telltale. So I think it's a relative weak one, but I'm gonna sit this one out, wait until the event, and maybe look for a sell the news event there. And as I just said, you know, similarly, SMCI tried to go when Nvidia went, didn't, ended up at the lows. I want to fade this one into that 41 level where it turned in the afternoon. So that's the chip name that'll be on my mind, at least until 1 o'clock when they better impress.
Yeah, I like that. I like that look there as well. 236 right here is a little significant to me. Earnings in the pre-market, that was the low there. Earnings day 2, that was the low there as well. And we finally got past that. A local double bottom, we got some aggressive selling, and then gap up yesterday. So yeah, a little bit of a chop sideways if you look at it kind of bigger frame. But yeah, coming into here, maybe with a little bit of a gap fill is what. Again, AMD, I think Neil's right about that. You kind of want to watch out for that headline risk today. But if we do start to get that stock sell move that I was talking about a little bit earlier with some market tailwind, I think that 236 could stay interesting here on AMD today. Even going into the event, I want to see what price, if price, has interacted with any of these interesting levels for the past couple of days. Again, this is technically earnings day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the day today. So ones day 2s are pretty nice. But sometimes the residual move a couple days later could be interesting as well.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Nvidia here. Another downtick just in the last 5 minutes here. We're coming back into session lows. Still above that low in the area, 193, 194 area from yesterday that held them multiple times pre-market and then going into the open here. But yeah, if you missed it or just joining, SoftBank out completely of Nvidia.
Yeah, this is a really interesting development, Brendo. So let's talk about what's going on here because it's a big deal. SoftBank announced a sale of its entire Nvidia stake. It's worth $5.83 billion as it reallocates capital towards new AI ventures, most notably OpenAI. So they sold 32.1 million shares in October. They also divested part of their T-Mobile holdings, about $9.17 billion. The CFO said the asset sale is part of asset monetization strategy aimed at maintaining financial strength while increasing the fund's flexibility. But we know that analysts here feel that the sale does not signal a bearish view on Nvidia, but rather a rebalancing move to support their AI expansion. New Street Research estimates SoftBank needs roughly $30.5 billion in capital this quarter only, including the $22.5 billion for OpenAI and $6.5 billion for Ampere. The investment spree marks more spending in one quarter, guys, than they spent in the last 2 years, hence why they need some liquidity. And Brendo, SoftBank remains deeply intertwined with NVIDIA's ecosystem. Many of its AI ventures depend on NVIDIA hardware, including that $500 billion Stargate.
Yeah, we'll see how the actual stock reacts. Down detector indicating problems at YouTube.
Oh boy.
Hopefully you can still see us. The good news, guys, there's definitely levels to work with here today.
Okay, so no, I actually went to look this one up. This is the second time that SoftBank has gotten out of their entire Nvidia position. Now, granted, obviously at some point they got back in and have now sold at the high.
Right.
However, and I hadn't looked at the charts. I wanted to see it. It was January of 2019. So there. is when SoftBank got out, or at least announced that they had gotten out the last time. It's entirely possible they were selling it. Who knows? They were selling. This is a monthly chart, by the way, so at 350. Obviously, a lot has changed since then for Nvidia. Wow, that kind of blew my. Yeah, that wasn't the impression in my head is that they probably had done much better when they sold the first time.
Right, yeah.
But either way, like they're about growth, so selling things at the top would make some logical sense to allocate the things that they think could and have more upside. And I'm sure they will probably buy Nvidia if it dips. But for Nvidia, support on that ramp job 196.5 in the afternoon. Bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3 times it supported it. You got the pre-market high in here as a resistance. Look, I'm very willing if we get above here on a 15-minute. I even said that in my note. If we close a 15-minute candle above for strength, then I can look for longs above that price. But we're underneath it, so support to resistance. I want to fade that one first. So I'm looking at that 196.5 as a fade zone. But as I just said, if I see that 15-minute holding above and closing above, I'd look for a long above that level. Just using the level as my guide. And it's a big one. You know, it's not just yesterday's support. I mean, if you go all the way back to Thursday, you also had this fail, that price at the open, and then you had a key post-close level here on Nvidia on the Wednesday as well. So 196.5 is my key.
Yeah, so I'm just looking up here as well. So we talked about Nvidia level being somewhat of a key. If we can break down prior day's low, we can get that gap fill as well. But yeah, with that SoftBank selling, I just wanted to ask, I asked GPT, okay, is this a significant sell? So what I asked is how much of the total float in terms of percentage did SoftBank actually sell of Nvidia most recent news? And I got 0.14% of Nvidia's public float worth. So with the kind of relative volume that kind of does, I don't know if it has that significant of an impact other than, right? Price can also move very well on sentiment. People can be like, oh my God, SoftBank is selling, maybe we should. But the reality of the matter is that they've sold about 0.14% of Nvidia's public float. So I don't know how much that's really going to affect it, but I got to watch out for sentiment, right? That's just the hard stat. But if the selling comes in today for a bit of continuation, we've been seeing that 200 kind of hold. I do like this this area, this 190. So maybe some opportunities to take some inventory into and through that 190 area on Nvidia today.
After the close yesterday, a little bit of follow through here this morning for Big Bear AI on a better than expected report. Still some levels above that we have to deal with here, though, on a higher time frame for BBAI, but pretty good start.
This is a really good start, Brendan. They're up aggressively to start. Over here, better Q3 2025 results on the street was looking for. Let's talk about them. 33.14 million in revenue, beating the 31.82. A smaller loss per share than the street was expecting. The street was looking for a 7-penny loss. They posted margins continue to be supported by a strong Army program volume. The company ended up actually with 456.6 million in cash and 376 million in backlog. So they've got demand that they're still unable to meet. They also made strategic acquisitions. They announced a definitive agreement to acquire Ask Sage, which is a fast-growing generative AI platform. It's expected to close late this quarter, or Q4 this year or Q1 2026. And it's really going to help them in defense, national security, and regulated. And they're also continuing to deploy their biometric platform, Brando, called Veriscan. It's there in partnership with the U.S. Customs Border Protection. So good luck.
Yeah, that's the key. In the same world as Palantir lives for BBAI, which might not be a positive for them, but a good start here, guys, for Big Bear.
Yeah, 18%. I think that's a more than for BBAI. I think you got to give them the credit. It's only 7% short float, which I guess I find that a little bit surprising. I thought it was a little bit high. We talked about that yesterday. A couple of key things. One, you trended right into the 200 period, which will make me want to respect the 50 today at 660 change, and you've broken this slight downward trend going into it. So, this candle, regardless of what happens, because sometimes earnings day, look, it can be tricky. We all know how that goes. But you've easily broken trend here with any close above, call it like 6 to 620. When I wrote on my iPad this morning, it was like 620 was actually the level I came up with, like to pull back into that 50 period. and didn't really like any support if we don't break out on BBAI. So I think unless we break the top, if this isn't, I say we, I'm talking about the stock, unless it's breaking out this 7 to 710 area at the open, I feel like there's a huge gap that this could before going. So I want to be really patient with this. At the open, I actually think there's a better chance that I have this open. Like open's a bit of a tighter range, and I might end up just trading this one a little bit tighter off the open because it's right at a key level at 780. So it might determine, grip and rip early and break out earlier than a BBAI would. Whereas I think I might have to sit out like the first 15-minute candle on BBAI before considering that trend.
All right, guys. So Trader TV Academy, we have big news. Trader TV Academy is launching very, very soon. It's a learning platform based on the exact training materials that we used when we first started trading, and it's built for traders all around the world, no matter what your experience level might be. For more information, make sure you are subscribed and following us on socials so that you don't miss it when we launch. That should be interesting. Big Bear AI. I like the move. It's definitely on my watch today. $5 held pretty well over the past week or so coming into earnings. We're getting that gap up, stair step above even some of prior week's action. Last Monday, we did get a bit of a sell-off from that $7 level. We're reaching that as well in a flat week prior week as well, roughly. So this stair step I like. I think it's pretty interesting. I think that we can step up a little bit higher as well. It could definitely give us some opportunity through some of those pre-market key levels like those highs and lows. But bigger picture, got to keep on watch on the hourly here. This is in a bit of a downtrend, so it does have a lot of hurdles to get over in terms of supply zones if and when we do start getting past some of these marks like 750s, $8. I'm definitely going to be watching some of the whole dollar and half dollar levels here as well. 939 is the most recent local high here on Big.
All right, not good for Coreweave, although we are trying to take back some levels to the upside here this morning. 96 being one of those, struggled on the way down through 96. We've regained that, but not a good report here. Missing forecast, definitely a question mark, but again, we're starting to bounce maybe off some key areas.
Yeah, Brendo, as you mentioned, it was really the guide here that sent this one down softer than expected, despite the current quarter being good and the year-over-year improvements. Q3 revenue, $1.36 billion, topping estimates of $1.29, and most notably, 134% increase on that top line. Despite obviously that increase, they are still reporting a net loss of $110 million, but that's narrowing sharply from the $360 loss they had last year, and they continue to grow pretty aggressively, and the growth obviously remains tied to AI compute boom. The company has a backlog of $55.6 billion in demand, Brendo, that they can't meet. They signed $6.5 billion partnership with OpenAI. 6-year deal, that is, $14.2 billion agreement with Meta as well, plus its 6th hyperscaler contract during the quarter. And the CEO, Mike Intrator, Brendo, he confirmed Coreweave remains supply constrained, but not because of power. They can't get the buildings to put these GPUs in and to have enough compute. They're actually running out of space. At least that's what is being spoken about here by the CEO.
Yeah, it looks like price action, though, might be a little bit on the fence, I think. If we do continue to see this bounce, that's the September. We got to go back to September low, where we did bounce off 85, 86 area. And then remember, we rallied all the way to 150 again before this moved down. So wild range here for Coreweave, guys.
Insane range on Coreweave. I was actually just pointing out to Obi, when I sat down, there was an optimistic order, and the whole morning long that's been there, they're not getting filled today, at $110. It just sticks out in the book, and it's only not a huge amount of shares, but it's like big enough to get your attention, but not big enough that it matters. Like if I see this thing over 103, like maybe there's a reason to join because someone thinks it's getting up there. But the 100 levels we're all key on today. I think, like I said, Nvidia and SMCI are going to be important stocks. But if you just look at the daily chart here, strip all the price action away, it's not up SSR, it's only 8% down, so it could get 10% down. If that happens, I think you have some pretty clear support once you get underneath $90. But for now, That was a dip that held 101. You recently just held almost exactly $100 a couple of days ago. If it tries to fill in that gap, I think that's an area, the 100 to 101. Look for a pop and fade past that. If it does start to hold 103 and something crazy is happening and it's trying to go green, I think there's a join in there. And when I talk about that order on EdgeX that's up at 100, it's an anecdotal thing. I saw, like a couple of years ago, there were a lot of those orders that would be there post earnings, and I was surprised at the amount of times that later on in the day the stock would end up trading. So I haven't seen one in a while, and it's not that big on Coreweave, and it's pretty unlikely it gets to 110. But that 100 to 101 area, that prior support both 2 days ago and then go back a little further on the daily chart, that's support to resistance.
I think Coreweave definitely going to be interesting. One of the top names on my list today. We got that initial reaction and then a stronger in and around 5 o'clock there, and we're sustaining below some of those consolidation levels here in the pre-market session. Yes, under that 100 level there as well, and there's that anchored VWAP sitting at $161, $100.61. So that's what I'm looking at here. And some prior day or prior week levels as well coming in at that 100 level. So the week low, last week's low was almost exactly $100.02 there. And I think that's going to be the interest. Do we knock up onto that? We also saw earlier, Joe was talking about, we got a bit of a downgrade on the name as well, so maybe that can bring in some sellers as well. But sellers very dominant off of the report. And into the report as well. Look at how beautiful that wick action is. That earnings reaction wicks the day's high and then slams down with all sorts of supply to bring us down a little bit lower here. 93.66 pre-market low. So yeah, do we catch a bid? We've already been catching a bid for the past roughly hour or so here. So can we catch one all the way up to here? This is where sellers have been. And I'm watching VWAP as well today, and that's going to be coming in and around 95, 94. So we are trading above the intraday VWAP on Coreweave today. So a bit of a VWAP sandwich, but that anchored VWAP is a little bit more interesting to me. That's, again, confluence with that 100 mark. Should be interesting to see what price action does.
I've never heard VWAP sandwich before.
Yeah, a little bit of a, like a pincer move. It's just like.
A pincer move. Okay, now you're rolling deep.
Like a pinch.
You're rolling deep here. It's only 922, but I'm going to quit imbalances because of this. BBAI is already a 1 million buy imbalance. So with that, I mean, I said I'd probably give it some 15-minute candles and look at Open Door a little more closely, but this kind of puts it on the radar. You do see HIMS there for a small sell, 200,000 shares. I mean, nothing crazy, NEO and XPeng. Really the only big imbalances are SGov's there every single day. We went over this yesterday. It's not going to move. BIL is similar. It's just BBAI for 1 million shares to the buy side. But it wasn't just that Rocket Lab beat. It was that ASTS on the other end, a couple of space names, one flying and the other one, yeah, not doing too well. But probably Rocket Lab. We like it when these kind of short float names go to the upside as opposed to what happened to ASTS.
All right, let's talk RKLB to the upside right now. I was just looking at Rigetti here as well. We'll talk about that in a sec. But RKLB trying to bounce off 52, which is a key level yesterday, and ended up holding. And now here we are with a gap to the upside off the earnings. But we did clear that high going back to September. So definitely some room to run here, but it does need to hold.
Yeah, even with that drop, Brendo, that you were showing there, it's still up 103% year to date, despite the fact that it's off the highs. I mean, look, guys, they have a lot of demand backlog that they're unable to meet, so that's always a good problem to have. EPS came in at 1 penny, but that surpassed expectations by the street of a 5 penny loss, and it also reverses a loss year over year. They delivered about $158 million in revenue, which is a 51% year over year increase, and they've beaten EPS estimates now, guys, for 4 straight quarters, so they can really control cost in a sector where it is very hard to control costs. Let's talk about their revenue growth. Growth was driven, of course, from launch services as well, though, as space system segments with a very fast and expanding defense and commercial contract sector. They Also have strong momentum, Brendo, from the satellite manufacturing, the government payload, and as I mentioned, 103%. Who can complain?
Another one that's had a monstrous year, Rigetti to the downside here this morning, trying to hold on to that level if you zoom out to 2 days ago, which is around 31. If we do end up holding that, should be okay. But yeah, mixed report. It was the forecast side of things for RGTI, downside too, guys.
Yeah, the mixed report and for Rigetti too, the $1.9 million of upside. You know what gets me about that one? It's like 1.9 million in revenue for a $10 billion. Like, what's crazier? The ratio of Rigetti's revenue to the actual market cap of the company, or the amount that Cleveland Guardians pitcher was paid to throw a ball, and then they cost him his career. The guy made 5 Gs, and he's probably going to would have made tens of millions in his playing career, and he loses it all over $5,000 on a bet. Well, that's probably more ridiculous because it's just plain stupid. But Rocket Lab, I think, has a chance to be a rocket shot. But the problem is, it's like a 58 breakout here. Like you have prior resistance going into earnings, rounded bottom, but without a breakout above 58 that takes you to the 59.5, and then some continuation to go higher. This is one that to wait for. Like, I'll have the order for 58 break. If it breaks and fails, I'll try to take it a second time through, because I think, as long as you're out and about above the pre-market highs, you're looking for that long to continue. If it fails that break, I'd look for a VWAP dip. But unless we get there, I don't see myself in a trade specifically in Rocket Lab, but I'm going to have that order out there. I feel like if it goes, the potential upside is too good not to take a shot. It has a decent short float. It's basically trying to recover that 50 period after a heavy dip off the open. And then I had mentioned ASTS on the other end of the spectrum. Actually not that bad of a, let's just say, recovery, because at one point in the aftermarket, this was down almost 10%. It's kept trending back in, but this could be worth watching. Like, just say Rocket Lab goes ham, and this does like a red to green story. It could be a nice little bit of a trailer on sympathy. But Rocket Lab 58 will be my focus between the two. Not even close.
Yeah, I think for RKLB here, I was looking at Rigetti. I'm like, wait, no, that's not the right chart here. No, Rocket Lab kind of reminds me of a little bit of the action that the Big Bear is doing, where you get that gap up consolidation. The pre-market is kind of stepping up on it, but I threw the anchor on. This is pretty choppy action here. You can see flag in the after hours and a bit of a descending trend in the pre-market as well, coming in back into this anchored VWAP from yesterday. So it should be watching this range here from that initial reaction, 57 halves, and then the lows coming in at 55s as well. So this little consolidation, we're still trading within there. So a bit of an action in the pre-market today relative to that after hours consolidation here on Rocket Lab. So other than that, don't really have too much on watch. Coreweave, I'm going to be watching off of the open, Neil. We saw that SanDisk was doing some crazy moves yesterday as well. So going to be watching that. Rigetti as well. But yeah, throw it up in the chat. What are you guys watching off of the open? We only have a couple more minutes, guys. So a lot of names on watch. But a lot of the time, especially for the past couple of weeks, Neil, I think the best opportunities literally have fallen into my lap. Right? I'm watching, I'm sitting. A lot of it's just price action based kind of volume. I'm like talking to some other traders as well. Well, a lot of people are talking about just like kind of sitting on their in this choppy kind of market here. But maybe today we see something different.
No trade is definitely a trade, and being patient matters. Like, if you looked at yesterday, you had to wait half a day for the short. And I think the reversions on like the Qs or in some of the chip names, they have taken a very long time. I just want to point out that BBAI is now down to 600,000 on the imbalance. So with about 1 minute to go, it was over 1 million shares, now only 600,000 shares to buy. BBAI, of course, up an absolute ton. There was one name on the list that I didn't get to for myself. Yesterday, silver was obviously nice trend long. I'm looking for something similar, but just like at the open, it did a dip and a nice bottoming tail on the 15-minute candle. That was the reason to enter. Into the same price and trend break up here was another reason to get in. So it's about being patient. Sure, I like the long, but if it tries to fill in the gap, I can go along off the high. I can wait for VWAP to start holding. I can wait for that bottoming tail candle at the open. It's just a matter of patience. It's not just, buy the dip as it randomly falls all over itself. So I'm going to throw up probably BBAI at the open with that imbalance now. Only 600,000 shares, just trying to take out the top. We've seen the story before, and thank you, and shout out to AIML Innovations, AIML for sponsoring this opening bell. We've seen the story before here as we ring it, where you get a buy imbalance and it dips at the open. So be careful about BBAI for that one. Nvidia already OB downside. That did not take very long. It just broke the low of the day, so no chance for it to get up to that 196.5, which was the key price that I was looking for. If it does get there, a little pop and fade action. Adara already.
Definitely keep an eye here in AIML trading on the CSE, that's AIML Innovations, because guys, they just launched a major milestone. Their US patent has been approved for a new neural network approach that actually improves how ECG signals are cleared and interpreted. This is going to strengthen their competitive edge, move towards the commercialization of their max yield and cardio yield platform. So again, that is AIML trading on the CSE. Back to Neil and Opie.
Thank you very much. This Coreweave, we're catching a little bit of a VWAP bid here. 96 is held, but it's still kind of chopping. Nothing too crazy. This could slam back down as well. 93.66s, don't forget, are those pre-market lows. 97.40s now, so that 100 mark could be very, very interesting if that potentially comes in. Market tailwind definitely a little bit on our side with those initial candles on both the ES and the NASDAQ pushing up a little bit higher. Here is 98. Can we push past 98? Any sort of distinction here? I'm waiting. I'm watching. A little bit of a taker there underneath that 98. That's opening range high as well. That's coming in at 98 halves. I'm looking for that 98 halves to potentially push as well. But Coreweave, a little bit of a lackluster open as we're still kind of churning in and around that opening range, and it's only been about 1 minute and 45 seconds.
BBAI was an absolute trap. I was trying to spit that out as fast as I could. That sometimes you get these buy imbalances on gap and you do the dip, so it absolutely was a trap. Now down at $6.50, still up 13%, but languishing here at the open. So speaking of open door doing a little bit better. It's trying to close back above VWAP in the $8. That's going to be the entry for me. It just hasn't done it yet, and I know we didn't get a chance to talk about Tesla. Tesla, huge wipeout bottom and now going higher as the NASDAQ and the ES both trying to climb, looking very strong here for Tesla off the open. So BBAI tanking open, nope, it's not going to hold. Not going to hold that volume weighted average price. That is now headed decidedly lower as well. So you got to be patient. If you're looking for dip buys, I got to preach that patience for you on some of those small cap names. Silver, not at VWAP either. We waited a little bit. It actually took 5 to 10 minutes before we got into this one. Long trade yesterday. I expect possibly the same thing again here today.
Yeah, this, so we dipped back down into 95s and change. That was, again, in and around VWAP right now, so closely. It's kind of, it is chopping, right? Sellers did come in kind of a little aggressively here, and that 95 could be a little interesting as well. A little bit of a whole dollar level, as well as the opening range low as of right now is, yeah, just 95.04s here. I was also watching Oscar Health. That's coming in with a little bit of a bid, that $15 level as well. Didn't really get anywhere. In terms of the Mag 7s, I see that Apple is pushing Tesla as well. And here comes Coreweave potentially back through that 25. So you know what? I'm not going to stay my welcome for very long there. 94s and some change in the pre-market session. I think I got to figure out what the SSR level is for this name here. But Oscar coming into that $15 level as of right now.
Oscar's already SSR.
To watch out for. What do you got on open?
Did you mention Oscar was SSR from yesterday? If that's the one you were talking about. Oscar was down over double digits. So Open Door is breaking back out above the and Open Door has broken back out above the volume weighted average price. You can clearly see I was just see my bids. I banged nothing. I didn't get the fill. I tried to get it breaking through just there, and I tried to add through 4. So I'm going to try to get picked up on the way. The annoying thing about being patient and trying to get it, and then it snaps back and does fill me. See, leave your orders in, and sometimes you will get filled. But my 5 order, canceled my order at 2, so I'm just going to get my other order back in. My stop is going to be the pre-market low prior to that original dump, so underneath like that 790 area on open. BBAI still trading down. This is BBI still looking pretty red there. Trying to put in a higher low, but I just felt like open, probably a little bit less crazy is the word, because I think BBI has a lot more risk in that first 15-minute bar than open door. So got the bouncer and open back above the $8 level. As this one let me back in, I'll see if I can't get some 12s in there. Takes them out at 12. I want in front of the prior high, and then we see if this one can actually fly. The market not doing much here, Obi, but the small cappers, open door and BBI are flying around. Oh yeah. Adara?
Yeah, I have basically the opposite of a small cap story here. Spotify, it's worth noting there is not very much volume on this. We're talking under 100,000 shares traded on the SPOT is going to be on watch, announcing something here with the National Music Publishers Association. So Spotify and the NMPA signing an agreement to grow direct licensed audiovisual content for independent publishers. Direct licensed audiovisual agreement here between Spotify, SPOT, and the National Music Publishers Association. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. That's a bit of a mouthful there. But the market is going to have some trouble if Nvidia is not going to get going. Nvidia breaking back down underneath these lows. And keep an eye on thing that the NASDAQ is actually trying to break VWAP a little bit higher, and we're doing this little bit of a dip on Nvidia. I wanted to pop fade into the pre-market high. I'm going to cancel that for now, because if we hold the low and fly higher, that's not the way to just sit on the offer and get snapped up. Still want to get run over in that regard. BBAI is still, I think, looking for a bid. You now have the prior pre-market low holding. So consolidation, you've got a lit grab. Let's see if it can show you any kind of continuation and not just a lower high here on BBI. Still 16%, 7% short float. I think this one has a chance. Open door, which I am in, did go right into that prior day high. A little bit of a dip back into VWAP at 8, which I did not get filled at 2s. I'll try again. I order in front of the $8 level and see how far this goes. I think 850 is the obvious target here on open door. I'd love for BBI to go as well, but I'm not just going to jump into that one unless the buyers start to come into.
Yeah, I'm watching this Coreweave, man. This thing slammed down aggressively. Don't forget, this is SSR. This is now, and if people are hitting into the bid on an SSR name, those are pretty much people who have inventory that are selling, people who are already long. So that's a piece of information. So as soon as that kind of behavior stops, I want to look for that distinct difference and maybe potentially see some of that SSR mechanic actually kick in, where yeah, sellers are kind of struggling to get back in. But again, this thing is coming down from its former glory here all the way. I see highs at 187s on Coreweave when I'm looking here at the weekly chart. But yeah, that low of the pre-market session got violated there, and we broke below down to 92.40s here. Now we're getting a bit with the bid coming back in. Where is VWAP, you may ask? VWAP sitting at 95.40s here. 95, oh, okay, I didn't want to do that. 95.40s on at VWAP here on Coreweave as it pushes back up. So I don't know if we're going to get all the way to 95.40s, but I'm going to be a little bit wary here and understand that, yeah, sellers have been in charge. This is the first kind of bid that's been happening. So I want to stay as nimble as possible. And when they did start hitting the bid, man, they came in real hot. That could step in at any given time here. So I just want to get involved and stay as nimble as possible with any sort of selling or buying I see that is getting a little bit aggressive here. So let's go down to a 1 minute and see what that's been up to. Okay, so there isn't really that much information there just on that 1 minute candle. But you can see I got with the bid off of the open. I was like, okay, well, if we're going to break opening range low, we definitely have room to the downside because sellers have been pretty much in charge, and then get involved. Next bid that I see here for a quick little scalp off into that 93s to 94 halves there. Where's the next trade? Oscar is at $15, but how much volume has this thing done? 2.02. All right, 2 million volume. That's not bad. That's good volume. That's good volume. And it's SSR. Yeah, this is a name that's also SSR. I did not need to borrow shorts on this one. So I'm going to be watching this $15 level here. It seems like Coreweave might want to hold some of these lows here as well. But you know what? I'm out of that one. Trade.
Whoa.
That's what I'm asking as of right now. What do you got going on?
I was about to go over Open Door first and then SMCI, because usually it's the one that you're concerned with you want to talk about first. But like the second we got back into $8 on Open Door, the wick to 98, someone bought it back right back up above VWAP. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten up the stop a little bit tighter to where that buyer was. I'm not holding it into that absolute low. I've gotten most of it out for a scalp trade, but I'm going to hold on to the last piece. If we can close again above VWAP, it'll look better. But I said I'm going to stay away from the other chip names, back to short SMCI. Why? Because it's weak. It's been weak since earnings. So break down yesterday's low, short it at VWAP. If it doesn't play into 41 and doesn't pop and fade, then short the volume weighted average price on the way back in and essentially try to hold. Like this is what it did yesterday. It did the exact same thing yesterday and fell $1. So it's just at 39.8. I think you can do the exact same thing here and fall back into this 38.8, which was a little bit of support there from a couple of days ago. So weakness in SMCI, weakness in Nvidia to start the day, although this has yet to fall apart. Nvidia is also trending to the downside. NASDAQ not really doing a heck of a lot here, Obi, but it is breaking lower. And there's the buyer that was protecting me, was protecting the $8 level on open, they just gave it up. I wanted to tighten up the stop so that I'm not really losing a heck of a lot on the way back in. If the only break we get is 8 to 820, and then we have to wait for the next trade, that's fine. But I don't want to get wrapped up in a failed break of the high and then trying to fight this thing if it's not using candles above VWAP. So far so good. Short on SMCI. And I wish I could tell you guys that BBAI was looking super good. It's looking better than it was before, but it just had a losing VWAP. Not a lot of buying coming in here yet on Big Bear.
Yeah, I'm watching this $15 level as Oscar kind of churns around. I did try another attempt at a potential. I was like, okay, maybe I am on the table here. I'm looking for that action, a quick next push off of this consolidation. What was the short-term consolidation? And that high came in at what, 60s right here on the chart. So I did get long on the 94.60s, but then we couldn't really sustain, and that buying kind of dissipated. So I'm just like, all right, I'm getting out of there right there. And yeah, coming right back into the low. So there's choppy action, to say the least, here on Coreweave. If you had the short off of this opening range failure to follow through and the back through pre-market lows and that 95 as well, I thought that opening range low breakdown was a great place to kind of make a bit of a decision there as well. So if you were looking for the short, that's been working out pretty nicely here into that $93 level as of right now. Oscar to push through 15, so I'm going to be done with that one for now. I was a little bit short biased, and I don't necessarily want to look for the long just yet on this one. But this 95, I guess we couldn't even get to VWAP. So all right, it's seller dominance on the day, down on earnings, right? A little bit of a downgrade. Any sort of bids so far? So far, we've got 2 significant bids, in my opinion, and I tried to participate in both of them. Both of them getting slammed down with sellers, and then can't even get back to VWAP. All things kind of confluence together and tell me, that maybe, perhaps, that sellers are in charge. The market as well, the top wicks on these 15-minute candles.
Micron.
Sellers are in charge. Yeah, we were talking about Micron this morning.
But then I went to what's worth. The thing about. Yeah, I'll slap a fail on this one. Not being short Micron's a fail, but what I was going to say is that like SMCI shorts worked every single day since earnings. So if you have a trade that's worked every day after earnings, you should go back and do that. But it looks like Micron did fall apart at 250 almost immediately. It's going to be tricky. These data names, SanDisk, SNDK was one of them. I bet you that's, not really falling all over itself, but also a little bit weak. But we've seen a correlation, Obi, where when the market's the chips are weak, that Apple catches a bid. Absolutely. It is like this is the anti-AI trade in the tech space right now. It's on Apple when the NASDAQ is falling and Nvidia and the chips are weak. But one thing to point out,
it's coming into that area.
At about 272 to 73, Obi and I were looking at this earlier, the stock has not been able to get past this. It's been a wall, accumulation wall, but also big sellers at that 73. So be careful chasing Apple. Zoom out that 15-minute chart, everybody, and see what is looming out in front of you, because it could be a little bit nasty of a rejection area. Probably worth maybe Joe, if he's listening to me right now, checking out
what
the chain looks like, because maybe there's something big at 75, which is causing us to fade that level every single time. When I say us, I mean the actual market. Coreweave is now SSR. It's down over 10%.
It's catching some bids.
So it might be, I said if it got 10% down, I'd look for reversion, but that might already be it. There's your bottoming tail. There's your trend break. I'm not going to chase that move. I got to think about if the market's bouncing here, where do I get out of that SMCI, and where do I potentially look for the next trade? For now, like this one, I'm still on it. It just put in a bit of a bottom tail, but it's still consolidating off the lows. I think you want to give this one a chance. I'll probably reload VWAP here. It worked yesterday to reload VWAP. If it does the same thing again, then I got to be ready to hit the keys.
Yeah, even before you kind of pulled up that Apple, I was looking across the board, and we had talked about Apple into that zone this morning. So I already kind of pulled it up here. Bit of a dabble on the front side on my part, but I do want to feel it out. This bid is pretty aggressive. This market's coming in pretty hot as well. Maybe we do break out. Maybe we get to 274s. I have no idea, but I'm willing to give it a little bit of room here, staying a little light. As of right now, 273.25s, aggressive strength coming in off of the open. Can the market give us a little bit of tailwind as well? Maybe, perhaps, we're catching some bids in and around, what is this, 25,600 on the NASDAQ, and then maybe off of the 68.40 here on the ES as well. But my question right now on Apple is, can you hold the quarter, print the half? And it's kind of chopping around the quarter right now. So 73 halves, I might be finding a little bit more interesting here, but we'll see. This area has been a zone for the past couple of weeks, and if it's going to continue to be the same, I'm looking for more of the same here on Apple. What's going on in there?
Just be aware here, if you're trading CRWV or name, it looks like CEO of the company, Mike and Trader, is on CNBC right now. He's saying that there's lots to be proud of with earnings, but they just had one issue with that one specific singular provider. They also talked here about Core Scientific. They said their demand remains insatiable for what they provide. So again, Coreweave CEO pretty optimistic here about these earnings during the CNBC interview. Just be aware that he is speaking if you happen to be trading this name. No economic data at 9:45 a.m. or 10. Back to you.
What's he going to say? Oh no, the sky is falling. I'm not coming. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. It's weird. Like, you don't want them to be candid, but you want them to be candid. So you take what you can get. Be happy when there are CEOs that are candid and don't hate on them all the time. Elon. I looked over and like, what else do I like to the south side? Because the market wasn't going. And I settled on the other name that was a good short in chip space, and that was Intel. And Intel, lower highs. It's simple. Volume weighted average price, lower highs. Good as short in front of the lower high, and continue to try to fade as the market comes back in. However, everybody, Rocket Labs is trying. It's doing its best. It's trying to break. I had my order at the open. It's still in there. I'm taking a breakout on Rocket, but I don't want this the only way to look for the long. I'm not seeing a lot of strength right now. Like, this is the NASDAQ. It's not doing much. We're just kind of inside the range. We kind of failed a high break. We're underneath VWAP. Not much happening. So if we fail this breakout and I see this strength hold, I want to try to, if it closes above VWAP, which I think it should, try to look for a VWAP play. If the break fails, there's also this accumulation at 56.5, so it could pull back for a dip into that. But for now, that 58 breakout still intact on Rocket Labs. Want to look for that one to go.
Wow.
Ooh, the market is. It's all green candles, but they're really, really tiny on the NASDAQ. Yeah, it's a weird up move, to be honest with you, because Tesla's down, the chips are down, at least for now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get out of Apple here, because that strength is absolutely aggressive. I did add a little bit there, but I was like, I'm only gonna give it about $1 here with the kind of move that it's doing. Like I said before, I'm gonna stay a little bit light on this one and try to re-engage on the right side. Definitely a lot more aggressively if and when that does come in. But we have kind of broken out of that area, that double top-ish area here. So earnings, let's go to the chart and take a look at where we might find some other levels here. But I do want to stay involved with this 274 if it continues to kind of push around here. So you know what? I will just kind of deal with that here on 274. Let's see, just a little bit of a dabble once again. But guys, Beta Pro by Global X. So savvy Canadian traders to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders, ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. It is kind of coming down into its lows, so that selling came in pretty aggressively. So when I'm looking at the Mag 7 here, I'm kind of curious as to where that's potentially coming in from. There's Nvidia.
Whoa, huge drop.
Nvidia coming in with a little bit of sell.
AMD was chilling.
Wow.
AMD was cruising. AMD was doing all kinds of wonderful things until somebody just dumped it at 240. Someone dumped it through 245. That's a $2 or $3 candle in there. Look, that was a pretty nasty reverse. AMD was the only chip name that was green. Now it is decidedly red. This is obviously good news for. Shorts. Is SMCI, missed that, Phil. SMCI heading right back into the low of the day. Get to 39 even. I'm going to have a bid out there at the even dollar to cover this one. Hefty break of the low of the day. Intel. I was trying to reload SMCI, not Intel, but both of these have fallen to the downside. For Intel, target 37.6. That is a level from 2 days ago, so just go back to Friday in the afternoon. So just one more salvo to the downside, and we're looking to jump out this one. So a couple of big heavy wicks in the chip space just now, but it was actually AMD that led that spike to the downside. Like this was cruising and somebody slammed the bid there on AMD. Sometimes if it's a single order that does it, I'm looking to get out. If the short's still good,
yeah, so that Apple supply coming in with the market there as well. We got some prior bar breaks happening as well, coming back into that range area. So now the question is Apple going to stay aggressively strong while the rest of the market kind of takes a little bit of a breather here? You see the NASDAQ and the ES pulling back into its lows. Maybe ES a little bit delayed in terms of breaking its lows as of right now. But I'm watching this Apple. If we can kind of consolidate here, that makes this a little bit worse. But if we can kind of a pullback, I'm looking for symmetry. I'm looking for a little bit of aggressive selling, because we did get aggressive buying, but that's not always going to be the case, right? That symmetry is it's ideal, but it's definitely a little rare there as well. If we're going to push right back through the highs, then yeah, I don't really have too much business being here for much longer. But the market, a little bit of a pullback, man. We kind of attempted the range highs off of the open. Now we're attempting range lows off of the first couple 15-minute candles. So a little bit of a shake and bake. But Apple is aggressively strong, Neil. So distinctly different, to say the least.
You know what was
Coreweave
different?
Through the low.
That SanDisk was distinctly different a minute ago. On a 15-minute chart here, this was trying to break out when the market was going lower. This might reverse big time. This feels like, if this is the topping tail candle on SanDisk, this could be a little bit of the back end of the trade, but it needs to lose 257. Afternoon support, morning range bottom. I feel like this breaking 257 and the floodgates could open on SNDK. The other stock that I have on watch still is Open. It's not, look, Open didn't fall apart. It's actually still holding some higher lows here, but no closes, not a single close on the 3-minute above the volume weighted average price outside of when I was like punching long into it the first time. So it needs to do some buying above $8. The second I see that, I'm going to take another shot in there. Intel got low. So once again, that stock just continues to languish. And plus, there was a story on Intel, some executive shuffle up, but it got into that support, so I'm out. I was trying to reload SMCI and didn't get it. That's headed down toward target at $39. Gets there. I'm going to jump out of that one. Is the market not going too crazy? Christopher Ocean, why are you hung up on Open every day? Hasn't been a good trade for months. What? Are you
crazy?
For the last 2 days, Open Door has been one of the best longs in the market. I mean, no, don't get me wrong.
Solid, yeah.
Don't get me wrong. If you're swing trading open long, you've probably been having a rough time of it. But since earnings, I mean, look, that's just my opinion. So anyone can believe, it is what it is. It was a great long 2 days ago that I wasn't a part of. It was a great long yesterday that we had yesterday. Like That's a good long. I want to look for that. If it doesn't do it again and it's only a scalp trade, fine, fair enough. But look what the stock did the last couple of days. I mean, I don't have any strong opinions about Open fundamentally or on any other basis, but come on, like that. The last 2 days speak for themselves, I think.
No, I think that's very fair, Neil. You got to look at the kind of volume and the kind of range things are doing. We know that Open was pretty. Again, this is the move continuation off of earnings, right? This is earnings day 3 or something like that. Yeah, it was literally squeezing. So is it in play? I think definitely. Are there other names potentially in play? Of course. This is a pretty interesting market. There's almost something for everyone if you're hunting for it, right? So a little bit of selling coming in here now on Apple. Can this finally make it to I guess VWAP? Maybe VWAP 270, 272.40s I have on VWAP. Let's look at some higher time frames here as well. I'm only looking at a 3-minute as of right now. So 5 minutes right here. 5-minute prior bar low is coming in here at 273.35s, but the current bar is well, so far the current 5-minute is a flat top. So I'm thinking, what's the probability of going back through the open on this current 5-minute bar on Apple? A lot of shake and bakes here. So pretty crazy. So bring it to you here live. So don't forget to subscribe. I forgot what the unsubscribe number there was real quick.
21.3%.
21.3%? 21.4%. Okay. All right. Guys, come on. You got to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers.
We're supposed to be making progress. That's supposed to go down. 21.4 is supposed to go to 21.3, then 21.2, and all that good stuff. That's how it's supposed to happen. But look, first off, Christoph Ocean, I forget to zoom out on the charts all the time. I forget the name of the stock yesterday. I was like playing a long, like a secondary long, and then I zoomed out to the 15-minute chart and realized I had gotten long right into overhead resistance. I'm like, oh, you should pop out and look for something a little bit better. But the Open Army is winning today relative to the checks notes. BBI up as well. Okay, so BBAI is trying to go. It tried VWAP the first time, obviously failed abjectly. This looks a little bit better. If BBI can break this, it's like a 680. I'm going to take a 680 break. It's going to order here on BBAI through 680. There we go. So now if it breaks 680, I'm just going to get into the long and play that one off of VWAP. Open door, the pre-market high is obviously going to be a bit of a thing, but I wanted to zoom out to show you. If it breaks 830, you really just have 15 to 20 cents till you get to the next high. So I feel like this is going to be a scalp trade. Fail this high, take it out, buy the dip into VWAP as well, and hopefully BBI wants to join the party. The market also catching a bit of a bid here, Obi.
Yeah, market's catching a little bit of a bid here as well. I'm trying to be as nimble as possible. I'm talking about this Apple here. We are kind of consolidating on top of those kind of wicks that we were earlier, so I do want to be wary. This is what I said. If we're going to stay aggressively strong and just consolidate in the upper quartile of the action in the market, and it's giving the market time to kind of consolidate and maybe bounce back as well, that's not the best, right? So I do want to be wary of that and aware. Can we trade below 273 halves? That's the next question that I'm asking here. 272s and some change is where VWAP is sitting at now. VWAP, yeah, sometimes it's just a line on a chart. Sometimes it may be a little bit more meaningful of an indicator, especially for me, where I'm just like, all right, well, if something's had an aggressive move, what can I use to identify what kind of the mean of the action is to look for potential reversion or to target a potential reversion? And yeah, that VWAP's coming in at 272s and some change. So that's about $1 down here on Apple, but you can see the market distinctly different with ES and the NASDAQ pushing up higher. Is this opposite day for Apple? That's what I'm asking, Neil, when the down, Apple goes up, and the market goes up. Does Apple go down? I don't know, but that strength is definitely dissipating a little bit.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, I jumped out of both the trades, open at the high, SMCI at the low. The market just did a U-turn candle, and then there's a reversal candle on SMCI. So my trail kind of goes in. It tried to hold, and look, it just broke right back above, so I jumped out of that one. Ultimately, I can get back in at the volume-weighted average price, but the NASDAQ seems like it's pretty strong. That last candle looked like a reversal, and it's a pretty hefty wick on the 15, which is looking like it's going to close green. I'm like, I'm not waiting for that to close green. I'll just get out of what I think is the bottom. Open door as well. I've only really traded the 3 names today, and oddly enough, it's been Open, SMCI, Intel. I have not traded BBAI yet. That hasn't broken out. I haven't traded Rocket Lab, which is right now the 4 stock I'm watching. But we failed that top, the pre-market high, out the high. I don't think I should be waiting for a 58 break. Like it's showing you more like 57 or 57.5. I think I'm going to take a 57.5 break into 58 if it can get there. But so far, so good. Inside day for the market, but Open Door has moved up and looks pretty solid. Guys trying to go, Rocket Lab trying to go, and we're going to Adara.
Yeah, it's super OM day for these economic data releases as well. We don't have anything scheduled. The only Fed speaker is at 10:25 p.m., so well after the market closes. Now it is worth noting at 11 a.m. we'll get comments from U.S. President Donald Trump, but he's at a Veterans Day ceremony, so not necessarily likely that it'll be market related, but truly anything can happen. Right now, though, what's happening with the market, as Neil mentioned, is a lot of action. Nothing too exciting here, but lots of excitement if you are an AI name. Let's take a look here at AMD, Advanced Micro Devices on watch here with its Analyst Day that's happening today. CEO Lisa Su will be there. And yeah, apparently Bank of America liking this one ahead of that day. Let's talk here about Nvidia, SoftBank offloading. This headline here is the combined Nvidia and T-Mobile stake. So just over $5 billion worth of Nvidia, closer to $10 billion here worth of T-Mobile. But SoftBank here offloading its Nvidia stake. Nvidia did gap down. You're still down 2.5%, and it's actually off of its lows. Now, last but not least here, Coreweave, CRWV, this one kind of languishing near its low of day as well. Big gap down on earnings. They did have a double beat, but they lowered their guidance for sales for the fiscal year. And they said that one of their data center partners or developers is having some delays right now. You back to Neil and Obi for more action-packed trading. We get to talk about Origenics because each year, 3.8 million concussions in the U.S. And yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. So the NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug, which is designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to Neil and Obi, and make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. There's the selling on Apple. You just have to be a little patient, right? Sometimes it can be a little bit choppy. I was staying nimble, and I was like, when it does come in aggressively, I do want to kind of, pound it in a lot more than the front side, right? So it's just like when that bid is just getting weak, you just sometimes, especially in Blue Ocean, you learn this as well. Like when you see the move happen, if you're not removing liquidity, if you're not taking out the book, like you're gonna be late to the party, right? Because like for example, last night there was like that 200. I was trying to look for that long into that 200, and then I think it was 198.90s or 199.90s. There was like 800 to 900 shares or something on the bid, and I saw the dude starting to decrement. And I'm like, and then there's no liquidity for another 20, 30 pennies down. And I'm like, if this guy gets taken out, decrement?
Of course, decrement.
When this guy gets taken out, it's gonna drop down like 20, 30 pennies. There's no more liquidity. Sure, people can step in, but visible liquidity is, again, this beautiful thing about Blue Ocean. But yeah, no, that buyer kind of sitting there, that was, I'm waiting for that decrement as well. Yeah, it just means like get less of. I don't even know how to effectively like define it.
Yeah, Brian Thompson, I caught the phrasing too on that one.
Yeah.
But I didn't say anything. I kept my mouth shut on that one.
No, but when the backside comes in, you really got to get involved.
That's not what trust me, that's not what you said. It was something else that you
said.
Here's
VWAP on Apple.
I don't know I know all of you heard what he said.
Heard what I said.
Throw that there. Look, we're back to now I have to try to compose myself. We're back to VWAP on Intel. I tried a quick little salvo as the market's rolling over, but we're still closing above. I think that might have been front end. It held VWAP before to the low of the day. Huge candle. So got to respect that. But you're back into prior day lows. So I think that's the spot that I'm looking for. If it can just kind of roll over and give me a more clean end side, that'll make sense. Open door, okay, it did a better break of the high. Like, I would have been out anyways, but I might have got a few extra cents if I had maybe put the trail a little bit later. But now pulling right back into VWAP in the $8 level on its own. So still looking for a re-entry on open. It seems like it's falling a little bit to the downside. Novo is going absolutely ham. There's no end in sight for Novo. 5% to the upside. This might be this is the trend break that everybody's been waiting for on the daily in Novo. This really might be it. This has been trying to break trend. Probably needs to take out 49.5 to 50 to be really decisive. I $50 level, but Novo up 5% on a buy program right now. It's very distinct. Like, look at the 15-minute. You essentially have two open bars bigger than anything you saw yesterday. So this is a mean reversion trade at some point today, but not yet. Too strong. Don't want to fight it. I think if I'm looking short, I'm going to stick with Intel and SMCI. Intel hasn't really set up perfectly yet, but SMCI trying to get back into VWAP. That's where the next trade is. It's one of those two. Either we get Intel cleanly, which it's trying to do off VWAP right now, or SMCI will at least get to the volume weighted average price. Market looking like it's coming back in. Relative weakness in the chip space, like here's Nvidia. That looks weak as well. So pretty much all try to re-enter some of these short trades. But again, patience with that Novo. I think at some point it usually slows down or stops, but I wouldn't want to try to get in front of the moving freight yet.
Yeah, I think that that selling is just we don't know if it's over yet. We're still kind of consolidating in that range. Opening range lows are being tested. We did drop down and then wick back up. So yeah, a lot of chop happening there. So when that's happening, I'm looking for things that are acting distinctly different. I've mentioned this before as well on the show, where I'm just like, okay, well, a lot of things follow that market beta when I'm looking at the Mag 7s. So if I'm looking at the Mag 7s every day, I want to start to understand and realize, like, okay, what are different nuances? What are different kind of actions that mark distinct difference? And I think Apple today was just screaming at all of us, right? It was just like, okay, the whole market's tanking. There's the FLS on Apple there. That's coming in. Maybe
we just had a
with some news.
Everything.
So yeah, I think I'm going to go to Dara to see what's up.
Yeah, I saw this one headline here. I'm not sure if this is the reason for the drop, but U.S. consumers' job market fears are surging, with Americans' perceived probability of higher unemployment up to 4.3%. Keep an eye here as well on Google GeoOGL. They plan to invest 5.5 billion euros in German cloud infrastructure. We already actually had this reported. And also the UK apparently suspending some intelligence sharing with the US. So lots happening here. I also want to mention here with Nova Nordisk, there is a story here reporting that the company is cutting Wegovy prices by as much as 33% in India. Back to you.
That's good. Thank you, Adara. That was wild just now. The heavy candle, times you're fortunate. Like, I back in, that's probably just good fortune to have gotten view up again. I find if you're ever trading, like if you like a directional trade, sometimes the best entry point is right after it's everybody out. And if that includes you, you have to get back in. It just is what it is. Like, sometimes the market really doesn't care if you lost your last trade or what happened to you on that stock. It's going to do what it's going to do. So back in it, VWAP on Intel. Obviously, that spike down is not going to let me back into SMCI, unfortunately. Novo did not care what the market just did, breaking back to the low. For now, it's still on a very strong uptrend. I'm going to track this on Novo for this trend since like that open crazy rush, like something like that. If I see a pretty decisive break of that trend, I think the pullback into VWAP can be good. And as always, it's confirmed that we actually have shorts on this, which we do. That's real trading. Not that I think we wouldn't have shorts on Novo. But yeah, the shorts work. You want to ride it as far as you can. Neil in the chat, my namesake, saying Dell getting smoked. If it's in the chip space right now and it isn't fading, it's worth noting. If you're in that phase, like the memory name getting smoked. I showed you SMCI, which to me is like the worst example. Like Dell's better than SMCI, so if SMCI is down, will be down. It's weird to me that Dell is actually down more than SMCI. I think if I had to buy the two, I would buy Dell. I actually own neither one of those two, but I would easily pick Dell over SMCI if I had to.
Dell, it's part of my quantum sector. What do you think about that? Like,
Dell's part of the quantum sector?
Yeah, for me.
Are they developing?
I think they're definitely involved in some.
What's their direct attachment to quantum? See, I don't know.
I forget what. I made this basket a while back. Here's selling. But I made this basket a while back. But you know what? I'll just ask. Be like, all right, what is IBM's?
See, I have like IBM, yes. Alphabet, yes. Like to me, the best two plays fundamentally in the quantum computing space are Alphabet and IBM. But I didn't know Dell.
IBM for sure. Yeah, no. You know what? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm mixing it up.
I think you're thinking.
IBM.
Yeah, I think you're thinking IBM,
that's what
which is fine.
You know, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is what it is. I'm like, wait. No, are we talking about the same one? Yeah, no. Dell, IBM. I can just see the chart in my head. I don't really remember the name.
I have to answer a question for Pinat.
IBM is a core player in quantum right now, not just hardware, but a whole stack: chip systems, software, and ecosystem. So yeah, IBM's definitely a little bit part of that.
So PMAC, did you sell SMCI? Well, yeah, I got out of it. It's a short, so I bought it back. But the reason for it was pretty simple. Like if I'm looking, like the same thing on Novo where I'd be looking for a trend break, if I see that same thing happen where if I was flat, like if I didn't have a position in SMCI and I was looking to enter one as a mean reversion, that would be an entry for me. It would have been like a trend break and entry. So I'll use it as an exit point near the lows. Thank you so much for the refill there, Randy. Appreciate it.
Let's see.
I haven't looked at
Refrain was hella strong yesterday. Oh yeah.
Is it though?
Let's see.
Little pullback.
Oh wow! Look at that. Yeah, continuation on a day two. Even stronger action today. Yeah, baby, indeed. Look at that thing go. Look at where it's coming into the weekly as well. You know what? Let's take a quick look at this. I'm gonna get out of this one here. Where is my chart? That's the next question here. Okay. So boom.
What is this stock? I sold everything the last time. I didn't get back. Yeah, I did because.
Go look at this week.
No, like look. Anyways, I think all three of us at one point were in this. Sean and you're still in it. I believe Sean's still in it. But I sold everything. It couldn't make this breakout. Like how many times did it try? It didn't break. This is gonna go. So here's what I'm seeing.
Look at that.
Here's what I see. There's your higher lows. I mean, it's not perfect higher highs, but this time, like if it breaks out 19, it could get explosive. West Coast. Anyways, I'm not going to finish that. I don't know the clean version of that, so I can't finish it. Yeah, that's you got a good one there, Randy.
That is solid. Look at this consolidation base, man. I mean, I think we're looking at the same chart here, the weeklies, right? So the weekly highs, this consolidation, the base, slow, yeah. Higher lows, and it's really like accumulating, you know, I guess a little bit of accumulation happening there.
Trees. I call that the forest.
Yeah.
What we do.
You're just looking for this tree to just kind of get through that $20 level, right?
That could really squeeze. Yeah. Because there's shorts and that's what makes it so interesting.
A lot of people are betting against it.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure we did this. So Jameson in the chat, not to call you out, Jameson. Hopefully you're not Jameson Williams in the chat. And if you are Jameson Williams in the chat, maybe that's not an appropriate hat to wear in a press conference. Just throwing that out there, brother. I have you in both my fantasy leagues, but what are you doing? If you're putting symbols in the chat, please use dollar signs. I saw Jameson put in Tesla without the dollar sign, so I'll do it for you. And when I do, Tesla should then, oh, there it goes, CMG, Reddit. Number one by far right now is BBAI. This, again, is just our viewers, so hop in, hit the like, hit the subscribe, especially the subscribe, because if you're not subscribed, you can't be in the chat. We have a great community out there. So everyone wants to know about BBAI, Open, and Tesla, SoFi, Nvidia. Of all of these top names, the only ones that have not are Tesla and SoFi. SoFi, the first chartered bank as of today to get crypto trading. I'm already in Intel, but SoFi, I think it's a big milestone. It's good for SoFi. Oh, it is back above. Oh, nice on SoFi here. Market weak, SoFi's caught a bit again. So this is what you should look for. Look for the relatively strong names to resume. I didn't love SoFi today because of like this rejection candle, the fact that we rejected essentially 31 before. But if we're breaking away from 31, that gets a little bit spicy. Yeah, but so there was a minor story here for SoFi, which I think is a decent one. It doesn't seem to want to help it. But the market's too weak today. It almost feels like here, Obi.
Yeah, no,
but it is green.
Seller dominant, yeah.
It is green.
The thing, SoFi might, I don't know what the specific beta is, and even on days where you know, it kind of follows the market. I'm not too familiar with that one there. Yeah. But Coreweave to the downside, man. 95 was the area. I think we saw seller dominance, and I was just like, okay, this is not really getting through. I'm like, I don't necessarily like the long as much here, but coming into VWAP and then a little bit of a test of that opening range market lows as well, catches the sellers once again. So VWAP showing us that sellers are definitely very dominant on the day-to-day, lower high 94s, and then that 92 and change low break where that bid did step in for the second time on the day gets cracked, and then we're coming in a little bit lower here at 91s as well. So yeah, on Coreweave, if you had the short, that was that play is working out really nicely, and you've got market tailwind on your side to kind of help you along with that as well. Apple, I'm looking at this consolidation on top of VWAP. The VWAP long was nice, but again, a little for me, this move here was a little too fast, and I'm looking for a bit more than maybe just VWAP here, but I could very well be wrong, right? It is very strong on the day. If it steps in and VWAP buyers are kind of showing them, they are very much showing themselves. If they're going to stay dominant on the day, I do have to be wary. I do have to manage risk effectively, right? I think that's going to be important here. Again, another 5-minute bar opening up with a flat top with 4 minutes left. So again, when it opens up and it doesn't really break the opening price to the upside and it starts trading lower and it starts forming that lower wick, I just look at the chart and I'm like, all right, what's the probability that we, you know, like you don't really see candles like that often, especially, well, you can just take a look at the chart and be like, all right, well, is that kind of a behavior that we've seen? I don't know. Maybe it means nothing, but candle formation is definitely something I like to watch for sure. At the end of the day, it's just all information that's already been printed on the chart, right? So if that's the case, I'm really asking myself, is that really going to end up being a bit of a held offer on the opening of the 5-minute candle?
It's a little something, but right now, I think the story is the market's looking weak, but as weak as it looks, and I'll get to BBAI in a second, as weak as it looks, we still haven't had any real massive breakaway from the range. It looks weak to me. I think the shorts have had their day so far, and it looks a little bit weak. Oh, that's what I did. Oh yeah, you guys got me in the chat. I actually the ticker without putting the dollar sign as well. So you guys should rightfully mock me for that, because I say every single day I'm calling people out for not doing it. So I expect you guys to roast me in the chat. If ever I do it, then you know, just double down, triple down, and have fun with it. But the Nasdaq hasn't broken the low, kind of bad, hasn't broken this low yet. If this 15-minute was a heck of a lot more that we could do than 1/3% to the downside on the Nasdaq. BBAI is very close to getting to that support level. Straight to jail. I mean, that's a little extreme. That's a little
calm
extreme.
down now.
Yeah, come on. Straight to jail. We're not putting a dollar sign ticker in there? Come on now, people.
You know what that's from, right? The meme?
Huh? Should I know that?
Okay,
I'm old, man.
Okay, I'll show you after.
Why is it not? If it's not appropriate.
No, it's not that it's not appropriate. It's just funny. I don't know the specific context as to who's talking or whatever, but it's like this military official.
Parks and Rec.
Is it a clip from Parks and Rec? Okay.
I never watched that show.
Yeah, see, me neither. Like, I am a little bit familiar with the meme world, so it is definitely something that is very popular for sure. He's listing like very simple things, and he's like, "Yep, straight to jail." We send them straight to jail for doing, you know, just simple whatever things, right? So,
well, there you go, straight to jail if you don't put dollar sign in the chat, which everybody is. See, it worked because everybody is doing it. And here comes, all right, this is what I'm watching. Let's try to spit this out on BBAI that it got to the support area, which was 6. I can show you the 15-minute where essentially just pulling back into this high. So like last week's resistance at 6.25. So this is the first spot where I'm looking for a trend break or some kind of a long back into VWAP. As the market's looking pretty weak, okay, fine, it was probably the wrong decision. Thinking that I could get out of SMCI and back into VWAP, that has not happened, but I got to move on to the next trade. SMCI continues to fall, but now I'm looking for BBAI trend break, not an all-day trend break, but just break into that support level at 625. If I get the break here, I go long into VWAP with my stop at the prior bar low. And speaking of, let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
Pretty funny, Neil, because Big Bear is actually the small cap recap. It is going to be a lot of these earnings names, with one exception, because I do want to go over some of these earnings names and these retail favorites, one of whom is Big Bear AI. Losses of 3 cents per share, better than the expected loss of 7 cents. Sales 33.143 million, beating estimates, but actually down 20% year over year. But the other thing with BBI is their guidance maintained more or less in line with estimates. Overall, this was kind of the right down the middle report. Let's talk about MSP recovery. No news on MSPR, but I do want to mention this name is apparently in the same sector as like the UNH, the Oscar Health, the World. So it's in the health insurance space, which got hit pretty hard yesterday. So this could just be a recovery rally for MSPR with a $1 million market cap and a 25% short float. Last but not least, I have Open Door, which has an interesting catalyst today. OPEN CEO Kaz Nejadian just posted yesterday on X that today is the first day he's actually allowed to buy Open since he began as CEO, and he and his family are purchasing $1 million worth of Open shares, I think fittingly enough, at the Open. So as of the Open, Kaz Nejadian and his family purchased $1 million worth of shares. So nice CEO purchase here for OPEN. Now, before we send you back, Neil and Obi, we'll take a moment to thank our good friends at Trade the Pool, because for too long, trading meant money. We're just never having enough to start. The fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But guys, that is changing, because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency. Because when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. That's the revolution of limited risk trading, powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com now or scan the QR code to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to you.
Thank you very much. See, you're okay. I thought you were in a position. I saw you rubbing your hands. I was like, oh.
No, I did just get in position, but I'm rubbing my hands because it's cold.
Okay, right. I was just like, yeah,
I do that a lot.
It's a bit chilly in here as well. Yeah, man. This is the next red 15-minute candle here on the market. Aggressive sell on that previous one. Let's see if we get that continuation coming in here on this one as of right now. When I'm looking here at the Mag 7s here, Nvidia is still continuing to bleed. Tesla's a little bit to the downside here as well. Apple's pulled back a little bit from its highs right now. Microsoft's pulling back, could not really get past pre-market highs. And there it is. Google wicks prior day's highs and then taking a little bit of a breather for about, I guess, looks like about a 30% pullback off of its highs from the opening range lows on Google. And Amazon just not really getting anywhere there. Pre-market highs or consolidation highs from no, those are pre-market highs. Sorry, yeah, and then pulling right back in as well. So relatively weak across the board when it comes to respect to the bid, but that could very well change, right? That could very well change. Just got to be wary of that. But bids are coming in other places of the market. Rivian still continuing. We saw Randy just now coming in with that Rivian call. Great prices, great swing on that one. Nice little cumulative chart on the higher time frames there. A little bit higher on the day today once again. So stuff to watch out for. There are a lot of opportunities here in this market. So let me know what you guys are trading. Out of the names that I was watching the open, we talked about that. Okay, well, you know, there's a big miss on my part, Neil. I talked about that SOXL. And that SOXL is coming in, that 43.40 all the way down to pretty much to 42s. Believe me, from the prior day. So that's a bit of a mistrade on my part, getting too busy with this Coreweave and this Apple here as of right now. But
similar to Micron. But oh, did I get the right one? Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Tola, for the super chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat there. Can you please take a look at Baba and Lemonade? Thank you for all you do. I love the show. We love you as well. I want to quickly update. I got into position, so there is the trend break. There is the break of the prior. My stop is underneath the prior bar low. I don't know why that was so hard to say. But Alibaba yesterday was not the best. I like Alibaba, candidly. I have a long-term position in Alibaba, so I'll get that out of the way. But unfortunately, yesterday was a pretty nasty day. As you can see, about 170, high 60s to the 170s has been a bit of a seller. It's been caught in a range the last couple of weeks that you have to be a little bit wary of, at least I think. Oh, Intel's breaking view up and getting it. But Alibaba, just to finish the thought, it's been hugging the 50 average, and it's a chop fest inside. So bullish in a sense that it's consolidating over support, but this can break in either direction when you're kind of barcoding the 50 period on the daily. This breaks down. There's a lot of room below. 145 to 150 is a key level before you get to the 200 period. But I think it needs to make up its mind. I'd be more interested, and I think sometimes buying higher is better. Like if it breaks this little downward channel to the upside, that could be a more for Alibaba. Otherwise, just wait for it. If it resolves lower, you can get it at a better price. If it breaks out higher, you get it on more strength for Alibaba. And Lemonade, this was a float name, a very tricky space in insurance. I owned this during COVID at one point, but this has been a squeeze play recently. So it's a great reversal consolidation, but I think it's just a squeeze up here. So yeah, it could be breaking out above 80. Like I said, treat it as a squeeze in the trade. I think it's getting way too frothy. And I'll never forget, again, so my wife, she's in consulting, but she worked in insurance before at a big firm. And her boss, I remember having a conversation where I wanted to buy this one on a dip. I ended up getting talked out of it because of some fundamental challenges I thought they would have. Obviously, it was a good dip buy if you took it. I just think it's getting very, very frothy up here for Lemonade. So yeah, treat it more like a trade in my opinion.
Yeah, Apple's back at highs, by the way. So I'm just like, okay, well, that VWAP held pretty well. I got out on that the break. That was a great reason to buy, I think. Even VWAP might have been a great reason to buy as well, because I already started doing that much earlier on the short. But that comes in. I was looking for the continuation. It's all good. Not there. I'm on that. 274.37s are day highs here on Apple, the most relatively strong stock when it comes to the Mag 7 on the day today. And Coreweave continues to sell off. Minute chart. So yeah, it gave maybe some chances here, maybe here as well, but I don't really feel comfortable kind of chasing into the short here anymore on Coreweave. Maybe I just be patient for a potential reversion that might come in later on in the day. Apple, what are you doing, Apple? 274s now. So yeah, that came in pretty aggressively from 50s all the way to 74s. And then it's pulling some sort of a chop fest here once again near the highs of the day. So you know what? I might just be a little bit more patient on that one. Seems like the short was short to VWAP, and then VWAP buyer stepped right back in on the most aggressive today. So I do have to be a little bit wary of that and be nimble as well, especially with the ES coming back in here as well, and the NASDAQ potentially catching a little bit of a bounce here. You can see that represents the bottom wicks on the 15-minute candles here on the day. Let's take a quick look at some of these chip names here, because that Soxel was a bit of a miss on my part, but SMH catching a little bit of a bid, day low at 351.16. 40. So AMD actually got down. Wow, there's that Apple breakout of the day highs. That's coming in now. So I'm going to stay watching this. This was a bit of an area of supply, and that's why I initially got involved in and around here. But if we're going to kind of break through that, pull back in, hold that resistance as support, plus VWAP, and then continue a little bit higher into an area that might be 275s, I got to respect that, right? I'm like, okay, that's fine. The market, the MGI, market generated information. The MGI is showing me pretty much what it wants to do. Who's in charge? No, this is a term. Okay. A term. Yeah, market generated information. It's just an easier way to say, price action, tape, whatever, right? Data that you're able to consciously and subconsciously pick up on is the MGI there, but. Yeah, no, it's 275s potentially coming in. There's some sellers once again. So I do want to respect that. It's showing me that it's strong. It's showing me that VWAP is strong, even though it is distinctly different from the market, right? So that selling does come in. I do want to stay involved. But at the end of the day, right now, ARM, when I'm looking at the chip sector here, ARM is selling off. SMCI is selling off. Intel kind of holding. AMD is selling below that 240 mark. Nvidia as well, TSM and Micron.
Coreweave tanking still.
Same story, yeah. Coreweave breaking 90 now on Coreweave. So yeah.
That was the next place I was going to go. Like BBAI is trying to go. Like here's the thing. Like open might up exactly the same as BBAI with a little bit more strength. Like there's trend down, trying to break trend above VWAP. Like one of these two, like Open Door has already worked a couple of times off the $8 level, whereas BBAI is a little bit weaker after earnings. I said I would wait out the first couple of 15-minute candles on BBAI, so I did, but it's not really pushing into VWAP the way I would like. Where can close above VWAP in here, right around that 810. I might jump back into that one instead, but alert to Coreweave, now down almost 1%. This is a potential bottoming tail candle. And if you go from the open, I'm connecting the dots here from the open, not this like pre-market high before, but like this opening candle right away when it loses VWAP. You've also got a distinct trend line here that can get broken. And if that happens on Coreweave, I'm taking my shot for the VWAP reversion. It's now SSR. It's not a big level or anything on the daily till it gets maybe to 85, but it's close enough. I think it's starting to form a decent setup here for a reversal play on Coreweave. So I just drew my trend line from the open, from the high of the day, so that's what I'm eyeballing. We'll give more of a tight entry, I think, for the play into VWAP. And the thing with the risk here is if it ends up a 91 break, the risk is probably back in a 90 and a quarter. So you have to understand, like you're on a Coreweave, try to capture this to VWAP, which is almost at 94, you're probably risking anywhere from 70 on this setup. And then looking for, you know, a move of about 3. So if I capture like on average half that, it's 2 to 1. We just got a super chat here from Eclectic Passions, I believe. Kudos for the show. SPY gap fill is gap up. Well, in order to look at that, I got to put up the SPY on a 15. Love the 15-minute chart. There's a long way to go. Like to me, you've already filled in a here. Like there's your gap up, but like if this prior high here at 679, where we're currently holding, that's like the one step. It's like 1 step, 2 step. I always try to treat multiple trades as a day trader because you get multiple shots at it. You don't have to sit there in one short thinking it's going to work all the way. But there is a second step we haven't broken, which is still kind of bullish. Like I don't know if the SPY looks just like the Q, but the Qs. But on a daily chart, we've held a 50, reversal candle, strong bullish candle, and then we're consolidating a range. On a daily chart, this is like a bullish consolidation still until proven otherwise. I think that's your second step, which has yet to happen. If that does, it's like re-enter all the shorts that you liked. But I'm out of my shorts for now, kind of looking for a re-entry on that secondary push in on the SPY. Hope that helps. And thanks for the super chat again.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, that gap fill coming in. And we kind of talked about that gap fill on as well, maybe a little bit of Nvidia as well. But yeah, good look on that one. That's definitely attempting to come in here, especially here on NASDAQ. When it came to that gap up yesterday, I was really watching Friday's action. Very interesting, and then Monday a little bit of a doji action, kind of a flat range there on SoftBank, and we did break down below that range, and then coming into the day before's Mondays, was it Mondays? No, Friday's close, I think. Friday's closing areas as so interesting stuff there for sure. Apple's still kind of chopping around this 274. We did kind of false break the highs there. Selling pretty aggressively after that bid all the way from VWAP. So I'm watching it. Got a little bit involved here. Nothing too. Yeah, just watching it closely. Rivian continues to go, man. There's can't stop, won't stop. Just a grinding buyer there on Rivian, taking us even higher. And I looked at the chart. It's a weekly breakout. Not only is it a weekly breakout, Neil, it's a monthly breakout. It's a multi-month breakout. So you're getting higher time frame participants.
It really is.
You're getting higher time frame participants that are really getting involved in some of these moves here right now. So yeah, I'm waiting, man. You guys know I like the reversion. I see a buyer. I see a very consistent and grinding buyer. I definitely want to start watching that.
Speaking of reversions, yes. Tesla clean trend into yesterday's. I just put up Coreweave, which is this clean trend to the downside as well. And yeah, BBI is just not working. I opened the day thinking Open Door was better than BBAI, and I'm kind of leaning right back into that. So try BBI, it bounced. The second it broke the prior bar low, I'm just going to jump out of it. That either gives me VWAP or it doesn't. Like, I'm not trying to reload off the low of the day when it's down. And to the point that I was just making, I'm going to slide over to open. This is a little bit stronger, not much, but it's holding out that $8 level. It hasn't given me a reason to get back in yet. I feel like I let it make the higher lows and then was breaking that trend. So it could do something very, very similar there for Open Door. But this market is continuously trending lower. I'm reminded there's still a chance SanDisk has not broken this low yet. Biggest name in the memory space by like a long shot the last couple of days, but it's holding on to support. I feel like if this breaks down, it gets nasty, but it's going to be a bit spread. It's going to be a big spread on this name. So I feel like being short on a low break is not a good idea, because you'll probably get slipped and then it breaks 57 and you're short at 56 at the low of the day, and VWAP's like $6 higher. That's kind of insane. So I want to try to be in this name into the break, which is going to be a bit tricky getting into this. Like, I'm basically going to observe this downtrend and try to slip into it on like an upwick if I can catch one on this downtrend, because I don't want to be punching a 257 break after watching the spread on this stock.
Yeah, that's about to break day low. I think I was trying to trade it yesterday, man. The spread was absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
we also have to pay for shorts, which I figured out. Where yesterday I tried to take the reversion back through 260. Sorry, what's up?
What type of spread are we talking about here on SanDisk?
It was like $2. It was like $1.70 to $2 at times. Not right now, but yesterday off of the open, it was absolutely wild. Definitely one to watch out for, and that aggressive strength, not really coming in as aggressive. So I'm watching it. Bit of a multi-day move. It is on an aggressive trend to the upside. So bigger picture, the reversion I think is within the horizon. So I'm just waiting and being patient. Some selling potentially coming in here on Rivian as it pulls back. Where is a VWAP? I see that's in and around $7 here on Rivian right now, man. So yeah, not much else I'm watching. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching, what you guys are up to. Mike P. DeRider saying, yeah, is it slow? Yeah, maybe kind of slow. Sometimes when your playbook setups are not really setting up, you gotta chill, kick back, wait for the next trade, wait for your setups to show up, and stay as nimble and light as possible when stuff your forte is happening, right? So I think that's important. I'm trying to learn that as well as possible as well. That's why I'm reiterating that out loud.
Tesla's trying to break trend.
Tesla's trying? All right. What do you got going on Tesla?
Well, a lot of things are trying to break trend. Open Door is trying to get above VWAP. The trend down on Tesla's trying to break. Coreweave is not seemingly breaking its trend, so I kind of have that one on the back burner, at least for now. You got to go to the ones that are working. So it's a couple of cents away on Open Door from a break of trend and a claim of VWAP, whereas Tesla is close to kind of closing it out here. How many minutes left? Yeah, this actually only halfway through this 3-minute candle. The thing about this, most of the bad trend breaks I've found are when you just try to get in. You try to anticipate that it's going to break the trend, and you're punching long as it's breaking the trend line during the candle. Well, how often does that work? Like, most of the times, that's a really good short entry as opposed to a long. Like, it needs to close above the trend line and hold for the reversion. So maybe not yet there on Tesla. It's a little bit different if you find some confluence, I find, or relatively strong, like in Open Door. Okay, Tesla's not happening right now. Open Door is. Whereas Open Door breaks this trend line here, bounces off $8, and I want it back above VWAP. So I don't have a great price on Open Door, but I do have a distinctly stronger name. I should have like 5s. They're really bad. 10s is crap. 5s is better. But the stop is bucks in either way on this. So Open Door a little bit stronger. If you're looking for strength, sometimes when the market is weak, I find the longs just happen to be in a small capper or a squeeze type name. That's certainly the case with Open Door. I hope Tesla can break this trend, but look, if you entered without it actually closing above the trend line, then you've essentially right now you're getting burned. And I can patiently wait for a better setup. Let's do the desk, Adara again.
We have to talk about the shutdown once again. Now, we do have some indication they're going to try to get everyone back into Washington by tonight for a vote tomorrow. We've kind of been expecting that Wednesday vote. Well, now we have House Democratic leader Jeffrey saying that he's going to absolutely oppose the stopgap bill if it does not include those Affordable Care Act or ACA subsidies. So it looks like if they get enough people to approve, that's going to be kind of irrelevant. But either way, there are still some people who are opposed to this stopgap bill. We're going to have to see what happens here with regards to the shutdown as we send you back to Neil and Obi.
As always, thank you, Adara. And looks like the long is open on this one, but the shorts have ruled today, Obi. There's no question about it. You got to pick your spot. You have to pick your spots. If you're trying to go long anything right now, it's going to be a tricky game. You got to find relative strength. Make sure the name you're looking at is giving you a reason to get in and try to catch the bid. Darth Trader in the chat.
Darth Vader.
It is what it is.
I like it.
Do you have rules and guidelines for how you set your trend lines?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
So if at all possible, try to bodies of candles instead of the wicks, if at all possible. In this particular case, with Tesla, it's really easy. When you're drawing a trend line, you are trying to connect as many pieces as possible. Like it's to me, this is a bigger trend when this candle happens. Like it's a trend here. It's a trend when this candle where it tries to break and then wicks it, where you couldn't close above. That confirms the trend, and now you have a chance to break it on this fourth contact. On a 3-minute, I'd prefer to have 3 contacts on a trend line if I could, like 3 big ones, to confirm that trend. I think I just heard we're going back to Adara.
Let's talk about the sector board, because as much as we have a lot of this weakness, it's very obvious that this is tech driven, because we have Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD all sharply to the downside in electronic technology, even though names like Qualcomm, Apple attempt to offset this weakness. Then in tech services, I mean, Google and Meta are relatively flat. So was Netflix, but Palantir down 2.5%, Lovin down a whopping 7.5%, Oracle down 4.5%, Meta down 1%. So a lot of these big tech names are weighing down the sector, even though, as you can see, not all of tech is that weak. We have producer manufacturing, though, which certainly is really weak. LRCX and AMAT down, suggesting that there is some weakness here, negative sentiment in the semiconductor space, as, of course, backed up by this electronic tech sector that we just looked at. In terms of strength, though, there's actually quite a lot to be found. Health technology looking really good here. Eli Lilly, Merck to the upside. We've got consumer non-durables, Nike up a whopping 3% today. Energy minerals looking good. Consumer services looking good. Communications to the upside. T-Mobile not seeming to care that we had some stake sale there by SoftBank, because they're still up 2.5%. So again, even though a lot of these tech and semiconductor-related names seem really weak, the rest of the market is not too concerned. I think that's certainly something to be reminded of here. I do want to talk about retail trade briefly. Amazon relatively flat, but I just saw a story here. Apparently they're expecting their year to have a lot more members this year than they did last year. So looks like some success here for Amazon's ad tier stock, though. Again, pretty flat today as we send you back to himself and Neil.
Yes, Amazon indeed. Amazon had some, I took some trades on Amazon yesterday. That 251 reversion was absolutely beautiful. Did I execute it beautifully? Not really, but it's a work in progress. I did have the 251 short there. So the entry was, I was pretty satisfied with my entry. The exit was a little bit lackluster there, but I initially, here's what got me into this yesterday. This was absolutely beautiful, man. This is kind of the ideal reversion. It gives me almost a 200% reversion. It gives me double the length of the initial leg, where I try the long through 250. There's no follow through. I see the slam through 251.75s. I'm like, we can't even get through that last quarter, and 251s on the way back down. I covered in this consolidation in and around 250. This thing went to 245, Neil. Huge miss. And I'm not even holding to VWAP. Like, come on, at least hold down towards this VWAP area. Sure, I kind of did, but definitely lots of improvement required. But that one was absolutely wild. Yesterday, strong, beautiful ranges on those legs on Amazon yesterday. Today, a little bit of lackluster, just kind of chopping in this $2 range, 249s and change, 247s and change. So a $2 chop on Amazon, not as crazy as yesterday on Amazon, but good look there. There's VWAP again on Apple. So you know, getting popped up there in this area, but re-engaging. I like that I re-engaged here in the same area after we false broke that day high, right? We attempted to push. That was aggressive strength. It was almost like people were wiping the book, and I was like, okay, I'm going to be patient. This is an area. Let's take a look at the weekly chart once again. And this is what I was pointing out earlier this morning as well. And kind of Neil pointed out as well. So it's very, very straightforward on the chart on a higher time frame. Let's take a quick look here at the weekly. You can see Apple on, actually, you know what? It's not on the weekly. It's on the daily here, but yeah, just looking at the hourly chart, that's what it was. So the hourly chart right here, you can see that 272, 273, a little bit of a supply zone, a little bit of a supply zone. We are testing it as of right now. So the question becomes, how far do we pull back if this supply is still there? If this supply is now gone, and the market catches a little bit of a bounce as well, what's the potential on Apple? This crazy shake and bake off of its earnings where we hit a range high of 284.70s, we hit a range low of 261.55s, and then we've just been kind of chopping and consolidating inside of that range. So it's a bit of an interesting action. We can go even bigger picture now and be like, all right, where is that with respect to where we've been coming in? These are all-time highs for Apple. This is one of those stocks that go up. Right? It's one of the leaders of the market, rightfully so, and it's showing strength. It's consolidating in that upper section of that price action after earnings. So I think bigger picture, it looks pretty solid. We were asking, why is Apple kind of relatively weak all the way down here at 200 just a few ago, right? It's finally caught up. So yeah, relative strength, I think it's well within range on something like an Apple. But when it comes to intraday action, man, there as you know, a rubber band move. Something's, yes, a little too far too fast. It could take a breather, right? And VWAP is where buyers are.
Speaking of too far too fast,
yes,
that SanDisk, be kidding me? Like this one, it was trying to break the low, and I was just talking about trend breaks, looking for this stock to break down instead of thinking about the trend break long, and it was. The buyers, the dip buyers in this stock are built differently. This is one of the only things that the low of the day in the space, and with that move into 68, if it can get through 70, there's going to be people offsides again, because that, like in a day where the market's been weak, if the market catches a bid and this gets through 270, you've got to forget about it. Like that's just too ridiculous. It's the only broken down. I can tell you, at least for now, I'm still thinking it could break the low and try the short, but I'm glad I paid for the locates and didn't use them there because I wasn't willing to punch in at the low of the day. I think that can be a bit of a dangerous game. There was I'll get to your question about P-Sky in a quick little second. Look, we've only gone in order a couple times here on open, but I'm looking for this to hold VWAP again in the $8 area and try to build into this to get to the 850. So far, it's been much better than BBAI in terms of looking for some longs. And for Paramount Sky, you think this is a swing long? My general take is if I wasn't already in this, I wouldn't be trying to swing it, because I think yesterday is the day that I would buy this. Like, there's your trend break day. So it's either in somewhere in the second half of the day or even at the close. I think you'd be chasing it to buy it at and underneath the 50 period. You're only giving up 5%, but I think that 5% matters in this particular case. Like I see that set up, and I'd be only ever looking to enter either at the end of the first day or where you can. And that was actually an aftermarket move. So I'm not even sure this wasn't capturable unless you got the open print today. It's just, I don't know how you can chase that one up there already at the 50 period. So for me, it wouldn't necessarily be one unless I had a much bigger time frame on it. Because then I'd want it breaking the 50 period all the way to the low, then suddenly you're risking 15%. And if you're risking 15%, I'd have to have more lofty expectations. And so I don't really have a good reason to be in it. But it looks like it's breaking out. It's a good look. It just looks like it's breaking out, just a little bit late for me.
Yeah, I like that. That's a pretty clean reversion off of 15 as well, right? That's yes. A little bit of an interesting level here. Size about a few thousand lots on Apple here, 273 flat. So I'm watching. we talked about buyers potentially being at VWAP. Hello, there's a buyer at VWAP, exactly confluencing where VWAP is right now. So let's see if Buddy is taken out. Let me throw up the filter for you guys so you guys can see alongside how price may potentially interact with this guy here. So 270. He was showing up earlier. Let's see if he shows up once again here. It could very well just be the spoofy man, right? Throwing size up on the book, but to get filled when the price comes closer, you know, the man pulls away. So it could be the infamous spoofy man. I have no idea, but I'm waiting, I'm watching. 273s showed up with some size on that pullback in. Let's see if we can do with that size. Market still staying weak, 25,500 on the NASDAQ. What's to say we don't revisit that beloved 25,000 clean once again this
beloved.
Week. Yeah, a bit of a magnet. We have a bit of an attractiveness to it.
It is. Let's go to Adara. Time for Money Talks.
Another down day here, guys, for the U.S. dollar. This is now a 5-day losing streak, though. Again, we are coming off a significant winning streak, and we're still within this uptrend. Unfortunately, not too much economic data to discuss. Actually, no economic data to discuss, but I do want to do a little bit of housekeeping for you guys. We will have U.S. President Donald Trump begin to speak around 11 a.m. at a Veterans Day wreath laying here at the Arlington Cemetery in Virginia. I'll be covering that. Scheduled to make comments. It's not always going to be market moving, but I think certainly worth noting every time that he's scheduled to speak. Now, another point here. No Fed speaker economic data other than, again, like a 10 p.m. speech from Fed's bar. But guys, we'll be at a point soon where we start getting these economic data points again. Why? Because there are some indications, despite, you know, waffling here and on and off comments from both parties, it seems like we might actually get some resolution here for the U.S. down. Looks like they're trying to get a vote tomorrow. Of course, if and when I get any updates, I'll keep you guys posted. But either way here, if we start getting that data, this can give us more of a sense of what the Fed is thinking for that December 10th meeting. That's in now less than a month away. And we've had a lot of Feds saying that they're not quite sure yet how they feel and they're really having some economic data. So let's see if the presence of said economic data impacts these rate cut odds. Back to Neil and Obi.
Back to the low of the day, everybody. The NASDAQ just cracked. I'm getting back into Intel on another loss of the volume weighted average price, but there's the NASDAQ. We just cracked almost a full percent down now, 25.5 on the NQ. 68.32 or so, also at the low of the day and breaking lower. Look, it's looking like it's going to be one of those days where you're just not catching a bid. Remember Tesla was trying to break trend? There's kind of a fail. This was the candle where you're looking for an entry, and it's all red and all heading back in. You can blame a little bit of Coreweave. Actually make the argument Coreweave is trying to bottom out. It put in a higher low. I didn't chase that trend break, just too big of a move to the upside to try to chase that trend break, unfortunately. But, you know, 15% for Coreweave on some guidance concerns, not the best look in the world. The one name that's holding up, I know you mentioned this, we were talking about this earlier, this SNDK, still above the price. I'm holding out that this could still end up a breakdown. If the market continues to fall, if we get from 1% to 2%, and this breaks at 57, this is one I will participate in, but you've got to show the weakness first. Just too strong of a name. So re-entry into Intel is the only recent thing I've been in, but you were observing something on Apple just now.
Yeah, so there's about 1,600 lots. 1,600 lots. A lot of chunk of change. Sitting on top of VWAP, 273 flats there. So you did show up once again. Here you'll see it kind of highlighted here. This is the number of lots. These are the prices. These are the gates at which those prices have been posted for that given size. And you can see each size number here represents one lot. So that's one lot, two lots. You can see them moving around. So a lot of the time I'm not really paying attention to kind of what specifically the numbers are. I'm just being like, all right, we're ranging around 2, 3, 4, 5 lots. No one's really posting visual size for anything bigger. Then all of a sudden, with 1,000 lots. That's obviously distinctly different and something I do want to watch out for and see if there's any sort of opportunity, and even if it's like a scalp off of that. I know players will see that size and risk it as well, just being like, all right, well, if that's the buyer, then or if there's a bid there, then we can kind of risk against it and on the deck that bid, you want to try to punch out and try to manage as safely as possible as well, right? So I think you know, a lot of different games can be and sizes shown exclusively on the book, but guess what? When that size is gone, the players kind of everybody who's getting long off of that level or that price or that size is now kind of now selling. They've become sellers as well. Yes. So takedown comes in really nicely as well. Sure, I might be a little bit anticipatory of that, but the thing is, sellers have been in charge near the highs here, but we are ranging on top of VWAP, so I got to be wary. That's the biggest thing. A little bit of a tricky game here, but consolidating above VWAP, I understand that the MGI is telling me right now that, yeah, buyers might be holding this down. And seeing that buyer show up at 273s as well. The market, though, still weak. This is the fourth red 15-minute candle here on the NASDAQ. Continue to bleed a little bit lower here, now cracking that 25,500 Neil. So where's the next trade? I don't know, but that 273 seems very, very juicy to me on Apple, and here we go. Maybe there's Buddy right there. You can see him right there, 1659, sitting on the bid on Apple as the NASDAQ cracks lower here. So let's see if VWAP can finally give up the bid, and maybe we get a bit of a retracement. That prior structure low that's sitting here, let's get specific, at 272.50. So do we get, so that's away from that 273 buyer. So if that cracks, how fast do we get down to that level? Do buyers step back in? Those are all the questions I'm kind of going through in my head at the same time. But I do like that the market tailwind is finally on my side.
All right, we got about a couple minutes left here. Before we get to 11 o'clock, I'm going to do the what's for lunch. I don't have the key for what's for lunch, but I can tell you that what's in the menu for Tuesday has been swapped with Wednesday. I just saw a note that when I looked at it, like, oh, that's nice, but it's not. So I have to read Wednesday's lunch, which you can guess by the tone of my voice, is not chicken, is not beef, is not tacos on a Tuesday. It is baked lemon garlic tilapia. Because why not? So Wednesday's lunch was supposed to be tilapia. Now we get that today with vegetable pilaf, roasted seasonal vegetables, chef's choice salad. Of course we're getting the tilapia today. Why wouldn't we? The market's down 1% and breaking lows. The ES is down a third. Tesla's breaking lows. Nvidia's at the lows, and we get to eat tilapia for lunch. I, for one, am incredibly excited, as you can tell by the tone in my voice. Obi or the awesome tilapia goodness that we are going to get. So
yes, you know, I don't mind fish too much, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. I'm trying to where I eat is in this market, Neil.
There you go.
That's what's for lunch. What's for lunch right now potentially is this bigger kind of a reversion. Yeah.
The bid's for sure. Lunch right now.
The bid is definitely for lunch here on the day today. So I'm looking for that 272.50 to potentially come in. 76 okay, all right. I was sitting there posted maybe for a little bit. It's coming in there on Apple. So that 273 buyer got taken out instantly, and then we started trading at 80. So that's what I meant. It's just like, okay, when that buying pressure and people that are against that potential, you know, obvious signal or whatever you want to call it in the market, when we kind of break that, yeah, you can get some action, some nice solid tape scalps as well here. Some size potentially following on the offer. Only 143 shares there. You see there, and he's on a NASDAQ book. So something interesting to kind of be aware of as well is like, okay, what gates are said participants using as well? We talked about this morning. There's certain gates that sure, you know, brokers are coming. I think IBKR is pretty consistent with that, but brokers are coming out with more market access as well. But you can understand that when someone posts size on a specific gate, it could be a specific kind of participant.
And we were talking about that earlier. It's just a little, and it can matter. So as everyone knows, I'm sure you are aware of this by now. Today, of course, is November 11th, right? Here in Canada, it's Remembrance Day. So Remembrance Day is where we wear poppies for Flanders Fields, a poem. You can look it up if you haven't heard it, to commemorate those who lost their lives in World War II. In the U.S., It's currently, it's a holiday, it's more of like the bond market and the banking holiday here, but it would then be Veterans Day, where you want to make sure that you're honoring those who have served at all, in any capacity. So regardless of which one of those two, whether you're here in Canada with us or whether you're in the US or be in Europe where it's the 11th month and the 11th day and the 11th hour, we're going to observe a moment of silence like we always do. So I encourage everybody to participate. It's what we do here. I suggest it's a good time for reflection, certainly. And so, you know, what we're going to do is when 11 o'clock hits, we are going to have a moment of silence. We can come out of that and send you guys on to the midday, but we just ask that everybody observe that as well. So just so you have an idea of what's going to be happening in here. And again, you know, it's one of those things, and just quickly, the last thing I will say is, if you know a veteran, now would be a good time to give them a call, or afterwards at some point today, just thank them for their service. I think it's an easy thing we can all do. The silence. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Obi, for filling in for Sean today. Sean's kids performing at a Remembrance Day ceremony at their school, so Sean wanted to be there to watch them be able to do that. So actually, Baron was hosting and emceeing it. That should be pretty cool. Hopefully, he's got some video of that. I think that's really cool and awesome. So we'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock. It's Throw You Too Short and Joe.
Take care, guys.
To the midday show, thanks for the boys for doing that, and I hope we can all kind of reflect on things. That's your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif, and let's see who is today. Shout out to Kirk D and Ronnie Jacks. We got R6D and Izzy. Shout out to Christopher Ocean and Rishi Desai. Jason Koingi and Hypercube. Ed Miller and Rishi. Oh boy, I guess that's Obe's friend there. Miami P. Front Porch Trader. We got the OG Yannick Nesbeth, Ariel N and Dan Gale, Patrick DeValle, as well as Darth Trader. Shout out to Jay Anuja, Jody Mills, the dog of Ford. I always tap Joseph when, anyway. Adam DeLuce, all class. Adam joining us as well. Shout out to Hefty Bull in Los Polos, Hermanos, Pack Rock, New York Sense, and No Loon. Who else, man? Death God. Oh, boy, that's a statement there. Shout out to L, who's writing something in Mandarin that I can kind of read. That's a Tien, that's a Shung, and that's a How at the end. Cream pie. Not reading that. Yeah, wow, Roger Noonan. Wow. Mike P. Rider. We got Simple Pro Trader and one more Joseph. Grandpa Trades. Good morning to everybody, guys.
Yeah, good morning. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. I got to read that full person's name, the one that we couldn't spit out. I don't see them here in the chat. It's irrelevant, guys. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. Again, a little bit more of a choppy one for me here. Slightly red on it, but it ain't nothing. It ain't a thing but a chicken wing around the woods. We're going to head over to Adara, then we'll talk more shop.
Guys, we have some Boeing delivery updates here that I want to go over. For the month of October, they delivered 13 wide bodies in October, including 7 Dreamliners. Recorded 15 new orders, though they also canceled 7 other orders. Apparently, they've set out 493 aircraft so far. 370 of those are from the 737 series. And they also said here, apparently they sent 53 aircrafts in October. Of those 53 aircrafts in October, 40 were 737 models. I also want to talk about some comments being made here by White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. He's saying that it'll be that growth will be back by to 3 to 4% growth pace early next year. So again, Kevin Hassett forecasting or expecting here 3 to 4% growth by early 2026. As we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Thank you very, very much for that one. That's nice today. I like this one. Shay, Raj, Trav, man, my boy. What's up, everyone in the chat? Yeah, of course, Jody. We're always gonna give you a shout out. I know you were at happy hour last week, so I'm like, hey, what's going on with that one there? Nothing wrong with a little bit of that.
How did you know that?
She put it in the chat. Yeah. She's like, it's time for happy.
My bad.
No. She's like, yeah, it's time for happy hour, so you can always have a little fun. But all right, guys, here in Guyana, South America, Remembrance Day as well, says Ashley Denny. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a big day across the board. Again, lest we forget, and thanks for all the individuals who have served and are currently serving. But let's get right into this, guys. A choppy one for me. We don't want to talk about yet. Tesla was on my radar for a potential short, but this channel, it was prime time. It was a really nice short, but for me, I'm like, I'm in it. I saw prints that made me like, hey, are we going to turn long now? But that wasn't the case. So after that point, I'm like, all right, I'm flipping my bias too quick. Let's forget about that. Now, as on to RGTZ, that's going to be the inverse of RGTI. Yes, absolutely, guys. Don't forget.
Tell him, Joe.
This trade has unlimited upside. So don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. But in all reality, here it is on RGTZ. I was looking for this. So essentially, it's short RGTI. I go pretty heavy right here, and then I got stopped out tight, stopped really tight. Then we take a second attempt, get a little piece out, nothing substantial, 33%, stopped out, break even. I'm like, all right, let's let it chop around a little bit more. Try it one more time, looking for the continuation to this pivot level high. Don't get it, stopped out, break even. So it was a choppy one in RGTZ for me, but now we're just sitting in some Apple. Once again, I told trade away from turning this day around, and it ain't anything for that to happen. Yesterday was a pretty solid one. This morning, more choppy. Be patient. The channel is most definitely, but this is all I got going on right now, guys.
All right, guys, let's talk about this one. Good morning to everybody, by the way. MTC, I'm involved here. Look, this is a good looker right now. It's not the #1 gapper this week. It's only up 26%, 35% from the open, meaning that it started the pre-market in negative territory. But that's okay, because it's got a gnarly trend going on right now. So initial entry at 95s, and then I saw strength 3, especially with the higher lows. So I added into the position at 2s. I still had planned DCAs at 88s and at 82s to get more if it did put in some lower highs. Alas, it didn't come into there, so I had to add at the high. Now I'm waiting at 9s, I'm waiting at 11s, I'm waiting at 14s, but we're barely holding above 3. The thing that's keeping me involved and interested in this name is the higher lows, especially. Basically, it's uninterrupted higher lows, at least since 1040. Let's see if that holds up. The technical levels are as follows. The 10 EMA on the 5 at 87 and V1 99. There it goes. So we get a print there at 9s, right back down into 8s it goes. I've got some prints here at 11. So we'll keep tabs on that. I've also got a new position here, IFRX. Kind of feels like a flat through that, mid 180s, mid to low 180s. That's kind of what I see with this one, up 15 some odd percent. But let's get to this one, because I haven't had a trade on it quite yet, but it is starting to move quite volatile. RDGT just started getting its sales under it. I think this one is already halting. Give me a sec to look at the 1 minute over here. Yeah, so this one did halt to the upside at 1041. It was a 5 minute halt, and that's all I see. Then we had dearths of liquidity. But look at this. It's trying to build its way into 3. It's got a flat top here at 280. It is a little spready, 36% under this one's wing right now. RDGT coming into 3. 308 high, topping tail candle that manifested right at 11, but look at the buyback with a higher low, most notably the higher low. That's really what keeps me involved, and that's what gets my attention, because I know that the buyers are picking this up at more and more aggressive levels. So there goes MTC down into 95s. I still have plans to defend this into the volume weighted average price. So that is my look there, but we're going to have to here with RDGT, because this thing is all sorts of freaking strong. So let's get right down to it. RDGT, is this on the NQ? It is. Okay. Decent spread, 3 pennies, not the best, but not too bad. It's a 308 high, current bar low. We've got 254. So if the best case scenario for you is to put your stop at current bar low, I mean, I don't know how you any other way. So keeping an eye on that. Quickly back to MTC, as this one did fill one of my orders, 96s. So let's go ahead and put some scalp trades based upon that latest dip trade. Back to RDGT. Sorry, I'm going to have to funnel through all three pretty quickly, so I hope you're able to keep up. So RDGT, 38%, 290 right now. Current candle doesn't clear 3. Prior candle doesn't clear 3 either. And on a closing basis, of course, they've wicked above it. But I'd like to pick up something on the higher low. This candle has another minute or so left. No, 15 seconds until this candle closes on the 5. Going to get here? Are we going to get a decisive clearing of 3, or are we going to get a rejection? Here we go. Ask is above 3. Bid is not. 99's on the bid. Can we clear it? That is no. We just momentarily touched 3 super quick. Now are we going to get that continuation? It's going to find a buy. If it dips below 280, that's the end of the trade. We're going to have some sort of risk management. So 3s is what we've got at the moment. Let's go ahead and post here for a possible price spike up into a key. Looks like we're going to get a little bit more zig, a little bit more zag on RDT. What do you got, Joey?
All right, good stuff there, guys. There might be a reload opportunity here on the AAPL short. That's what we're looking at. I'm short Apple here, guys, off of this specific print at the highs. We had multiple pivots at that level. Shreve was pointing that out to me earlier in the day, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Look at this, boom, boom, boom. This one, you do get a little bit of a liquidity grab north of it, but I do like our chances for a continuous bleed. If you do go out onto the open up at the top end of this range, you have to take that into consideration that it might just be ready to go, sitting on top of resistance, now acting as potential support, and then you're going to make for that previous all-time high around 277, and we're starting to get a pretty aggressive bounce off of VWAP here. One thing that's participating, Travman and I are just talking a little bit about some Bitcoin. I was reading some things the other day about it and watching some crypto videos and everything along those lines, and they're just saying it's just a mass distribution happening right now between individuals who've been holding wallets that have been holding Bitcoin for more than 5 years, and they're just distributing it to a lot of these institutions and other retail individuals. So for me, the outlook for Bitcoin in the near future isn't overly optimistic, but that's okay. We'll just be patient. Second half of the halving cycle is usually the more one, and we're still in year 1, so we have to wait, I believe, until April of next year to enter that second year, and then after we can get a little bit of a move. Once that halving, a year leading into the halving, boom, I think we're going to hit some insane numbers, hopefully anyways. That's the kind of the projection and what I'm looking at. You are correct. Cuddling is what they're doing. Yeah, exactly, Sean. So, you know, it's whatever they got going on. Let's keep our focus on the trade that we got currently on right now. Even though it says I'm not in a position, I haven't made any transaction. As long as we hold through this support level, act as potential resistance, even though there is an indecision print at these highs. I don't know why it does that. Sorry, individuals. Why as soon as I click on the chart, it changes it. Right at VWAP, we have an invert or a hammer candle right there. It does close as a bullish print, but the VWAP hold is most definitely in play, and we have into consideration just in case it wants to bounce back and come against us. We won't allow this trade to negative, and I only have about 10-15% of that left. All right. So other than that, we're going to be keep looking at BBAI. It's continuously bleeding here, so we can't stop that just yet. As it heads towards some key support levels, once it breaks, I'm going to look for that continuation to the downside, Shreve.
All right, man. I can't see my position because of this thing, but RD, we got 70s on right now. Up into 82s, looking for continuation into 90s. Looks like there's a seller here at 82s, looking for that pop. Look, it breached VWAP ever so briefly, so I did get stopped out. But look at that continuation right back up. 88s it's showing me now, so certainly a liquidity grab. And we put twice the... Yes, go Joey. All right, 96s. We doubled up our position on that dip trade. I liked it a lot. There it goes through the high. Again, RDGT, 308 high. Just showed me 306s. Quick as you like. 70s on. So now we can kind of rest a little bit easy. And now I'm going to take what I perceive to be money fills. Deans, 04s now showing up. Good continuation now on our DGT. 4 showing up. Can't clear that level though. Anything below my entry ends the trade for me. It is really simple. So we're going to go ahead and throw in that stop. And you know where I'm going to put it since I'm at 70, Joey. We're going to have to put it at 9. We're going to give it a little bit of room there. So shout out to my boy RDGT. It's doing it freaking live, but it is still having trouble with that 3 area. So packing the patience. Let's see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. All right, MTC. We got the dip, and now we're moving. We're moseying back up. We got 96s on. I'm still waiting at 98s over here. There's 8 showing up on the level 2, but not quite high enough in order to get the fill. So we'll pack our patience there and see what we get. So nothing to do right now on MTC. It is still above the exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, but it is below $3. So that's a no good. We'll have to wait and see if we can get some higher highs over here. So that's my look. Last but not least, that IFRX trade, much slower of a grind. Basically, it's a lot slower. Point is, I'm perceiving a flat top break here. I didn't size in substantially on this one. I don't think it was warranted, just given the lack of volume. So I'm going to pack my patience. And guys, I need to tell you about Trader TV Campus, man. It is brought to you, of course, by Real Trading. It is our proprietary campus to educate you guys. Yeah, a Trader TV Academy. It's our proprietary sort of design. Joey, just give me a second over here because I don't have the script. So it's fine. I got it, Assassino. There we go. So Trader TV Academy is coming soon. We have been working relentlessly this very requested platform, and it is ready soon. We'll be covering stuff we can't always fit into the live stream, like your mindset, your psychology, as well as, of course, your risk management. Whether you're a newer trader or you're experienced, there's something valuable in it for you. So stay tuned for more information. You're subscribed as well, following us on all our social media accounts so you don't miss the launch, guys. And Brendo put in, I think Ram put a little snippet of Brendo in doing the sort of campus program and the insights he gives into his sort of evolution as a trader, and he gives real insight there, and patience is obviously something he talks about in great detail. So make sure you are following us so you can kind of get all the latest information about that, Joey. But we're very excited to launch this product, and it is a Trader TV focused thing. So it's our in-house thing. We're not outsourcing it to anybody.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think the cycles are a little bit different there. Daniel B, 2017 post-halving year, BTC 20,000, 2018 low 3,000, 2021 69, 22 bottom 15, 2025 top. I think 1.25. Oh, there goes. Is that? Oh, okay, no, that's something else. What I was just saying, Daniel, trust me, I'm the bullest of bulls when it comes to Bitcoin and everything. I think that's any form of a debate. Trust me, I believe in what's going on with it. I'm just saying, so it's 2024. The next halving cycle is 2028. I'm saying in between 2026 and 28 are usually typically stronger than what we're experiencing right now. That's just what I've read up on and what I've documented and looked at. So, I mean, by all means, you can most definitely say yes, something else. But trust me, you've been in it for a while. Nice work. I've been too, so I think we're both on the same page here. But as for Apple, that was that reload. Oops. As for Apple, that was that reload opportunity. Just dives down approximately 40 cents right away. Rehab for Bitcoin addiction? No, I had no. I didn't know I had it. I didn't know it was that bad.
What's happening here?
But then again, if you don't know, right? So if apparently I have the addiction, which I find
they apparently know. You know yourself.
Yeah. I mean, hey, man.
They know more.
To that individual. So, yeah, I'll have to inquire about that one there and take a look. I'll have to call the... Did you ever see... There's like this one... there's this one YouTube short where the guys are calling the gambling addiction hotline, and they're gambling on whether it's a female or a male who answers the phone. So, yeah, they're like, yeah.
I did see that, actually.
Yeah, it's actually mad jokes.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, anyways, maybe I'll do that. Just a little bet on it as well, too. But no,
don't bet with this guy. He'll take your money, bro.
I will.
Personal experience.
I was just thinking, hey, man, listen, what is American Eagle is at? Yeah, pull it up there.
What is it's working back up to 20, Joey.
No way. You got to get 26.
I added at 14.5.
All right. So, yeah, in all seriousness, Joey, yeah. So let's see, man. I would love to add in this trade right here on AAPL because we do have a definitive base here as well, and I think that can be broken to the downside, and maybe we can head towards it's going to be opening price. So patience, one more liquidity grab to the top side, and then we're going to add to this aggressively, considering it has taken the majority of my losses off, so may as well add to something that's working. I just know it's going to be more of a slow burner. As a momentum trader, what happened?
People are already asking
about. Oh, it's not really.
We didn't really mean to do it like this, but this seems to happen a lot. And you got the shirt out too, bro. We got. Stop.
What do you got on the shoes, man?
I got the Docs. He's got the Chelsea's on.
Yeah.
We got. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live, man.
But this guy usually has his shirt tucked in today too. But you know.
I had to put the mic on and everything that.
True.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Missing my opportunity to add to this Apple trade.
Making profits, my boy. That's why you got to have resting orders. Why is this guy flexing? Oh, my
You know what I mean? So
gracious.
this is how we roll, man. This is how we roll. But no, and also, let's wait for an additional liquidity grab here in Apple as the market is starting to rebound a little bit, and we're as hammer candles at view up, so we have to be cautious on what's going on. Anything can happen, but I think this is going to act as a key resistance. Cues here, Sharif, 110.87.
The market moves like the waves, always rolling. So stay in the game. Like, subscribe.
Keep it down, Ram. I'm flexing. I'm busy flexing. Talk while I'm flexing, bro. Ram.
Bro, honestly,
perennially mean.
My morning was a great start because I come out of my car and then Ram with her monster truck is driving into the underground and just the antenna,
huge truck,
the antenna just scraping all. But I was just, I couldn't
the juxtaposition, though,
man.
of her tiny stature and her ginormous
like the size
car
of the tire.
Is not lost on me and shouldn't be lost on anybody whatsoever. She's fantastic.
Crazy, man.
Joey, you know what we're doing over here? We're doing it live on your friend MTC. We're taking Prince to the high side. What a hole around the 10 EMA, and there it goes again. And we just got the dip trade, guys, at 88, so I'm very pleased with this trade. But I am looking for a high at daybreak. 315 is that high day, and most as well. Kind of hard to see on my the white 5-minute chart here, but easier to see on the black one. Look at the lower highs. They're uninterrupted and unbroken. So even though we got a nice little bounce off that 10 EMA and we're above, I want to see a trend break vis-a-vis the trend above or a move above that trend line. I'm talking about MTC, and it's got 28% under. We're going to Adair at the big desk.
Yeah, so to let you guys know, it looks like the wreath-laying aspect of this Veterans Day ceremony in the U.S., in Virginia, it looks like that part has finished. Now they're starting the, apparently, agenda. The actual program. Trump is scheduled to speak here. Once he begins speaking, I'll let you know right now. There is some singing. I will take a moment, though, to mention BFLY, which is pushing higher. Butterfly Network's posting on X that something coming in November 2025, which is this month. So BFLY, certainly on watch, hyping themselves up on X. Back to you.
Mas grande. What do you got, Joey?
We tried. I don't even know. I tried, man.
I tried so hard. Get it. Come on.
Okay, all right.
What do you got?
Yeah, I tried. Is that Lincoln Park?
No.
I heard they're having trouble.
Pretty sure it's Akon, brother.
I thought you tried so hard. Yeah. But that's Lincoln Park, no?
Yeah.
I heard they're having trouble selling some tickets on some of their tour. Lincoln Park.
Speaking of tickets, you know what your boy did. I got World Cup tickets. Guys, so you got to create accounts, right? And then you got to throw your hat into the ring. It's a lottery, basically. So I created 2 accounts. I could have created more. So 2 accounts. I threw both of them into the lottery, and both struck. I bought the maximum amount of tickets that I could buy for all the Toronto games, and now I'm going to retire because that's what's going to happen. I'm going to sell them and make a fortune.
So, You're going You're gonna cash out for sure on those. Yeah, I got to get out of Liberty Village during that time.
Sorry,
otherwise it's gonna. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that whatsoever. But here it is, guys. We're being patient. We're gonna post up. This was the prime time ad at 73.60, and then you get that additional move lower. But you can see it's just taking a little bit of time to get rocking and rolling. You have to be cautious of the bull flag that is being formed right now. So you have that lower high with that flat bottom and a bull drive too, so this thing can just go absolutely off to the races. But I like our chances the longer it takes to break and climb higher and volume doesn't step in, that we can get that move to the downside.
As MTC continuing to zig a little bit above $3, a little bit below. Let's see if this one can kind of work its way up. But we did real well here on IFRX. Alas, it is coming back in a little bit in 84s. The beak, but it's still holding trend. Most notably, the higher lows are still in play. You're not getting higher highs on every successive candle, and I don't expect that. It is the whole trend generally. Currently, the 10 EMA is at 180. That keeps me in the trade. I'm looking for a squeeze into 2 or thereabouts on IFRX. It's not a big mover on the day, nor is it quick to move. It is 15 and 4/5 with a 191 high. Let's see if this area holds. Pack in the patience. Had to get out of RDGT, most notably because, well, the $3 was kind of a really hard level to clear, and it failed at $3 with 3 different successive candles, all on the 5. One of them was a topping tail, as you can see over here, and then the other ones were just lower lows and lower highs. So it's breaking down. It's coming to the 10 EMA. This is one of those anomalous situations where the volume weighted average price is higher than the 10 EMA. That typically is not the case. But when you have a quick price and an aggressive price action to the upside, the volume weighted average price tracks the price closer and more, basically shadowing it more than the 10 EMA. So we'll have to wait and see what the 10 EMA does over here. Just give, you got something?
No, I'm just like, I'm living in my own world.
You're good, you're good. No, but seriously, because the question typically is, Sharif, why are you stock? It's below.
Right, I got it now. Sorry, but I got to interrupt you back on AAPL. We did get that reload, and we added aggressively to the downside, and we instantly, that's what I'm looking for, right? As a momentum trader, I want instantly, right away, Sharif. Sorry, go ahead,
okay.
brother.
No worries. So typically the question that I get on these when I'm long something that's below the volume weighted average price is, Sharif, you're breaking your rules. And yes, in a strict sense, I am. But this situations where I'm allowing, a little bit of room to maneuver. And the only reason is we got a monster price spike at 1040. This thing did nothing from 4 a.m. to 1040. So when it got that aggressive price spike, it had a way of screwing up, for lack of a better term, these indicators, these moving indicators, volume weighted average price included. Basically what I'm trying to say, a really prolonged way of saying it, when we get a big spike up and the volume weighted average price is above the 10 EMA, I'll be focusing on the 10 EMA rather than the volume price. I hope that kind of explains things. I kind of butchered that. I do apologize. Go MTC, freaking go. Into the high of the day, Joey. We went the high of the day. You know exactly where we're going to take this. There goes 50. And we take 15s with it. We got shares on this one. Let's see if we can get an even bigger price spike up. There's 20s. We're going to wet the beak there at 19s, excuse me. And let's set up 25s because we all know my affinity for that number. So MTC, Monster Trade Corporation, baby. Let's see if this one can get up into 25s. Right now, it's got 22s. There's 20s, Joey. Let's see if we can pop up into 25s. We're showing 21s, and a bit of a sell order comes in. So pack in the patience on this one. Also, keep an eye very closely here on IFRX. Oh, man, we had a beak wetter at 195. It got to 194. So should have done better on my part there. Should have put a couple of more beak wetters because we got good IFRX as well. So we can afford to take some of these prints up here. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. Those are the two I'm going to focus on. What are you looking at?
All right, man. Yeah, sports and stonks. We were worried, man. We almost had to do a welfare check just to make sure that you were all right. You were going to be coming into the chat today because I don't know. We wouldn't have been operational without you, my friend. No, obviously, just joking around. Sports and stonks are. There it is, guys. That reload working out pretty good so far. If we can continue this momentum to the downside and break through the support of 272.74, which I think is going to be really important, even though we're a little bit south of that. Where I took it off at going to be really important. And once again, I talked about the bull flag being formed, so it's either going to work or it's going to fail aggressively. And Rivian Millionaire brought an interesting fact, is that AI, it usually, so Apple over the past couple of sessions rallies in stages of the day and then fades for the rest of it. Let's see if we can get a repeat offense of that. So, Jeg, how's your day? Yeah, I mean, I'm still slightly red, but what's going on with this is going to probably eliminate that. We're not overly worried, especially if we hit target. I'm going to wait for $1 or so roughly before I take anything off if we can get that. But you can see that the overall market's starting to take an aggressive downside there. What's going on there? Oh, that's crazy. Did she send you that?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Fabian, let's do it.
Yeah, pull it up, man.
This is her. Okay, so this is the gargantuan vehicle, for whatever reason, that she operates. Thankfully, the plate's a little bit is not visible there, but this just shows you the difference in size. There's Ram. This is obviously a stepping stool. That is a tire, but you know, given her smaller stature, she's going to need that tire to get it. Ram, what were you doing there, girl? What was going on? Changing the
is that the day?
The fuse box.
You were changing. Is that the day your battery died?
Your blower motor shut down.
There's a mechanic, man. This is crazy.
No,
I don't like.
Telling you, man.
Listen,
she's gifted.
I'm not gonna. But you drive this monster truck that just absolutely guzzles gas, and you drive all the way to the DVP. It's I don't know, man. I don't know. The math.
Don't ask questions.
The math ain't mathin', Rami. Sure. All right, there we go. Bang. Let's go take a little bit more on AAPL all day faders. What's up, everyone? I used to guy. His last name was Fader. Yeah, so shout out to him. I wonder how he's doing. You ever think about individuals like that?
I got so many, like,
it's just like, I wonder how that person's doing in life.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even though I'm not that concerned. Let's go. Boom. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Well, how come I didn't hear it?
Oh.
Whoa. Stop
yeah, Fabian.
Stop.
Fabian's not letting you have your time. SSC there. Now you're going to have to deal with Fabian. Right?
Oh, Apple is bleeding. Let's go, man.
Not good.
Yeah. I know it's not good, but we're going to take it. Bitcoin obviously getting smoked as well, too. Bang, just like that. Jack, Mike Peter Ryder. We're just going to continuously rock and roll on this Apple trade.
Absolutely, Joey. All right, we're going to wet the beak on some more IFRX, excuse me. Still waiting for that 95 beak wetter to get filled. Not quite there. But let's get back to RDGT. So, this one is a fast mover, so neglect this one lest it, really rock it up. So look at this, guys. It's 1, 2, 3, actually 4 candles, all of which have defended the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA will always be green, the green line on my. And so this is really interesting me here, despite the fact that, we've definitely showed some sell above VWAP, but I'm looking for this candle here to close and to close above the prior candle. So prior bar low, 257, current bar low, 262. If this candle, which has, I think, 4 minutes left because it just opened, holds above this candle, we're going to get long there. So we'll pack our patience, see what we get, and in the meantime, we're going to go to Adair at the big desk for the crypto segment.
We're just going to look at some daily charts here on Bitcoin and Ethereum. BTC here continue to make these lower highs, lower lows, all of this new all-time high above that 126,000 level. Now it's been over a month since we last made that all-time high. And this daily chart here has been kind of consolidated. We were forming a bit of a base around that 99 level, currently held up, but right now we're struggling to get back above that level of 108,000, which was for a time deemed as pretty key support. So it's interesting to see how we hold up around this level. Ethereum looking almost identical here to BTC, forming a support level, but other than that, continue to make these lower highs, lower lows. Take a look at Cardano and XRP. Cardano continuing to have this, I would say, kind of continued push to the downside as well. And we'll take a look here as well at, we'll do Solana and then XRP segment. Solana, almost exact same look here as Bitcoin. Clear base for Solana, it was around 146. We get back to that 170 level of previous support, and then we push lower, and we'll take a look at XRP, USD. XRP a little bit more, I would say, almost sideways than straight up and down, seeing with Bitcoin, Ethereum, some of these other names. But the long story short, guys, is crypto plays are finding support on the daily, and they're now turning into resistance. Let's see if this pattern continues. But either way, interesting look across the spectrum of some of these closely crypto names as we send you back to Joe and Sharif. I do want to remind you guys, we are set to have Trump speak at some point, I think likely sometime soon. During this Veterans Day ceremony, they've introduced some members of a committee. There have been songs. Once we see them, we'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Hey, Tony. Danny. Yeah. All right. There's a guy that works with us, and his name is Tony. I don't think I've ever called him Tony.
Oh yeah.
In the last like 5 years, it's always Danny. He's Italian. And one of his friends showed up one day, and it was just like, that was like, Tony, come grab this. Tony, come grab that. So I went with it, Joey. To Tony, look, he's talking about shorting Tesla. You know, I don't really get involved in these large caps, but let's take a look at TSLA for the man. Oh no, Joey, this is blood in the streets here on Tesla. And even when it broke trend and it tried to weasel back up to get VWAP, it sorely failed. Look, I don't know what the hell Tesla is doing today. I don't know why we're selling off. Orders market's weak. I personally don't see trend here. I see bamboozlement over here. Like, what is this 436.5? Okay, we interacted with it a little bit on the way down at around 10 o'clock, but it's not an area that I would have been on the time frame. So I don't know how you see Tesla, but I'll have to digress from that for a second. MTC go. We got 88s. We just took out 28. So this one's all sorts of. We're going to wait at 33. We're going to look for that continuation to the high side. And I got to also mention this one, RDGT. Remember we were talking about this candle having 4 minutes left to close? Well, it's price above prior bar low. Again, prior bar low, 257. Current bar low when we just closed is at, the prior bar now, 262. It's showing me 77s. So here's the deal. We're going to get back into this one, and we're going to give it to now that a new candle's opened up. And that low is 62, so we'll risk a little bit there. So we'll give to 50. 259, and then we'll have to give it some room because it is quite spready. So what do we get on that? We got 76s. We're already out of the money. Oh, no, we're not. We just popped. So there's the 80s print. Let's go wait a little bit higher as well and see if we can get a nice move into $3. I like the fact that it held prior bar, and, you know, the fact that it's holding the 10 EMA as well. So unless I get this one, and it's entirely possible, I think we could make yet another attempt at 3. We'll have to wait and see, up 30%. Talking about RDGT.
All right, good stuff there, brother. So I'm looking at some things across the board. Gaurav and I are like, but I mean, it's good that we're looking at the same things, but when we do, our percentage as a complete unit isn't overly high. So we want to keep that accuracy as high as possible. Now, as for AAPL, could this be a potential bottom here, guys? Volume not necessarily supporting what we would want to look for on an isolated pivot right here, and there's still a little bit of selling pressure. If you want to take that trade, go ahead, Gaurav. I'm going to rock and roll here in some AAPL. Obviously, I'm just going to sit here and tell you I wish I had significantly more size, but we executed pretty good on this trade. Boom, short off of that top indecision print at the highs. We get that move. We hold into the volume weighted average price. You get that additional liquidity grab. Boom, we take that additional move to the sell side. Yes, what's going on, Denise? Michelle, hope everything is going on. I hope everything is going well over there, I guess I should say.
Get it.
Now, the only success we have together is that Nvidia. No, we got a lot more, brother. Trust me. That doesn't go unnoticed. And I mean, if we continuously take the stabs, we'll crush it over time. But aside, take a look at some of the top volume tickers on the day. I'm specifically, geez, I can't speak to it. I specifically am looking to write again some options contracts, considering December 25th, 24th from now. On those 65s, I can collect 72 whopping dollars per contract, which I like. We'll just continuously chip away at some of those losses. We start to appreciate, then it's cash money after that. But aside from that, let's go and take a look at some of these names. We'll go over the top performing sectors later on in the session. But right now we got Nvidia, pumping in a 79.7 million shares traded on the session. There, CLSK right over here. Not too good of a look. SQQs definitely in play, but this is chop, man. I do not thrive in these overlapping type markets. I need a nice steady trajectory, and I am typically a momentum player. There goes Apple taking an additional nosedive. This is exactly what we want to see, Sharif. signal failing and putting in a potential low. All right, Wabbit.
What happened?
All right, Wabbit. Let me read this first. Nah, it doesn't even matter. Joey, per history, post having BTC tops 550 days or less, this would be October 2020. If it runs up into 26, which most think it will, that extends cycle. Okay, very interesting. Do I understand it completely? Absolutely not. But I'm going to take your word for it, Wabbit, and thank you very much for that.
Crazy Wabbit.
Yeah, crazy Wabbit, silly Wabbit. But thank you very much for that super chat. No, in all seriousness, guys, yes, listen, you know where I stand on that, right? Like, I sit here and tell you that I'm a bear in Bitcoin because that's not necessarily the case. But what I typically think is that there's something going on behind the scenes, and I'm thinking more along the lines of mass distribution between individuals who have been holding in Bitcoin in their wallet for more than 5 years and selling that all to institutions. And what I was talking to Sharif about the other day is that there's only so many, I think there's less than 5 exchanges that have 150,000 Bitcoin on their books. So there's not very much of this. And then I believe the 2028 halving cycle is when you actually start to receive less than a full Bitcoin or a fractional, an extreme amount. And I have to double check on that and read through some things. But aside from that, there we go. Another partial out on AAPL. What do you got?
All right, RDGT is breaking out. Here we go. There's $3. We got 76 on. I love the way this was setting up off the 10 EMA. Watch for a 3 rejection, though. We've had a lot of trouble with 3. It's a 308 high, and here's $3 again, and there's the selling again. Take profits, guys. Wet that beak. Hold all this unrealized and then have it stop you out. You know, take profits along the way, I should say. Shout out to my man Neil, who always says nobody ever went broke taking profits, baby. We're going back to the big desk.
Trump is now taking the podium, guys. Apparently, U.S. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance have both arrived at this event. They're walking up right now, joining the procession. Once he actually begins uttering words and speaking, once his speech begins, I'll keep you guys posted on that too. But looks like he's now at the event as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Guys, we're taking prints still, waiting for that $3 break. It's rejecting at 3. We got 99s, which was nice, right? But now I'm waiting at the quite lofty area of 3 1/4. That would be 50 pennies by definition if we get that last remaining amount on $3 lane. Let's see if we can work up there. We're really accumulating up a storm here at this $3 area. Whether or not we take it decisively and take it closing basis, we'll have to wait and see, but it's a great hold on the 10 EMA. There was a lot of zig and zag, you know, at that level. It was wicking below it, so I hope nobody had their stop right below the 10 EMA. As we know, ones that halt like this, you to really give it a little bit of room, but that's always a subjective question. How much room and where? You know, I don't really have a good answer to that. You're going to have to figure out your own strategy. I try to base it off, you know, what I see is moving or like how much it's moving. So I say, for example, look, the 10 giving you any numbers is at 270, but this thing's moving 15, 20 pennies at a time. Is it valid to put it like, you know, at 265? If only going to range a couple of pennies, 5, 6 pennies below a area of technical support? If the answer to that is no, then you have to give it some room. Otherwise, you're just asking to get stop hunted either by design or because of the volatility. So RDG, I'm waiting at 3 1/4, very alive to the fact that we have 3 resistance, nothing doing there. MTC, we're still holding a piece for the dream, man. We got 88s here, it's showing me 20s. Best print we've got is 27s, up 33.33%. Gotta love that. And then IX, right back up into 90s we go. With the best print we've got on this monster is 92. So we're waiting at 95, but I think I'm gonna be a frugal here and wet the beak a little bit lower to see if we can take some more off the table. It's already showing me 92s, but it's got to cross a few hundred lots here coming in at that level. Okay, back. Sorry, I'm going to have to digress between all these. GT is concerning me now. Reason is it's got 2 candles, all of which wick off 3 and rejected. That is not what I want. We're going to get out here for the last remaining amount, and here's what my plan is going to be. If we get above $3, and I'm talking about a 5-minute candle closing above $3, we're going to get back involved, but I don't want to have to deal with this rejecting $3 lower highs, and that's exactly what we're getting. We're getting lower highs. Highest candle on the day, 11 o'clock, that's the 308 high. Then you have a double top candle at 1105 and 1110, neither of which make it back to 308. They're all 305 highs. And then we same pesky double top, and the 1135 and the 1140 candles that reject 3. So lower high, lower high, lower high. If it wants to clear 3, we can have a conversation. Otherwise, staying clear.
All right, good luck. Steer clear. Palantir, because that thing has been really good. That was my old saying when I used to trade this thing back at the old.
Yeah, before it was $5,000 a share. And, I know,
bro,
right?
this thing was like 13. It was like when I was trading, it was like 12 bucks, 10 bucks, and everything along those lines. All right, let's do it. Let's do this here.
What are you doing?
Let's get rocking and rolling, man. Okay. Some more off here on AAPL as new low, not new low of the day, a new 5-minute low. We like this.
I like
man, boom. Money at. Show me that. Show me the money.
You want to see it?
You have it?
Oh, my bad. I know.
All right, well, no, I wasn't actually. I thought you were gonna show me some actual physical money, man.
Bro, I haven't carried paper bills in a hot minute.
Really?
You got paper bills on you?
I got $5.
You how much?
$5.
You got $5. All right,
I got and some American. Got those. I got that.
Dollar bill, yo. Dollar bill.
But no, in all seriousness, guys, there goes Apple. It's definitely going to be one of our better trades of the day. So unfortunately, we didn't execute with a little bit more size. But what we got going on right now, I'm pretty much flat on the day, which is something that we were looking to aim towards. And I mean, this thing is definitely tough to short. But aside from that, guys, let's and take a look at the top performing. Oh, you know what? Jody Mills told me that she is a twin as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Jody Mills is a twin. Well, because I guess we were twinning, and then she's saying that she was, yeah.
There you go, Jody. Are you fraternal or identical, Jody? Tag us in the
my boy, one of my just had twins as well, too. One boy, one girl. Yeah.
Do you know that I think you can actually select?
You can do that stuff now?
Yeah, I think Ronaldo, didn't he do that, man? With Georgina or whatever?
I don't know if they did that, but yeah, unfortunately, one didn't.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I totally forgot about that. That's when he was with Unite. Thank you for reminding me about that, Jody.
One didn't.
I'm pretty sure you can select, I don't know, man.
Mutate your child. I mean, I would if I could, to be honest with you. But
hold on.
Yeah.
Genetically mutate?
Yeah, well.
Like genetic selection.
Yeah, selection. Yeah. I mean, you're still changing. It's not like a mutant.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles over here.
Yeah. No, we don't want any of that stuff. But maybe make him a freak too. 6'7", just a large. Oh God. I didn't mean to say that. I'll get that guy in the NBA or something like that. No, but in all seriousness, energy is leading the way on the session, 1.6% to the top side. Healthcare sitting in that second place, approximately 1.5%. Now, as for the consumer staples, we're up 1%. The bottom three, we're looking at the industrials, down a little bit less. The percent consumer discretionary. Man, you guys can't. This is insane.
6'7".
Everyone's
Did you see the member? She's from Montreal.
No.
And she's like, yeah, we did like 6 to 7% higher year over year. 6'7", Mr. Speaker.
No.
Yeah, bro, it was hilarious. This is our parliament,
fire that
man.
individual immediately. All right, consumer discretionary, guys, down about 0.25%. And then we got the tech sector down 1.25%. So those are the best and the worst performing on the day. And honestly, I don't know if this is going to be the prime time session for bottom picking. So shout out to all the bottom feeders like myself. That's a little. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But anyways, it is starting to curl off of these lows as Coreweave is involved. You want to get involved with that lower end of the range, and you have to risk approximately 50 cents until you determine that you are wrong on street.
Yes, sir. Okay. Guys, here we are on IFRX. I'm waiting for that 92 print, man. There keeps coming in a seller. I don't know what this obsession with 92 is for this seller, but that's the area they've earmarked, and that's the area we're going to have to deal with here. So I'm looking for continuation to 2. I'm trying to decide if I want to add at the 10 EMA because I want to show you guys the black charts, and every time we dip down into that 10 EMA, we end up with a bottoming tail candle that defends it clean. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is not really putting in any higher highs, man. This 194 high is staunchy little bugger. In fact, we're putting in 2 lower highs. Area high and another lower high there. Up 19.62. Not a bad look. Packing the patience on this one. I'm also packing the patience on MTC coming into the 10 EMA again. And the decision is here, do I add at the 10 EMA? Now, the 10 EMA happens to also overlap with the previous area price action resistance. I'm talking about that 312, 314, 15 area. And then goes down into that area and gets bought right back up. Above 320 we go, showing 21s here. Let's see if we can take out 28 on MTC. Where the high of the day is. I'm waiting at 33s on this monster, but I don't think it's quite forthcoming as of yet. I just realized I forgot to show you all the other names that I had on my side charts there. I've talked about RDGT ad nauseum. ENGN. This one really has strength in the pre. 730, 735, whatever, rockets up all the way up into about 1091. That's the pre-market high. Then take a gander. We did at 1010. That breaches the pre-market high, but we're talking about negligible amounts here. And then quickly to retrace right back down below the volume weighted average price and an unbroken lower high. So my move is on, and you show me a print or two above 10, maybe 1025, and we get right back involved. So by definition and by rule, I can't trade this until Mosey's back above the 10 or the volume weighted average price, but that's not going to be the standard upon which I apply to ENGN. It will be a 10 break or 10 and a quarter, see, only because I don't want to have to be dealing with lower highs. I need that trend change of higher highs to manifest. If it doesn't, I don't trade it. Simple as that. ETCK, we talked about this one ad nauseum last week for whatever. It had a nice little move, 930, kind of looked like it was going to bull flag, then it crapped the bed, and now it's below VWAP and may lose its spot on the side chart any moment. Captain, shout out to Captain America. This one also had the same thing, 950 bump. It was trading at like 74 pennies, pops up to 116, entire ghost, unbroken trend of lower highs. In fact, looking like a flat bottom break through 85. I want nothing to do with this one. Chegg, CH holding VWAP, which is also pre-market high resistance. I'm talking about that 105, 106 area. Again, you're suffering from the same affliction the other ones are suffering from, which are lower highs, and it looks like maybe flat bottom break in the making here at 105, 104, whatever. It doesn't interest me either way. SOC, this is the one that I should have been more alive to this. This is a good-looking bull flag, and how high it was trading above VWAP, and it's maintained its price above VWAP for the most part, been the alert for me. In fact, it comes to VWAP right at 690 to a T and holds it, and then immediately straight to jail or rockets up back to 713. Now looking to take out the area high there at 723. So SOC, a miss by me. I should have been more alive to that. Do a little bit better. So IFRX, so when we're RDGT, MTC, and I'm now looking at finagling an entry into SOC if it is warranted. If there are any small cap gappers that are moving, guys, my sort of rules that I think you guys know, please tag myself or Joseph so we can take a look at it. I know a lot of you do already, but I'm the ones that don't. So it's hard to be able to see everything all at one time, especially when things pop up on the scanner and don't really spend all that much time there. Joey, I just got before I say RDGT is taking out the $3. It's at the high of the day. I think it just took out the high, 309. There goes RDGT into area high, 46% now. It's having a lot of trouble. Look at this hot garbage. Ooh. It prints a 309 print, tanks, Joey, to 282. Probably stops out everybody, unless you were really, quite aggressive in your stop. This is so bamboozling here on RDGT. That's quite frustrating. So you're gonna have to really be aware of that. If you're gonna trade RD, you've got to be ready for these. I mean, just monster price moves to the downside. I don't know how to enter and manage risk on this because it's saying 309 high drops to the bar low of 282. Probably stops a lot of people unless you had your stop at prior bar low. If you did, it was 2. You didn't get stopped out, but that wouldn't have been my move. Adam says, hi, bro.
What's up, bro?
Get it, Adam. Hope you're doing well, brother. You see that? You see Raya come out of the net there, Adam? What do you make of that? I don't want to blame, but I'm looking for somebody to blame, Adam. And I don't think David Raya should have been coming out of the net. He cost us 3 points, Joey. We ended up getting one there with Sunderland. I hate playing the Stadium of Light, bro. Stadium of Light, Sunderland Stadium, their northern English team,
and they're rowdy AF.
Yeah.
Okay, they come and every game is a play. These guys, I remember they've been relegated to the championship for a hot minute, but before they did, they had some of the rowdiest fans, and I knew going in it was going to be a tough game. Freaking City, of course, has to win on the weekend.
You're not even allowed to drink in those stadiums anymore.
No, you are, but they cut it off at halftime.
Okay,
so
at halftime. So it's like us here, right? Like third period hockey.
Exactly.
You ain't getting no more of that stuff. Even though it's not like the Scotiabank Pond is the most rowdy place on the planet either. What did Coreweave say?
I hate every stadium right now. We ain't winning, even at Anfield. Sorry, Neil.
Sorry. Jack, Coreweave, as part of the next leg up in the market, Meta is one is going to create a new all-time high. If you guys hold on to it, you're going to make some. Yeah, I mean, that's the intention of that one. Bro. I think we have Raul's getting blocked.
Yeah, he's saying the same thing you were
I
saying.
know. That's my point.
London's not blue, bro.
Can't play blue.
Straight block there, Joey. There goes SPCE into the area high. Joey, we just took out my order at 33s. It is a high of day now of 39. We have 88s on. MTC looking the best of the bunch right now in the world of small cap gappers, guys. Less bamboozling than that hot garbage RDGT, and I don't really mean it's hot garbage. It's just very, very volatile. But MTC, Joey, taking out highs. We're putting some prints now. There it is. Now right back into that 35 penny area. I'm going to go ahead and wait. I'm going to wait at 45 here for an attempt at that. So my next move is going to be to try to add into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA currently on MTC showing me 314, 315. That we're going to throw it in an order here to shadow the 10 EMA, Joey.
All right, something like that. Yeah, so I got my eyes on a couple things as the TQs curl right back over. There is a resistance zone that we're experiencing right around 110.40 roughly at that level. But then there's a precision print at these lows on Tesla that's kind of a catching my eye. We already struck, well, I mean, we took one break even and one loss on Tesla. So other than that, I mean, this might be to come into play, especially if that 432 is going to hold. Let's take a look at the chain to see if we can notice any definitive amounts of open interest or potential put or call walls that are not going in that direction. Now, as for Tesla, any pullback I might get involved, but honestly, I just think the sellers are in control of today's session. I think that's played clearly. So fighting it and trying to grab a retracement back to VWAP might be a little bit more difficult and a slower of a grind. On this week's expiration cycle, 54.3% at the money IB. Nothing relatively crazy. I mean, we've seen it substantial there. But now let's take a look at some of the OI. This might come into play 450. Let's see what the actual high of the day was, 441. So it's not even really close. 42 is something that you want to keep an eye out on. As for the put activity, oh, wow, that's all the way down at 400. I don't think that's going to be the case. You want to be writing those all day. And sometimes when I show you guys, in the case of Apple, when something's that cheap and you only have a couple of days, and I believe it was what was it? Anyways, it was a specific strike I was referring to. It was only worth around $70. Write those. Those are writings for sure, because by the time of it closing above that, by the end of the expiration, is relatively low. If there were lots of puts seeing in Tesla today, what I saw on the flow, yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, Ozan as well, too. But we're still cooking up in AAPL, guys. We went over some of the other names. I told you it's more precision, more or less for me. Looking for the continuation of the trend and some good opportunities. And if we read those pullbacks, it's important to keep an eye on the volume profile. So you can see the strength within some of these candles. Right? So boom, the strength is to the downside. And every time that we buy back up, you see more wicks, and the width of the value of the bodies is substantially lower. And then you get the stepping down in the volume profile as well too, in those bullish prints, which can add to just a little bit more conviction in following what the trend is exactly up to. Now, as else, guys, I can talk about Apple all day. We don't want to do that. We want to continuously look for some new opportunities. Considering I told you I was slightly red earlier in the session, but with this, now it's just a matter of time and one prime time entry, and then we're right back into this game. Yesterday was a pretty good start to the week, and we want to continue that. And with that being said, less trades, more precision, higher probabilities, and that's what we're looking for. There goes Apple taking an additional move to the downside. 271.88. Going to break through this support level. We'll try to grab something around 271.60s. Speaking of, let's just post up there. So we're just going to be a little bit ahead of that. So whoa. We don't want to do that, my friend. Any buttons are getting the wrong neck of the woods, 271.60, bang, and we'll take a little bit off there, 33%. Position, it did not go, order rejected. All right, so we'll just wait and then we'll marketable limit out because I don't want to have to type all that in once again. But other than that, Shreve, I'm sitting on my hand. The cues right back down. This candle, I don't think it's going to hold up relatively long. Key support levels at that 110. Once it snaps, you have yesterday's low of the day that may be in the works, and I think that's going to be a primary target eye out for, especially if we continue on the path that we are. Nvidia bleeding as well. I talked about the 205s as potential writings, I believe on Monday. It's going to be a great opportunity. Those 205s not going to come and play by the end of this week, and maybe not even next week, but this indecision print right there, I was like, I think this is a little bit of trap because we've seen it across on multiple names, and that's going to be on AMD as well. You do get a nice pop to the top side, 10-13 points, but you're starting to fill that gap in, and if breaks at 222, I'm going to suspect that we're going to head more to the downside, and watch out for that 202 to 170 to be partially filled. I think this high of 187 is something to keep an eye out for. And I'm going to particularly in AMD. Sure.
All right, guys, look, MTC's coming into the 10 EMA. It was a pretty aggressive sell. I'm not adding here. I want to at 3. It's not holding the 10 EMA anyway. $3 is the 20 as well as the volume weighted average price. It's also psychological. Support, we have 88s on here. Let's see if it holds 3. That's what I'm waiting to see right now. If it comes in at 3 and it holds, we'll get in. We don't have to get in super quick. Show me 08s. By the way, shout out to Grant Ratcliffe asking me NRGV. It's not bad, Grant. What is this? This is 945, so that's high there. 485 high, Grant. Look, you were basically on a pretty aggressive downtrend that you sort of have broken. But you're right at that area where we were catching, sell orders, basically from 10.05 all the way to 10.35. We were trying to get through this 4 2/3 with, no success. And there you go. Look at this candle here, 55 topping tail candle, inverse. It looks like, a candle of a reversal candle is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me. And here now this candle's red. Let's just see if this one wants to trend. If it wants to trend above 70, 75, I don't think we need to be first. But yeah, looking at it as well, you can also try to catch a bit of a dip trade, Grant, maybe out 45, 50, excuse me. That's where the 10 EMA is hanging out. It seems to be respecting the 10 EMA, with varying degrees of respect. Over here at 1115, one dip. It's not my favorite, though. I got to tell you the truth. I'm going to keep it on the side chart. We're going to take off CAPT. We're going to put on NRGV. If this starts catching a bid, I'll absolutely get involved. But until then, we're going to have to pack the patience. All right, guys, it is time for Happening Now. And then Neil's got his lesson of the day.
About a minute or so ago, U.S. President Donald Trump took the podium at this Veterans Day event. He has only been speaking about veterans, and again, of course, there's never any expectation anything he says will be market related, especially at this type of event. But either way, it is worth noting the ceremony is happening and he has begun speaking. I do want to talk here about this NASDAQ, which Neil mentioned earlier, fairly range, noting right now pretty consolidated here, pretty choppy still for that NASDAQ 100. I do want to talk about these chip names because without a doubt, names in the semiconductor space were and for good reason, should have been on watch today. Now, we have Nvidia here. Nvidia is certainly in the spotlight after SoftBank revealed via a filing that they offloaded their Nvidia position. Again, over $5 billion worth of Nvidia. Now, AMD is on watch. They're set to have their financial at 1 p.m. Eastern. To my knowledge, there is no YouTube stream for this. I've already signed up for their web stream, so I'll be at the event webcast. Definitely check out that live here on the Trader TV live, because I'll be giving you guys all the coverage you need of that event. Also, tons of earnings still. Here's Beyond Meat. You can find this infographic, as you can find all these infographics on X at TTV. Beyond Meat here, revenue beat, EPS miss, and very disappointing guidance for Q4 2025 as the company continues to warn about uncertainty in its operating environment. Earnings also here, we had Coreweave, we had RGTI, we had BBAI, we had Paramount Skydance, GEMI, the list goes on and on. Now tonight with Sean and myself, we will be giving you Oklo earnings live, so definitely do not miss those earnings reports. And again, we'll be covering that right here from this desk. You don't need to go anywhere. We do have to go over to Neil soon. We're going to do that in a minute after I thank our friends at Origenics, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. We get their FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Origenics, or OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug, designed for FDA for brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. So learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Origenics, thank you to OGEN, and thank you very much to Neil, who's going to give us his lesson of the day. Neil, give the people their lesson.
I shall, Adair, and I'm going to switch it up a little bit with the lesson of the day. There's a that I've used many times in trading, and I remember something was told to me, I think while I was a trainee. If you remember when we had a podcast for the show, the owner, the CEO of Real Trading was on that podcast, and he used this analogy as well. And essentially what it boiled down to was this. If I gave you a proposition, any of you out there, any of you traders out there, and I simply said to you, I'm going to pay you $1 for every basket that you score in an hour. Now here's the thing about this proposition. I'm going to, don't look at the chart, you're spoiling it. I'll just tell you when to get to my screen. It doesn't really matter. I'm not going to tell you any other condition other than you are going to get that $1 for every time you were able to move. But here's where the trick comes in. I'm going to give you 3 options. You can play against LeBron James. You can play against, I don't know, like myself or Sharif. Just throwing some names out there. Or you can play against a 10-year-old child. Now, which one would you choose? If you have all the money in the world, I absolutely defend the choice that you want the life experience of going up against LeBron James. I think that would be unbelievable. But if your goal is to simply score buckets, anybody that's not choosing the 10-year-old child is kind of a fool. And this is the thing about trading. I get it where everyone wants to make money trading, but you have to be open-minded to what's actually happening in the market. If you choose to trade, say, the futures, if you choose to trade the Qs, if you choose to trade the big cap names, those are the highest covered names, those are the highest algo volume names, those are the highest analyst rated names, those are the heaviest institutionally traded, and therefore understand that you are going up against the best. I'm not saying you can't make money doing it, but you are going up against the best. Sometimes you want to find your best chances on trades that people aren't into as much. And I'm going to show you the compare your profits for today, and we did this a couple of it was all Amex, and we thought that it was BMNR. Yesterday at Real Trading, it was all TSX, TSX Venture, TSX, someone AMX and NASDAQ, probably AMX, TSX, TSX Venture, CSE, some NASDAQ, TSX, TSX Venture, CBOE, Canada. A lot of TSX opportunities. And 2 days ago, it was all Amex on here. But what I'm getting at is a lot of traders that are consistently profitable. I'm not telling you to go trade Amex or trade TSX. What I am hoping and minded enough to do is look for alternative opportunities in things that aren't just big and mega cap, if they work for you. I saw Sharif trading MTC today. Now, how many trades on 11 million shares worth of volume? Do you think this is highly analyst covered? Probably not. You think there's a lot of big institutions trading this? Probably not. When this breaks out yesterday's high, right at 10, what's it called, 1020? Look where it pulls back into. I mean, technically, like how often are you going to see an Apple do something like this? Where like it breaks out and then the first available dip goes right into the prior high and then cleanly ramp jobs it and then goes right into another resistance level, breaks that out and then pulls back and then again ramps up from that same level. You'd see that happen on Tesla? Maybe, probably not. And I'm not saying you must trade this stock or something like it. I'm just providing you with examples. I'll give you another example. This is a SPAC that opened up today. Now, for most traders, you're like, but what could you possibly do with this? If you're over at Real Trading, the opportunities, and I'm going to show you what happened on the opening print of said SPAC. This is when it opened up. I took the opening print. Turns out we couldn't get locates on it, so getting out of it when you couldn't throw multiple orders was kind of a pain in the butt. But essentially, out at the actual open, it was just a quick shot up. And then if you catch this bottom bid here at 13, it was another couple penny moves up. Look at this. Like, you're out, like, getting into this, and trust me, you could have anything you wanted at that opening print. Getting out of it is zero problem, even just getting out at the same price you got in, just to even capture a cent or two. So there's some traders that do things like that. My point is, be open-minded. If you are really good at trading the Teslas of the world, the Nvidias of the world, that's absolutely sick. What I am here to tell you is, over 20 years, the traders who are consistently profitable, from the discipline side, I've gone a million times in the lesson of the day, the things that they tend to have. But from the looking for winners aspect of it, they are constantly willing to try and trade whatever might be the best and highest probability. If it's a small capper, it's a small capper. If it's an IPO trade, it's an IPO trade. If it's an open trade, it's an open trade. If it's a closed trade, it's a closed trade. If it's Europe, it's Europe. Brazil, Toronto, whatever it might be. And I'm not saying not everybody has access to all those markets just because of real trading. But it could be as simple as, hey, there's a stock going small capper and is trending much better than any of this choppy mess you're seeing in the futures or elsewhere. Maybe that's something you want to put into your toolbox, or at least do nothing until you can figure those types of things out. It's that willingness to try new things. You know, there's a trader, and he's probably not watching right now. He tunes in sometimes in the morning, and you've heard me shout him out before. He's the first trader, I think, in real trading to do Blue Ocean. I saw someone in the chat this morning say Blue Ocean's a dead market. Someone comes in with 500 shares and it moves the stock. I'm here to tell you that the most profitable real trading on Tesla and Nvidia are in Blue Ocean. More money gets made trading in Blue Ocean on these names than in the regular day. And I get it, it's not for everybody. And I know the trader that does it, he's a friend of mine. And he's always been, and what I can tell you about him is, every time I would do settlements at the end of the month, he'd be a big pain in my ass. Why? Because every single possible currency and market that we had, he traded them all. So doing his settlement took as long as doing everybody else's. But you know what? He was always trying new things, and that's why he's consistently profitable. You hear Sean and myself how few traders make it. There's a guy who's a chameleon and willing to adapt at all times. He never laurels. And he's not just sitting there saying, oh, you're not a real trader if you don't trade the Qs, or you're not a real trader if you don't trade Nvidia. Every single trader that I've ever heard say that is not a profitable one. 100% of them. I've never heard a trader mock styles of trading that is a consistently profitable trader. Not once in over 20 years has that been a true statement. So this is not to, I'm not ragging on any particular style over another, but I do think you need to be open-minded in terms of what can bring you success and trying to find the path of the least resistance to becoming a profitable trader. As I said, if it's small caps, it's small caps. If it's gimmicky trades like some SPAC open or an IPO open, then hammer those. Yesterday I talked about a trader who made bank for, I think it was almost about a year and a half, nothing but maxing out when there would be some crazy halt stock, and he had a halt strategy, and he was if stocks weren't halting, and then if it was crazy halters, he was all over that for that day. Whatever works, you should be doing it. Your goal as a trader is to make money, not to feel smart, not to feel like you've beaten the markets, not to feel you made the right call. As a matter of fact, all the best traders I know that make the most money aren't even trying to make calls. Calls do not make money. Trades make money. And trades are simply about buying something and making more money at the end when you sell it, or vice versa. How you do that, so long as you follow the market rules, is completely irrelevant, and that's what experience has taught me. So I hope that lesson helps everybody. I was thinking about that when we talked about that Cation last night, and then seeing trade, it's MPC, right? MTC. Seeing Shreve trade that MTC, that's trending better than any stock that I'm looking at today. So why not be on it? So good luck, everybody. Hopefully the market rebounds. It's a heck of a lot more fun when it goes up. So I'll get green here. Not that I have anything long, but silver. Good luck, everybody. That's your lesson of the day.
All right. That's all you can do, really.
That was hot fire, bro.
Yeah, man, that's all you
I'm
can
trying
do.
to go along Neil over here, but there's no Neil.NQ, Joey. I've been, there's no Neil.NQ, no Neil.NY.
Is there an NR?
Sure, over here.
Is there an NR?
There's no Neil.AM. I mean, we're trying to go along Neil over here, guys. We're spelling it wrong. Eddie, I-L. Oh. Ooh. Let's see if there's a Neil.NQ. No, man, we keep getting shafted. Shout out to Neil, man. Dropping hot fire, guys. That's the kind of wisdom you're going to get every single day on Neil's lesson of the day. So make sure you're with us around lunchtime, because that's exactly what Neil's dropping constantly. Thank you very much, Neil, for that. I know Joey and I were listening quite intently to that lesson. Joey, I got back into MTC. It's a 3-bar hold at the moment here at the volume weighted average price after a big drop from that 339 high. There we go. Now we just got a print there at 04s. Now I'm waiting at 10s. We gave back a little bit over, not me, but the actual stock itself, giving back off that 339 high right back down into 3. And it's having trouble with 3, Joey, quite frankly. It's not clearing it with any decisive move. So I've given it to current bar. Current bar low, guys, is 93. So we'll see what we get. We'll see if we can pop up, maybe take something into the $0.25. We'll see on this bad boy. IFRX, I caught the dip trade on this one. I had a pre-existing resting order to defend the volume weighted average price. We caught it, but it's not rocketing up. So it's a good out right now. We got a couple of beak letters, but we're not talking about big price moves over here. So I'd like for some of these orders on the top side to get triggered. I've layered them. IFRX, a good name on the day. It's not really a rocket ship, 14% or thereabouts. This one can work its way back into 194. What's going on, Ram? Don't worry about it. I'm not supposed to ask anything. All right, everything's good, says Brendo. As long as Brendo tells me, then I believe. As Ram tells me, I don't believe.
Yeah, I believe her. Because you know why?
She's been known to fib a little bit every now and again. You know what I mean? A little fibber here and there.
I think she's a straight shooter.
Straight shooter?
Yeah.
Where? In the bizarre world? That's crazy.
I mean, she gave me chocolate-covered almonds. Okay. She gave me her garlic stick the other day.
She gave you garlic stick. She went and got you a garlic stick.
She gave me hers, and then she went and got herself one.
Oh, wow. That's only Joey Options gets.
Yeah, that's what we get, man.
I certainly don't get anything that nice from her. Look at her again, bro. She's so sinister.
All right, man. Joe, yeah, I love food.
What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, she's or she. I don't know why I'm bringing that up. Okay, Tesla. There we go. Gather our thoughts. Woo-saw. Get back in the game. Back in the game. We're in it. Let's lock in. I don't know why I did that, but now we're focused once again. I've lost train of thought. Now back to Tesla. All right, this one's slowly starting to work for us. It's Joey Smooth. Exactly. Why not? You know what's going on, brother. No, but in all seriousness, there you go. Nice little pop in TSLL. Why am I involved in this? Nice indecision print at the lows. I think this is definitely going to be a slow burner. I'm going to aim for 436.20 or 31s approximately. That's going to put us at this previous pivot high. Take that all day, every day. As Apple is starting to come back into our break even, so we might have to hop out of this one. There it goes, Tesla. My entry is horrid here. Let's as Sharif, like you said, let's cut the crap around here, Sharif, because we want to get in at the lower end of the range. I'm buying the top end of the range, so therefore my risk to reward is drastically skewed, right? So I'm not really wrong until we hit 19s. Where am I in? 25 cents.
Where you at?
I don't want to be giving this name particularly 25 cents, that's TSLL, in order for me to turn a profitable trade. But if that's going to be the case, we have to hold it for approximately 50 cents. And that's going to be all the way up to 70s. I don't think that's going to be the case on today's session. But if we get another indecision print on AAPL, this is what I was talking about earlier, this bull flag pattern failing as it broke through that support level. If I get a clean indecision at the volume weighted average price, I'm going to add substantially, and hopefully we can make a move towards this lower end of the range, and OP would be the dream. If we get back to opening price today, it's funny, we don't really talk about it too often. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and I think it's known amongst a bunch of traders, but if I ask you, what is the king of all levels? Just put it in there and let me think. I already know the answer. Well, I don't know. It's obviously somewhat subjective, but a lot of traders and people from different communities I know talk about the king of all levels. If you guys can tell me that, that'd be fantastic. I already know. I'll just tell you what it is. It's PDC. What is PDC? Previous day's close. A lot of the time, the stock will always return back to PDC. So there we go. PDC, he knows the king of all levels is PDC, and that's what we're going to aim here on AAPL. Why? Because it is where we open it up and is the king. But no, there goes Tesla, guys. We're starting to pop, 10 cents as we're starting to recover in the overall market. A beautiful base being formed in the TQs, and it curls right off of it. Gaurav, we just had to be patient. But I mentioned yesterday, although we had a banger of a trade on it, my accuracy is horrendous. But what has put in a new high of the day, Shreve, is the SPY. 681.10s now on SPY, substantially outpacing what the NASDAQ is up to. Well, let's take a look at what the XLF is. Bang, new high of the day. So second heaviest weighted sector in the SPY, help carrying it a little bit higher than the tech names.
All right, guys, there's a new crazy one in town, ENGN. It's, as you can see, though, it's still caught in a bit of a range. That $10 level is a hard level to clear, despite the fact that we got up to 19s. Look, not a clean break through 10. VWAP is overlapping with the 10 EMA. They're all basically pointing to that 9.5. 9.5 seems to be a level. Let's see if we can get back into that level. Otherwise, I don't touch this until we clear and hold above 10. ENGN is up about 64.5% on the day, 11.14 high, above the pre-market high, above VWAP. It's got everything going for it, than the fact that it doesn't sustain the strong price move to the high side south of $10 as we currently speak. So nothing for me to do on other than pack my patience and wait. I got in for a 10 break, but as you saw, it lost 10, so I flattened out right away. We basically lost, I think, 2 or 3 pennies on that, so nothing that I'm really worried about, nor is it affecting my day. Yeah, I'd like to get involved on this one, but I don't think that the move is quite clean as of yet. So ENGN certainly in focus for me now, that it's broken through that 10 and is off the volume-weighted average price. But look at that drop, man. I would have been substantially out of the money if I had been DCing into an oblivion on that. Just get out when, you know, when it's not working for you there. Joey, what are you going to tell them about?
All right, guys, and now from exciting news out of Canada. Sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca, 3x daily to learn more. All right,
Get it, Joey.
Good stuff there.
Hey.
Do you have anything else you want to cover there, Mike?
Absolutely, Joey. I had to digress because Assassino, he asks, and we oblige.
Okay, before you do that, before you do that, let me ask you this: Do you have any of your Christmas stuff up yet?
Zero. Why?
Okay, that's it.
No. I want to know why. Who bothered you? Selena wants to put it up, doesn't she?
It's already up.
It's already up.
Yeah.
It's already up.
All up. It's already.
Why is it already up?
It's all up. The day Halloween ends, it's up. That's it. It's done. It's up. I've seen someone in the chat say
you need to have an intervention.
It's up. It's up. And
it's up. No, seriously though, I don't mind putting it on. Can I tell you something? There's so I live in the dead end of the road where there's a bunch of low-rise buildings, Joey. There's 4 in total. And so I can see the people across from me. I can see into their balconies. It's just very obvious. No, that's not the funny part. The funny part is it stays up into like late February. Like that is the laziest person that lives in that apartment. I don't know who they are, but they're lazy AF. I mean, like, take your stuff down. Come on now. No, but that is funny, dude. Look, man, I have no aversion. To putting up stuff early. I think that Christmas cheer.
I think it's allowed to. The first snowfall, after the first snowfall, boom. You can go up.
We already got plenty. We got plenty.
Absolutely. So as of right now, it's okay if it goes up.
Can't say nothing. There you go. All right, guys, we're going to pause for a second. All the Christmas talk, we're sending it to the big desk.
Just letting you guys know here, Trump concluded his remarks at the Veterans Day ceremony. He did talk a little bit about tariffs and about how he's happy the shutdown to an end. But other than that, not too much here of note. I just wanted to let you guys know he's finished speaking. 40 minutes. We're set to get the beginning of AMD's Financial Analyst Day. As I mentioned earlier, I've already signed up for the webcast, so I'll be able to cover that for you guys live. Back to you.
Before we send it over to you there, Sharif. So this is what I'm looking at here on Tesla. See, I would add of this resistance zone if my entry was a little bit more precise at the lower end of the range. That way my risk to reward, and I can just free roll my position and what I have from an unrealized standpoint, add into it for the break of this 1945 level, and then the move into the volume-weighted average price. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm all out of Apple. As you can see, it's starting to catch a little bit of a bid here at the break even. Boom, that would have stopped me out anyways, but it was a nice trade off of those lows all the way down to 271.80s at a high of around 273. So that's $2 just like that, as quick as you'd like, Sharif. So not too bad on that trade. But as for the Tesla, we're going to wait. I have a feeling it's going to chop around in this level. And if the TQs have the ability to punch through this previous pivot high, I like our chances and maybe somewhat of a rally back to the top side, especially if Apple wants to participate and head towards the high of the day.
Absolutely, Joey. All right, guys. Entered into ENGN over here at 85. Just with the beak in the low 90s. It's going to have to hold up, you know, at 70s essentially. So I'm not giving it much room, but I'm looking for a breakthrough. This one did put in a higher low. It certainly has a lower high currently. We're going to pack the patience, see if we can get another price spike up into the 90s. I've layered some orders there. There's 90. There's a seller at 90 here that we can't shake. There's 90, 95s. It's taking out all my prints now. 95 showing up, looking for continuation into 10 on ENGN. It's a good VWAP holder, 65% and going, but we still haven't quite taken out that level at 98s that I have printed up there. So we're going to go ahead and wait at 15s for another profit taker there. Also, I took a bunch of profit on IFRX as it popped up into 86. I didn't get the 86 print there because it didn't cross, but it did make its way up into 86. Let's see if we can take off a little bit over here. We'll pack the patience and we'll keep an eye out on that. But I also have to tell you guys that for too long, trading your own money or never having enough to start at all. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, guys, but that's all changing. With Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs all the downside. This allows traders to focus on what really matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. Wow, no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading, and it's all powered, baby, by Trade the Pool. So visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen to get your 10% off that first evaluation. There goes ENGN Assassino. Look, we got that 10 print, but we're still waiting on that 10-15 print. It's still zigging. It's zagging, Joey, with that $10 area. There's 10 again. Monster seller at 10, showing 02s. Clear. 03s now. There's that 10 seller coming in again. 5s now showing up. We're waiting for 15s, but that 10 seller is an annoying little you know what, because he won't get out of the way and allow us to take some higher prints over here. So ENGN, we're fighting with 10, Joey. Let's see what happens.
Nice. Yeah, Jake, I'm in the gym every day as well, too. AMD starting to come back in a little bit. Jake, yeah, just my running has kind of fell off a map, which is not good. It's funny, I was thinking about it the other day. Back and just instead of getting ready in the summer, I'll be ready by the summertime. Yeah. That's the game plan. There it is, guys. Market's starting to come back in. Sellers are in complete control right now. IBIT, not doing too much. It's wetting the bed, that's for sure. So I mean, it's not good whatsoever, man. I wanted to say another word, but we didn't want to say that on there. Like it. But AMD, there it goes. AMD towards some key support levels. I could just hop out of this Tesla trade at no worries, for I do think that we are going to break the low end of the day, and that's what's really important, right? I didn't take anything off at this pivot level, looking for a little bit higher of a move, but you can see struck a new a higher low, lower highs. Yeah, there we go. Lower high is what I'm looking for, and now heading towards this base. So if I can get out break even, we'll take that all day. Other than that, guys, I'm sitting for a precise entry. Maybe that momentum to the downside on AMD is just going to be an additional liquidity grab. You get that indecision print and then a grind higher. But it's one of the, and I was just telling Coreweave, like, honestly, I have no issues with not putting on any other trades. I'm more or less just looking for things to see if we can grind bit up. But what I'm seeing for my specific playbook isn't necessarily there. So I don't want to force anything either. On a daily, we're going to probably fill this gap in AMD. So look for that move all the way back down to 235. It's a couple dollars away from now. Apple is going Oppo, and then we are, Oppo.
Everybody hear about Oppo Taco?
Oppo, no, is that a place?
No.
Have you ever been to Rancho Relaxo?
No, but that sounds really relaxing.
It's really good. It's a good.
Is that a real
spot.
place, or are you just making stuff up?
No, I'm not. No, why would I make it up? It's legit, man. The jerk chicken taco it is fire, man. One of the best. So there's a little bit of fusion in there. But no, in all seriousness, guys, we're going to continue to take a look at some things. We'll head back over to our volume scanner to see if there's anything appealing to us or catching our eye. If there's anything in the options world that you want to go over, just feel free to ask me and put it in the chat. Someone had a super chat that we totally forgot about. Vaughn Clark, Neil is the FN. Oh, okay, no, maybe that wasn't it. Joseph Paris. Okay, so yeah, we already went over those super chats. Sorry, I apologize. But anyways, back to what we were looking at. To our scanner and see what we got going on. If there's anything in particular that we'd like. AAL has been on it for quite some time, but you can see that we're barcoding here, so that is a lot of algo type price action. And the liquidity, there's going to be issues as soon as we head to the lower time frames, so you can see that right now. That's tough to trade, right? It's really, really tough. Spread probably a little bit wider, especially for a $13 name. What has Soundhound been up to on the 1 minute? He's not doing too good either there, Sharif. So not too good of a look across the board. Is this SanDisk?
Oh, wow.
No, I don't think that's SanDisk there. I know that's been in play. Obi was talking about that the other day. As for Ethereum, I know that this probably isn't going to be trading overly well either, considering Bitcoin isn't. MU, what have you been up to?
Joey, I got it.
Go ahead, man.
Guys, ENGN is taking all the levels out there. There goes 10, and there is 1050. It's up 73% now. Good accumulation into VWAP. This one's very strong as MTC starts to ghost and is really no longer tradable as it continues to make lower lows. The DGen's got to punch into something, myself included. Funnel off, they cycle off into something else, something stronger. ENGN seems to be that one right now. It is a 1050 high. We were holding this one from south of 10, well south of 10, mind you, from like 982. Look at this one, all gas, no brakes, 1114 high. Let's see if we can squeeze back into that $11 area. It doesn't have to be a high day break. But I want to set up a little bit because now we're done our trade. We've exhausted all the shares. Now we got to pick up something. I'm thinking maybe another move back down into 10 if it comes in. But based upon, the current strength, we may not get a pullback all the way back into 10. We're showing 1029 right now. So ENGN, guys, this one's very strong for the small cap traders. Here comes 10 again. Let's see if we can get something off 10. It shows 15s ever so briefly. I think if it hits single digits, like 7s, 9s, whatever, I might got something. There is 10 right there. We're going to punch in here, Joey. Anything below 10 loses 10. We'll give back about 5 pennies on that one. Right back above 10 it goes. Let's see if it can hold 10 this time around. I'm not going to jump in. Now it's actually using 10. So look at that. It's unable to reclaim 10 all that quickly or at all, in fact. So there's that 10 print again. Hidden seller, very obviously a hidden seller is there's no size posted on the gateway. So they are using 10 as that sort of level of resistance. So we'll pack our patience on this one. ENGN, good look right now, Joey, but definitely still waiting for a little bit more.
All right, cool. James Choi says BA200 calls that expire on the 21st of November, $1.85 per strike. Vote this Thursday. All right, any idea what this, whatever, we'll get back. I have no idea, man. But there is a nice on AMD here off of these lows. But once we start to engulf a little bit of this wick low, that I'm going to avoid it at all costs. I'm just looking for specific things, guys. To be honest with you, it's a choppy market. We can pull up the board here. IBIT slightly tempted to take a long on it as it's forming these consistent higher lows, but if that floor breaks, I think more downside in IBIT. Let's pull up the options chain actually and take a look at what we got going on with that, because I told you guys from a writing standpoint, look to head right back into that world, because I don't believe that we're going to be heading significantly higher anytime soon in the crypto space. So with that being said, you guys know that I'm aggressively heavy on, I don't know why I typed in Apple, on some contracts. So I want to start hedging against it. What do we got December 5th, 24 days from now? I'm looking to, let's actually turn on our strategy builder first. Now I can head over to the 66s, collect 56 bucks, or I can go to exactly where I'm currently sitting at, collect an additional $70 on that front. So let's sign up right there, and this is what we got. We're gonna head that over to 6, and then we'll just take a look at the profile to see what we got going on. So here it is, guys. So we have the ability to collect $420. Well, all right, cool. Yeah, maybe we sign up 420 right there with the probability of profit of 83%. Right? That is a big time probability of profit. So essentially what the options market is telling us by December 5th that there's almost a 13% chance that we are going to be trading higher than $65 on IBIT. That's going to put around 114K on Bitcoin. I don't like that. That is extremely bearish sentiment. Also to note, we noticed at the 65 strike price in started to cool down, we seen in the hundreds of thousands, 116,000 to be on what we had on the previous expiration cycle. Sorry, on mid-November 21st, things are starting to cool off, but 60 having the largest amount of size, strategy builder off so we can see it a little bit more clearly, but they're saying by November 21st, the probability is relatively low, a 7% chance that these contracts are going to close out the money. That is not what I want to hear, but I have to listen to what the market is telling me. Give us a good time, a good opportunity to start writing some of these nearer dated contracts, the 61s, because now I am north of that call wall and I get to collect substantially a couple dollars more per contract with half the duration and which I'm looking for opposed to December 5th expiration.
Great explanation, Joey, man.
Brother.
All right, guys, we're back into ENGN as it failed, so we had to stop out for the last remaining amount. Popped up into half, failed. We're right back in now and looking for that 10 break. It's having a lot of trouble taking out 10. 10 is such a nasty level here on ENGN initially, and then it, momentarily broke through it. It looks like the shorts are targeting $10 and really fixating on that level. A gnarly seller at that $10 area. Sometimes he's at 99, sometimes he's at the whole dollar. Currently defending that 10 EMA. We'll have to see how long that lasts for. There's 10 again. Look at that. We can't take anything off that. There is an aggressive seller there at 10, but we'll see if we can shake him. Here's 10 again. Can we get anything above 10? We're getting all sorts of green prints. Coming in above that level, it's just wet the beak there.
Do me a favor.
Yeah, absolutely, Joey.
Vaughn Clark has 2 super chats in there. Both of them are directed towards you.
Absolutely. I just got to concentrate on this one for a sec because this one could break down on me. And but I promise I will get to those. Just allow me a sec to keep an eye here on ENGN. I'm looking for a break at 10. We're not getting it. There's a huge hidden seller at that level, but we're at the level. We're hanging. So anything can happen here. So I need to keep my eyes very much fixed on ENGN. I put in the course, but I haven't put as many profit takers to the north side as I'd like, obviously. So we'll just keep an eye out on this level. It's got a higher low, but that could change in a heartbeat. We have certainly a lower high than that. So I don't want to say, hey, let me get out here, and then if it breaks 10, I'll get back in. What happened? It went up to 1050 and then it lost 10. So that idea may not be quite sound at the moment. I'm going to get out here, break even on the remaining amount because I feel like it may fail, and it's already dropping down into the low 90s. Let's see if it comes back into the 10 EMA, which is right now high 70s. All right, Vaughn Clark, my man. Let's go. Joseph, no, bro. Y'all never answered my super chat here. It was a question for Neil on F. Pardon me? You're putting it in, there it is right there, okay. Is the break action, Neil, is this the break action on F? Okay, well, Neil's not here right now, but you're asking me about Rig, Sharif at Rig. Keep an eye on ENGN. It's gonna break 10 again here, man. Jeez Louise. It's not the time for a super, but we're gonna, all right, so RIG. It's a good look. This could form into a head and shoulders, so be careful on that. It's preceded by an uptrend, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. If it breaks and continues and doesn't give up the go, I'd be looking to get long. You could also get long at the volume weighted average price at around 31. And if it breaks down below 28, which is the area low, get out there. Multiple options how you can kind of finagle a trade into this. I would get in at 31 right here. Stop goes at 28, or you could take the breakout trade for 30 for continuation into the high. I hope that helps. Shout out to Vaughn Clark. Thank you very much for the super chat there. All right, back to ENGN as it's hanging out at 99s. It's got a higher low. And how much time is left on this candle? We still have about a minute and a half, 2.5 minutes, a little bit less actually. So let's see what we can get here. I don't want to punch into this and then have this one drop on me. Let's see if it can break. And I don't mind chasing it a little bit too much, but we've got to take out that 10 seller first, which we're having a lot of trouble doing. SOC is coming back into the volume weighted average price, which is at 90. That's my invitation to get in there, and then anything below 90, we're going to get out of that. So let's put in some orders on this one. We're already taking out levels. What a move here for SOC, but look at it come right back in. Look at that, man. Wow, we caught that right at 7. It's up to 7.15. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher now, man. We're going to wait at 15s, and we're also going to wait at 21s. Anything below gets me out of the trade, and that got me out of the trade for the last remaining amount right there. Very volatile, man. Back to ENG. To keep digressing. Happy I got out of this. Look at this one bleed all the way south. We just lost the 10 EMA. 9.5 is VWAP on ENGN. So that's looking next here on ENGN. A VWAP dip. That takes us down to 9.5. Let's see if we get that. IFRX, how we doing on that? Still trending up off that at 176. So pack in the patience there. Yeah, okay, so we got to that one. There was another super chat there. How are you all? Good luck. Thank you, Papacito. What is that? Is that shekels? Looks like 690 shekels. Does he know? I wonder if he knows Nimrud.
Yeah, ask him.
Papacito, you know your countryman Nimrud? I'm sure you saw him on the show. Of course, when he was here, he was not here that long ago.
Talking to that other guy, the other
How's
day.
he doing?
He's doing good.
Is he coming back, or was that just?
He has intentions to come back. Yeah, but he's busy, man.
Yeah, you guys are keeping in contact more than him and I.
Yeah, he called me. He's like, man, options, man. I don't know.
He's loving the options. You opened up a whole new world.
Yeah,
for
he
him,
loves it. He loves it for sure.
Yeah, a lot of leverage there, Joey. Oh no. Yeah, look at this. This makes me feel a little stupid over here. SOC dips in. We get stopped out for the remaining amount on SOC. Let's see if we can ride this trend back up, Joey. This looks like it's looking good over here. So we're going to punch back into SOC. What do you got, my man?
Yeah, same thing, man. I just hopped out of this Tesla. I'm not seeing anything that I like. I'm down like a handful of, so it's nothing much. But what this market is up to, full disclosure, I caught a fill on those IBIT short calls. No, a fill on. We don't catch feelings around here. Anyway,
get a full old girlfriend. I don't catch feelings. What?
But there goes Bitcoin heading towards the downside there. God, thank you. Yes. Why did I? Yes. I mean, it's not good. The situation is not good. No
way.
In the good old account, but at the end of the day, we could just continuously mitigate it. At some point, I have to let it go. But what we can do is
there he is.
Options is
the Katina's back.
You're not even supposed to be in today.
He is. He was just in the morning.
He had
your
half day.
How'd it go, Katina man? Good. Very good.
What's up, Katina man? Shout out to them. There goes Bitcoin heading downside, starting to bleed aggressively. Let's see. Let's pull up the actual thing.
Pull up.
Oh, hold on. Even though I know nothing's not going to hit today, we'll just bang. We'll hit that right there, Joey? As we're getting ready for this one there, Shree. And then we're going to pull it up momentarily.
Okay.
But baby, this is what I'm talking about. So let's pull this up over here and head over to the world's favorite. I'm not going to say that whatsoever. I said, and that's not going to be the case. So rejecting this trend line extremely aggressively. I think it's ideal. You can see the volume is relatively cool in that, and we're starting to engulf a lot of this move. So what do? I need this to head up here. I'm going to release once we breach and hold that 100K. So we get to 195s. I'm going to a little bit of a loss and then maybe look to just assess the situation and transfer that into a complete winner. And that's probably going to be meta, to be honest with you. As what we got going on here, 102.95s heading a little bit lower. Watch out for that 99 level to break, and then we're going to head into this. I made a big mistake. I told you guys this already. Okay. I'm more than happy with this trade. But what was my mistake, you ask? This. All right? So here it is. long. What happened?
He's chuckling.
I love that talk. What was that mistake?
Yeah, you want it? Yeah. You want to know what the mistake was? I'll tell you right now. Buying Amazon at 213 and selling at 222, and rotating into this bleep.
I don't mean to laugh.
Yeah, but it was this. But no.
Sorry,
it was a mistake. We can laugh at it because at the end of the day, it's all. It's none of it's real. It's money. It's money. It's real. At the end of the day, it's all digital. You got to make that thing as large as you possibly can. So that was a big time mistake. So now how am I going to?
You're going to do it.
We're going to write some calls, which we have been doing, collecting premium, and then once the thing really starts to not work. Have a feeling we're going to get a little bit more of a breakdown in this. We're going to head over right to this thing. And I like Meta down off of that previous all-time high, in which it's down 21% from where we're currently trading at from that high. We're going to hammer that one. And what does that happen? We're going to make back the money in which we've lost on the horrible trade in this good trade. So essentially what I is complete manifestation right now, Sharif, if you haven't noticed, and I know it's going to work. Why? Because the trading gods whispered in my ear and said, Joseph, do it. And I have the government.
Do it. All right, I like it, Joey. Shout out to you, my man. Hope you print up multiple storms on the long term, the short term, the swing, whatever the hell you're doing over
on all terms.
On all terms. All right, guys, we punched right back into SOC. It's quite volatile. We got 7s. We took 20s. It came back in. I flattened out at 9s. Alas, it's right back up. It's insanely volatile right now. I mean, it has periods where it does nothing, and crazy, you know what, periods like that, the one that we're currently involved in right now. So SOC is not a bad looker at the moment, especially umpteen amount of holds at VWAP. Also, the higher lows are super interesting to me anyway. I don't want to trade a range, and that's what it is right now. So let me show you guys what I mean on the black charts here. We can make Assassino. This looks very much like a range. It's a bull flag, as we know. No two bull flags created equal, but I'll trade it as a range. It pops off the volume weighted average price, generally loses 7 by 5 or 6 pennies. It comes into 695. 90, whatever it is, in and around that level, then pops right back up. If I'm seeing it, other small cap traders are seeing it, and the proof is the fact that it comes into that level and it's bought up aggressively, not once, not twice, but 3 times. 18 and 4/5 is what it's up on the day, 731 high. But, you know, I sang this one's praise. Look how it's also got lower highs. So keep that in mind if you're looking for a breakout trade. I would say build your position at the lower end of and then, you know, trade it as, you know, go into it thinking I'm going to trade it as a range. And if it breaks out, fantastic. Ride it, right? Ride the SOC in focus. For me, we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. So shout out to the Neil. All right, who else we got over here? We got IFR. Let's take a gander at what that bad boy is doing. We got 76s on that monster. It's showing me 86. Good look, good look. Not enough of a good look because that 88 profit taker, resting profit taker has gone unfilled, and it's continued to go unfilled for a hot minute. So that is what I'll be looking at there. I also want to bring your attention to PUB. This is much slower of a grind up, but it is a grind up nonetheless. So for the longs, this has been absolute money off the 10 EMA on the 5. It doesn't matter where you were looking. If you were looking at 11 o'clock, it was money. How about that 11:55? Money. How about 12:30? Money. So PUBM EMA. Joey, it's up 40.
Did you say money?
Money. Oh, no, you got that one. Hey, yeah, you feel good at this guy, bro. All right, so PUBM in focus for me as well. We're not going to execute on it right now. And I want to bring your attention RDGT, it's reawakening over here from the bowels of hell, and it's reawakening into that 290. It has a lot of trouble with $3, so just because it's waking up into 3 doesn't mean it will clear 3. Look at the amount of time we failed at 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles on the 5-minute chart. Failed to close above or open above 3. So that gives you an idea of the kind of resistance we are facing at that $3 level, guys. All right, it is about 2:47. We're going to start the news shortly, but for the moment, we're sending it to the big desk.
We're 13 minutes away from the start of AMD's Financial Analyst Day. I am already on the webcast. I'm waiting for them to begin. So again, I don't know if it's going to be on YouTube or anything, but they do have a webcast off of their website. I am watching that. And again, we will give you live coverage right here on Trader TV Live. So don't guys, 13 minutes until the start of AMD's Financial Analyst Day. Back to you.
Man, we're pumped for this day, guys. Last one that AMD did was back in 22, and Lisa Su's like, look, I'm not going to do one every year. I'll do it when ready. No, that's not what she said. I'm playing. She said, I'll do it when there's like big events to announce. So obviously the MI400 series slated to be released as their server rack to compete with the GB200, which is the full gauntlet of, AI products from Nvidia. We're talking CPU, we're talking GPU, we're talking networking. So AMD looking to throw its hat into the server ring as well. All ears to see what Aunt Lisa has to offer, or I should say Dr. Sue has to offer there. Out to her and the crew there. And I put a nice little picture for her today on the Morning Note. Let's bring it in over here, Joey. Remind everybody, guys, that the Morning Note available bright and early every day. I want to say around 8:10 or so. Super easy to get, but you got to be a premium subscriber. So right below the video of the stream right now is a join button. Hit that join button. It's $4.99 a month, and this is just one of the first in a series of products that we're going to be releasing to paid members. I'm in a beta test right now for my earnings note that will be released weekly, and it's going to have a gauntlet of information. I'll show you guys in a second. But if you guys are already subscribed, which all the people with green names in the chat, you guys are all premium. Just mosey on over to our YouTube homepage, hit that posts tab right there, and then mosey on over right down Sharif Morning Note. There's Dr. Lisa Su smiling with the AMD processor in her hand. And then you just click read. It is right there, and there's a link. It takes you to a Google Drive, and the Morning Note appears. And of course, the first story, as it has to be, Joey, is better believe it. We're going to lead off with AMD, even though SoftBank sold $5.8 billion worth of Nvidia shares there. So, that's also a big headline as well. So make sure to get the Morning Note every day, guys. If you're subscribed, then you guys are already getting that. If you're not, it probably behooves you to get on that. So hope everybody that's using it is getting value out of it. All right, what are you looking at there, Joe?
Yeah, same thing, man. I got out of this Tesla trade. If I hop back in, I automatically already have a better price. But what I have a feeling is that we're just going to get that slow curl over. So you can see that we failed to establish any form of new highs. It goes bang, a big tank to the downside. That's why we got out earlier, man. That's not what we were looking for. And just reading the price action, I'm like, you know what? This isn't the session. Even though, look at the SPY. It's just doing its own thing right now. Tech is the weaker sector. We went over that earlier in the day, and that's starting to fill this downside gap in which we experienced 680, and now we're at the top end of that 681 right there. So bang, bang, bang. Apple continuing to climb higher. Is this going to help drag the NASDAQ up? Bang. Yeah, we were short that one. Katina Man earlier in the day. The Katina Man's back in the house, by the way. He was at his Remembrance Day assembly too long ago. Yeah, Katina Man, look at this reload right here. Bang short to VWAP, bang reload on that one. So loaded there, but we're out of that trade now. We're just looking for something else. Other than that, guys, I don't see anything in particular. Cube is like, man, I'm not even going to trade any more today, understandably so. But I want to find something that is a high probability. And am I going to find that right now? I don't know. I've wrote these. Now you get an indecision print off of the lows on IBIT. That is going to be the largest volume print since we experienced since 11 a.m. A little bit after that this morning. Can we get a sustained move here? Possibly. If you play the break of this, then you want to look for a move into that prior support. And bang, you get a nice little bounce in Bitcoin just like that. I have the utmost confidence in the writings, though. I don't think we head back into that level, and if we do, so what? Buy them back and allow those contracts to rock and roll because we got 6 of them. Bang, we're gonna allow that to work. Tesla right back into my entry price. Again, it's a lot, guys. You're gonna want to give yourself a much wider stop on today's session. So what is that going to include? Smaller shares, wider, and allow things to just fluctuate substantially, and you might have to sit in these trades for a lot longer than what you're typically used to. There's no big time momentum plays just yet. You might be able to find something in AMD. Will we get a volatility spike in AMD once this event I think so. But once that happens, just follow the volume. Don't try to fight it or anything along those lines. Other than that, what are you guys looking at? Let's go over a couple of those names. GLTO, someone's mentioning in the chat. Let's see what GLTO.
Yeah, I got that, Joey.
All right.
That's there. All right, GLTO, guys. Gelato is going. I just put it on the side chart. Good call out, Joey. I appreciate that, guys. This one was moving in the pre-market yesterday. It had a great day in the pre, but then it lost VWAP. But here we go again. Look at this range it's holding, guys. $15 is an absolute buy level. It was the low during the regular trading hours yesterday. Low again this morning, 15 on the dot, and here we are at highs, Joey, 2184. We're showing 56 is a last. We still do have highs in the pre-market right around 24 bucks. That's still uncleared, so be careful with this one as the bears are going to be holding. From the aftermarket yesterday where this thing cleared 25, from the pre-market where it cleared 26, from today where it got into 24. So be careful. There could be a lot of downwards resistance on Gelato over here. GLTO is the ticker I'm talking about. But I do like the way this one is looking at the moment. That's why I threw it up on the side chart. Mention exhibit. I don't know if this is going to, we're not going to be able to pimp our ride after a trade on this one, but XBIT is also bull flagging. It had a nice little break in the pre-market, and it's getting a nice little continuation here as well in the regular trading hours. So there's a bull flag, 9:30, and then we get another bull flag at 12:05, and then it rockets up into before. We are trading below the volume weighted average price right now at around 314. But, you know, if we start putting in higher highs above 325, this one could be a good one, up 28%. So very strong name as well. So Gelato and those XBIT, those are the ones going to be looking at, of course, with SOC and IFRX because I'm involved in those. This one is looking real good, especially with an aggressive uptrend like this off the 10 EMA, and it's been respecting the 10 EMA, I want to say, since 5. So almost an hour now of respect off that key area of technical support. I'm talking, of course, about the 10 EMA. IFRX at 88. I'm actually waiting at 88. It's not printing me. It's got a cross, so we got our Packer patience there. Paul Newman, I didn't mean that, bro. It's just because Joey doesn't trade the small cap, so I didn't know he knew or not whether it was a small cap gapper. That's why I just saved him the time. All right, guys, I want to shout Blair Yake. Thank you for joining, brother. You're going to get the morning note as well. Shout out to Anuj Nath. Thank you, Anuj. You joined as well. Rob Melvin, thank you for joining, brother. You're going to get the morning note as well. And for the individual who forget who it was, guy's like, bro, I don't have a thing. I don't have a join button below the video. There's no way, my man. So here's the video, and there's the join button right there. You hit that join button. This handsome gentleman named Brendan Wickens shows up and hit that join button right there. It's $4.99 a month, guys. You're going to get Joey's algo when it's ready. You're going to get my weekly earnings note as well for all the different earnings plays. That's still in beta, and already we have the morning note, so that's already there. And hopefully it's adding value to your trading, Joey. So we got the print there on IFRX at 88. There's 90 now. Go ahead and post at 90. That's going to be a short, Joey. So we're going to go post at 92, actually. See if we can get 91s now. Good look for IFRX as it works its way back into that 94 penny high, 20.5%. Not a bad look. Gelato is losing a little bit of the bid. GLTO is the one I'm talking about. Lovingly calling it Gelato. There's the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is a little bit below that, right at the $0.50, 255. So the spread here on Gelato is quite displeasing. It's like 30 pennies, and that is not my move there. Despite the fact it comes into that 250 area, the 10 EMA, which is a prior area of price action resistance, rockets back up to 21. But look at the spread here, 67 on the bid, 94 on the ask. That ain't for me. Steering clear of that. That's hard to manage risk on when you have caps with a wide spread like that. So despite the great look on Gelato, technically, of course, I'm going to steer clear. All right, Joey, it is about 3-1. I'm going to send it to you for a second. All right. And then Kuwait Digital Media, like, all right, that means thanks, sir, or thank you, my lord, or something like that. Besha is like a Turkish Sir and Lord, but the Turks had their own thing. They had Bey and Besha, where Pasha, they're supposed to say Pasha. But is our, you know, they have their own way of saying it, Joey, so we say Besha. Pasha. All right, so shout out to my man, Kuwait. All right, let's start the news, Joey Options. We're gonna bring in that note over here, and we're gonna get right down to business. All right, so just allow me here to keep my eye on IFRX. Want to be able to monitor the trade while I'm in it. Good, so it's the next screen over. Sorry, Assassino, allow. There we go. All right, let's talk about AMD because, well, it's starting quite shortly. So here's what we're expecting. It will host its first financial day since 2022. It starts at 1 p.m. in New York City. Is expected to raise its long-term AI forecast. They're really highlighting here their progress in the GPU and the data center market, and they're looking to showcase some of their newest products. What are those? One that Joseph has been talking about a lot, the MI series, the 100 series. It's launching in 26, and it's a response, of course, to the G300, not out yet by Nvidia. The company's also building a new GPU rack architecture, so they're looking at taking on the GB200. So if you're wondering what the difference is between the GPU and the racks, well, the racks include CPUs, GPUs, as well as network. So it's like an all-in-one, ready to kind of network kind of product. And basically, until now, it's been dominated by Nvidia, and AMD wants to throw their hat into that server ring as well. So as we know, of course, AMD signed a multi-year deal with AI in October to become a key supplier of the GPU infrastructure. So I'll be listening to more developments about that part because, well, the king of AI right now is OpenAI, Joey. So not much to say. AMD is down right now, 2 1/5. All change momentarily.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're going to get a little bit of a volatility spike coming into that keynote starts, essentially. I think it's going to be important to note that it may not be sustained. Considering where we are sitting at from a daily perspective, we might potentially fill this gap, so keep that into consideration at all times. But I like our chances for a little in the overall market with AMD.
All right, that was quick. Sorry, give me a second over here. I just have to see what. All right, Adara, what's your take on AMD? Okay, cannot. All right, let's go on to SoftBank, and they're exiting the entire Nvidia position. So what am I talking about here? So SoftBank announced the sale of its entire Nvidia stake worth $5.83 billion as it reallocates that capital towards new ventures, most notably, again, Open frickin' AI. They sold 32.1 million shares, Katina, man, and they also divested part of their position in T-Mobile to the tune of $9.17 billion. CFO Yoshimitsu Goto said the asset sales are part of the broader asset monetization strategy and aiming here at maintaining their strength while increasing their funding flexibility. So what are we talking about here? Is this a bearish thing? Should we be concerned? Everybody is talking about, the AI bubble. Analysts are pushing back against that narrative. They're saying the sale does not signal a bearish view on Nvidia by SoftBank, but rather it's a rebalancing move to support SoftBank's massive AI expansion. What are we talking about here? Well, new research, they're estimating SoftBank needs roughly $30.5 billion in capital for their investments this, including $22.5 billion for OpenAI and $6.5 billion for Amper. The investment spree just on the quarter, the investment spree that they're having in this quarter is more than they spent in the prior 2 years combined. Give you an idea of why they need to be a little bit more liquid and generate some cash. So it kind of makes sense from that angle. And SoftBank said they remain deeply intertwined with NVIDIA's ecosystem, as many of their ventures depend on AMD NVIDIA hardware, including, yes, that $500 billion Stargate data center project that we're building in the United States. Also, Joey, the sale comes as SoftBank's Vision Fund posted a record $19 billion in gain in the last year, doubling the company's overall profit.
All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, as for this, Shreve, worst case scenario is that Masayoshi selling these shares and it turning out to be that Cathie Wood scenario where she sold it at the equivalent, I think it was like $20 or something. But a rotation is good. Diversification isn't horrible whatsoever. Let me know whenever you're ready there, Assassino. We can get that fired up 110%. Other than that, guys, I'm looking. Yep. All right, cool. So your heart will beat 100,000 times per day, and every beat is a data point. AIML innovation, CSE, AIML, TCQB, AIMLFF turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with Maxi engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks each analysis from days to a minute. Their mission to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML Health and follow at AIML Health_innovatex.com, guys. All right, there's a lot of, that wasn't the easiest read there is. But no, in all seriousness, hopefully this doesn't turn out Nvidia doubles its price in the next couple of years.
Right? And Brendo was looking at the daily chart and he was looking at that volume candle and it was like the all-time high. So you never know. Maybe they top ticked it. Oh,
okay. Before and Neil and Obi were looking at what happened when was selling their shares earlier from that specific level. Was it Masayoshi before? So it was his second time heading into that stock. But no, worst case scenario, by the end of a couple of years or a couple of years from now, that stock's 400. You're not going to be so happy about selling it right now.
Well said, Joey. Well said. All right, Adara, this is a big exit by SoftBank. What do you make of this?
I honestly think nothing burger, and there's a couple reasons I think this. For one, they did exit another name as mentioned here, right? T-Mobile. And of course, they're still in T-Mobile, but that's a pretty massive sale. And T-Mobile has this to say about that drop, which is basically nothing at all to the downside. They're actually leading a very strong communication. So all of this is to say that I think maybe the reason that we're a little bit freaked out is because, as you know, we were discussing yesterday, and I know, Sharif, you were discussing yesterday in particular, there are a lot of heightened fears around a potential bubble in AI. Now, again, those fears are not new. They've existed prior. I think the timing of those fears with SoftBank offloading its stake or selling its stake, I think people did get a little bit worried. However, it sounds like SoftBank is doing this so that they can get more involved in OpenAI. So they're not stopping with AI. They're just moving their money to a different location. I think if you look at it that way, I think it becomes a lot less bearish and maybe even argue. I don't want to say bullish, but I think more optimistic for the AI space. Speaking of AI, we have to talk about our AMD. Lisa Su, or Dr. Lisa Su, CEO of Advanced Micro Devices, she just began speaking. So keep an eye here on AMD. Nice pop-up here, roughly like $2, $3 pop from the lows here for Advanced Micro Devices as Lisa Su begins speaking. They're going to talk a lot about financial projections, which makes sense. And apparently at one point there's going to be like an intermission or a break. So I'll just keep you guys posted.
What I wanted to touch on there, Adair, is that I mentioned that we're going to see a volatility spike in AMD. As soon as that started, sure enough, you're off to the races. Increased volume, the second largest print of this session. I'm taking an additional short here on AMD, guys.
All right, guys. Let's talk about Coreweave. They beat on Q3 revenue, but that guide came in a little late. So let's talk about it. Q3 revenue, $1.36 billion. Beat estimates, 1.29. Top line check. How about that? Year-over-year increase. Well, they grew revenue at an eye-watering pace. 34% year-over-year bump on that number. They came from $583 million. Now they're printing 1.36. Despite all that, they're losing money. We know, super CapEx heavy. They got to keep buying GPUs. They got to keep buying data centers, energy, obviously networking. So they lost $110 million a share, but that's less than what they lost last year. They lost $360 million, so they were able to narrow those costs or those losses down. EPS, 22 pennies loss per share, despite the strong quarter we see where shares are dropping because management issued softer full year 2026 guidance. The growth remains tied, of course, to AI compute. We know that they depend heavily on Nvidia, and they've got insane backlog that they can't meet, and I'll explain why in a second. Their demand backlog now $55.6 billion, and they signed an expansion deal with OpenAI to the tune of $6.5 billion. 6-year, $14.2 billion agreement with Meta, plus its 6th hyperscaler contract during that quarter. But the CEO, he's confirmed that Coreweave remains supply constrained. Not due to power shortages, not due to chip shortages, rather a limited supply of powered shell to deploy the infrastructure. So in other words, they can't find ready buildings that can house these data centers so that they can just, more neo cloud compute. It seems to be a big issue for them here, Joey. And I don't know, near term what they can do other than add more capacity.
It's going to cost money, man. The CapEx is most definitely increase, especially if they have a backlog and there's just not enough storage space for all of this stuff. But in all seriousness, if we head over to the IPO, some of these IPOs that we experienced, Coreweave was holding up well. You go on a couple-month run right here, all the way up to 186. You have taken a 50% haircut roughly from that specific. All right, so keep that in mind. 85 is going to be a key pivot level on Coreweave. If that breaks, watch out. Guys, we're going to send it over.
Yeah, what we're going to do here, guys, is speaking of Coreweave, I want to take you through these earnings recaps that we do here on Exit TTV Research. Here's the one for Coreweave. The revenue beat. We narrowed the net loss year over year, and we also have the forward guide, which, of course, the revenue guide did come in a little bit below their prior guide and the analyst estimates, right? And, of course, this talk here about these third-party data center developer. We also here have the Big Bear AI earnings recap. We know this is one of Sean's favorites. So this is a name that actually had a double beat, but revenue growth was down 20% year over year. Gross margin also contracting year over year. And again, revenue also maintained for the fiscal year. So you guys can find all of this on Exit TTV Research if you're looking back on these reports. But what if you're thinking, hey, I want to know what's reporting tonight or going forward? Guess what? We have earnings previews as well. For Oklo, again, Sean and I will be covering this report tonight after the bell. We're expecting a slight loss per share. We are expecting revenue here of $1.5 million. Here's also a fun little visual featuring two very former board members here. We've got Chris Wright, who is a former member of Oklo's board and now the U.S. Secretary of Energy, and Sam Altman, of course, OpenAI CEO, who was formerly the chairman of Oklo's board of directors. So all of these visuals can be found, as always, on Exit TTV Research as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go on to the next story. Paramount Skydance lifts cost savings target, and they're eyeing that streaming expansion. So let's talk about it. They reported Q3 earnings. It's first since the merger back in August, and they're projecting another $1 billion in additional merger savings, bringing those economies of scales together. And they're bringing the to at least $3 billion. The company expects $1.4 billion in savings by the year end, and another $1 billion in savings next year for full year 2026. So good look there with CEO David Ellison emphasizing North Star priorities, which are basically streaming operations, expanding globally in streaming, and generating long-term cash flow. Wouldn't we all want that? They announced another, sadly, of course, we never want to sell. The market tends to. Another 1,600 layoffs tied to divestitures in Argentina as well as Chile. This follows 1,000 layoffs earlier in Q3 and a policy shift towards a mandatory 5-day in-office schedule. That's something that I can certainly get behind. Around 600 employees opted for instead of returning to the office full-time. Not surprised. Streaming price hikes. Let's talk about this as well. The company plans to raise its prices again in Q1 of 26. That is a typo. The third hike since early 23. The funds are going to support content expansion, tech upgrades to improve that user experience. Joey, they have about 70 million global subscribers with recent momentum returning because of the NFL season after some summer churn. You and I also talked about this, the $7.7 billion 7-year UFC deal that they struck with TKO. Yep. They also got a deal with Activision to develop TV and film based on Call of Duty. They got a 5-year exclusive agreement with South Park. They signed the Duffer Brothers from Stranger Things for a mid-2026 project. So, you and I were talking about this. We're talking about maybe this one bit of a sleeper. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're thinking about the ESPN deals going to be ending at the end of the year for UFC. That South Park was a pretty big thing. I think there's a lot. Essentially, how many eyes is this going to bring from the UFC? I think it can add a little bit for sure. But what else we got going on there? The ending also on Netflix as well too. So there's a lot going on. PSKY, that's the ticker, I believe, right? Yeah, we can take a look at it. It also did catch an upgrade this morning as well too, Sharif. So we'll take a look. But I mean, there it is. I mean, it is a nice hold off of that 14 level. We're not going to complain. But I think this UFC thing, it's not going to obviously flip the books or anything, but it can be pretty big in my opinion.
Yeah, and then we know that obviously they're trying to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they throw in bids around, but there's a lot of people throwing their hat into that ring as well, so we'll have to see how that all does. Adara, give us your take on Paramount Skydance.
Yeah, with regards to Paramount Skydance, I don't know. I think that I'm a little bit concerned for them. I'm going to be honest here, and I want to talk. A lot of it has to do with their acquisition strategy. I think that the South Park makes a lot of sense, but like, let's be real. Some other the Duffer Brothers have taken years and years to put out like a 5-season show on Netflix, which is for Stranger Things. So I'm like, how do we think they're going to get this content immediately for Paramount Skydance? Now, one more thing that I'm going to say that I am being very serious when I say. I discussed this yesterday in the market recap show as well. How are you guys going to put out more content when your app is not functioning well? Like on the show, I said, hey guys, if anyone else has these issues with the app, please let me know. And almost, I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people, at least 4 or 5 people coming out and saying, hey, I'm just using it on my TV. I have issues using the app too. If I can't rewind a show, why am I using your app? Like it's just such a frustrating user experience. And I do think that matters. And you know what I mean? Like I honestly think that should. Again, I kind of dislike this aggressive focus on getting more content when your user experience through which people will watch the content has not improved. That's my rant here on Paramount Skydance. I'm not dancing with for this one and for what they have looking forward.
All right, guys, let's talk about Beyond Meat reporting earnings. They wasn't doing much in the double check where this fantastic company is at right now. They're down 7.44. So let's talk about it. So they reported a larger quarterly loss. Surprise there. Guided Q4 sales that were below expectations. Their Q4 sales outlook now, they're guiding 60 to 65 million. The street was looking for 70. So an automatic miss top line there. The Q3 results, though, that's for their guide. The Q3 results, they $70.2 million. That's a down print from a year over year, 13.3%, but slightly above $69 million consensus by the street. Net loss widened substantially, $110.7 million loss. They lost $26.6 million on the quarter last year. The company's saying it was impacted by an impairment charge as well as of its China operations. Adjusted loss per share coming in at 46 pennies, but as I mentioned, down almost 7.5 here. Look, the share surged about 1,050% in 3 days in late October. You know, kind of like a meme-ish stock. Sharp reversal highlights extreme short interest in speculative trading. Of course, Joey, despite the spike, shares remain down 66% year to date, reflecting structural weakness, of course, with the CEO saying that there's persistent category headwinds and soft top-line environment, as demand for plant-based meat continues to fade. People not loving that life. I don't even think products, to be quite honest with you. I mean, what I'm hearing is they're super salty.
Yeah.
Inflation-conscious consumers are also turning away from higher-priced processed alternatives, especially as the Maha, not Mega, Maha.
Oh, Maha. Oh,
Maha.
okay.
Make America healthy again, gain traction. But.
Oh, I mean, that's crazy. Anyways, no, honestly, what isn't gaining traction is these meat alternatives, guys. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure A&W had a deal with these guys as well too. But listen, the popularity of this thing is starting to dwindle, and it's just fallen into that meme crazy. So if we're talking about nothing burgers, I think this is going to be the definition of one, in my opinion, Sharif, considering it's made up meat. It's an alternative. We can pull up the stock itself and see what we got going on. What's up, Brandy?
I got a coffee holder.
You got a coffee holder?
You got a coffee holder? Are you getting a Beyond Meat burger? No.
Beyond Meat? Once? Thoughts? Just give the hand signal, up or down, man. So kind of like.
Okay, let me ask this: is a vegetable burger classified as a Beyond Meat burger, or?
Was actually better.
I used to have that one.
So at our local burger joint called Harvey's. I don't know what they would call it in the States there. Five Guys, yeah. They have a veggie burger. You like that one?
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't bad. I've had that one. I've also had Licks when they used to be open in Canada.
Wow.
They had a veggie burger. It was fantastic as well. I've never tried the Beyond Meat burger because I've heard bad things. Ram
likes it.
Why? Assassino likes it. Andre likes it as well. Okay. Good to hear.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I used to, but again, I'm just not on that train anymore. I think the popularity in that space is definitely starting to cool off a little bit, and the stock is just in the meme ETF now, I'm pretty sure. So, you guys, with a dime game, I get it. You have all this fun once in a blue moon, with the same with the likes of GME, but there's at some point the fundamentals come into play, and what we got going in Beyond Meat is sustainable, or you're going to see this probably for quite some time. Once again, short float probably decimated. So that's where I stand on Beyond Meat.
Okay. All right, Adair, give us your take on BYND.
Yeah, I want to talk here about this report because I don't know. I think it's expected. I think it's not super impressive. We did have that revenue beat, but EPS was below estimates. And I mean, yeah, like this whole idea of uncertainty around their operating environment. This should not be shocking. Right? It is sad, you never want to make light of a company having these issues. Say with this one, and I think it would have been really nice if they had impressed us with some crazy good numbers. Not that that was very likely, given that we already had prelim earnings, but either way, yeah, this is a year for BYND, and I think that guidance isn't much to write home about. But as I usually like to say, when guidance is below estimates, in that case, you actually have the opportunity to wow investors with like a really solid report, right? If you like blow guidance out of the water. Now, that's where I have issues with companies like Work, for example, which guide like super, super high that it's almost impossible to, to beat those. So I think either way here, BYND, its expectations low to really impress us. I don't necessarily know if that's what they're going to do. But yeah, I think interesting report for sure, though likely.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go on to the next topic. Apple locks in Taiwan semis 2-nanometer chips as the competition heats up. So they reportedly, Apple that is, secured the majority of Taiwan semi 2-nanometer supply, ensuring that it's got first access to the next-gen silicon through at least 2026. The move is their silicon dominance with their M processors and the A processors, obviously, for iPhones, Macs, and it maintains their performance edge over rivals ever Intel, and now for their modems, they're dropping Qualcomm, as we know. Industry sources say Apple's long-term chip strategy, which is securing early to cutting-edge nodes like 5, 3, and 2-nanometer, remain key to the company with limited availability, especially with rivals Qualcomm and MediaTek may face delays accessing those 2-nanometer waivers. And so what are we talking about here? To meet the demand, Taiwan Semi up its 2-nanometer production across facilities everywhere, as well as fast-tracking upgrades to its Arizona fab in order to be able to 2-nanometer processes, nodes, excuse me. And Taiwan Semi, that is, plans to acquire more U.S. land to expand capacity with mass production expected in mid-2026 and a ramp-up through 2027. Management stated expansion progress and on schedule, and they're going to have a dual location, obviously, to meet some of the geopolitical risks that are at play here, Joey. So Apple getting their quick hat into the ring there, making sure they got the 2-nanometer before everybody else wants it, and they can't get there.
Yeah, again, they're doing what they have to, getting their hands in the basket, as you mentioned, before everyone else, locking that in. They got the cash anyway, so nothing to worry about on that front. As for TSM, it's been on a big-time run, guys. You're up 119% from those April lows. Apple's been performing fantastic as well, too, when this was lagging a lot of bigger names for quite some time, and then sure enough, it was off to the races. You get a move all the way from 169 up to 274. That's a big time spike from those lows, especially in the name who are like, hey, we don't know what's going on with them, considering the China tariffs, that was on their shoulder for quite some time. But as soon as that was lifted, boom, the Google deal as well too worked in their favor. You're up percent off of those lows.
All right, Dumbo things. Thank you very much, brother, for the $5 super chat. Happy Veterans Day. Done for the day. 2K on Take-Two Interactive. Calls now. Gonna go eat free pancakes at I before that gym sesh. My man, I like it.
Eat pancakes before you go to the
Let's
gym.
get it. Hey, man, he needs to carb up a little bit, Joey.
Crazy.
You don't know. Maybe he's in bulking season.
Yeah, maybe it's bulk season. It is that season, isn't it?
Shout out to the man. All right, thank you very much, brother, for that. Let's go on, Joey, to the next story. We're talking about Meta. So we've been talking about Meta poaching everybody's AI talent and hiring a plethora of new hires, but now there's actually people their AI team. Let's talk about it. So chief AI scientist Yan LeCun, probably butchered that, is reportedly planning to leave the company to launch his own AI startup, according to the Financial Times. He's one of the godfathers of AI, or, you know, that's what he's to here. He's a key architect behind Meta's AI research strategy, and he's said to be in the early fundraising talks for his new venture. His departure would mark the biggest leadership exit yet from Meta's AI division during, yes, of course, a very crucial expansion phase. And the crap, Llama sucks, okay? And it's not doing well at all. People are not adopting it. So despite all the hires, I don't know if that's really what he's going for. He wants to get his hand sort of in AI for ads or something other than large language models, because ain't cutting it right now. So as we know, CEO Mark Zuckerberg recently reorganized Meta's AI efforts under a new division called the Superintelligence Labs, reflecting, of course, his ambition to compete with OpenAI, Anthropic, Google's DeepMind. He picked up Alexander Wang, who used to be the CEO of Scale AI, and he is leading the Meta operation. LeCun, who previously reported to the Chief Product Officer, Chris Cox, now reports, or did, to Wang, a shift that may have, according to this article, his decision to explore opportunities outside Meta. So I guess maybe the implication is here, he ain't vibing with Alexander Wang.
Mark and Wang?
No, this dude who's leaving.
Okay,
his name is, what is it again, Joey? Yan LeCun.
Yan. Hey, listen, when Mark started poaching all of these individuals, I'm still looking forward to see what they can bring. We know that he gets a little bit excited with this, maybe obsessive compulsive, as I mentioned not too long ago, and the fact that the metaverse and all of this money spending, and it never really caught any ground. Is he going to be falling in that same realm here as he grabbed all of this talent? We know that it's not always the best players on one team that can create just constructing the best team. Now, it's going to take some time. I don't know how much ground these Meta glasses are going to grab. Katina Man said his kids got them. They're not the biggest fan of them. Yeah, I swear he said that. Yeah. He said, you know what? They weren't overly thrilled with them. You mentioned that they're relatively cheap, not the best quality of products. No. So I personally haven't touched them either. So I'm curious as to what Mark Zuck has got going on. Is he going to get ahead of himself once, and then you're going to see that reflected in the stock price? The street didn't like it whatsoever. Guidance, we're raising that CapEx, and then that's when you drop 25% from that previous high, lagging a lot of its peers. I think that this will rebound without any question, just due to Instagram and Facebook. They're monsters. They're absolutely monsters. But yeah, there it goes. AMD, we'll pull up AMD right now. But as for Zuck, everything will be okay. The street gets a little excited as well, too. We know we tend to overreact. Can that be the situation? Possibly. There goes AMD. I mentioned the volatility spike during this event. It's happened earlier. It's happening now. Watch it break through those support levels, 237.80.
Wait, just before we get Adair's take on this, I want to cover the super chat because it's directly for you, brother. Shout out to KT Fourth. Joey, I'm in a bear call spread on Rivian, 1650 to 1750. It expires November 21st, but getting a little nervous. Would you close now or would you wait out for the dip?
1750?
Yeah, $1.
Okay, so your short calls are the 1650s. You with the 1750s. Yeah, you're underwater. My issue is here, maybe you're going to just have to accept the loss. It's not too substantial. I mean, it is $1. I don't know how many you have, but look at this volume and then look at the strength within these bullish candles, and you're starting to break through some key resistance zones. Would avoid that at all costs.
AMD's tanking, guys. The blood is in the streets right now. Thank you, Neil, for calling that out. Blood in the streets now for AMD, all the way down to 234, guys. Be on the lookout. We're going to go to Adara right now. She can comment on Meta and let us know, Adara, what's going on with AMD.
I want to talk here about advanced micro devices. She's talking a lot, Lisa Sue, saying that even amongst the AI GPU boom, CPU demand is actually accelerating. INTC apparently moving on this, but she also raised their data center total addressable market to over trillion compared to the prior guide here of 500 billion. So again, massively raising here what they believe the total addressable market is for this data center look. So interesting look here for Lisa, AMD. Again, Lisa Su saying the data center market should grow by to over $1 trillion by 2030. That's all I'm really seeing here. Maybe some bubble fears being exacerbated. But speaking of AI, I do want to talk about Meta, META. I think this is honestly kind of par for the course, right? It makes sense that if you're going to this new, younger, fresher, hipper, whatever you want to say, talent, it makes sense, you know, you've got someone who, as you mentioned, mainstay in AI, specifically for Meta. You want to spread your wings. Maybe you don't feel as appreciated. You want to go somewhere else. To, you know, psychoanalyze this man, even though I have done a little bit of that. But I think the point is it makes want to go elsewhere. I don't think this should be super concerning for the company. In fact, I actually think it makes a lot of sense that he would do this. So yeah, I think with META, makes sense. We got a little bit of a shock in the stock today, but I don't think this should be long-term concern for META. As we know, they're acquiring a lot of people. They have a lot of new lifeblood in terms of where both Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and, you know, former Scale CEO, their Alexander Wang, want to take the company. And so I have a feeling they'll be able to find someone in this role. Now, will that person be as qualified or as experienced as Jan LeCun? I don't know. That you have an issue, but either way, I have a feeling this will kind of just be, you know, part of the cycle here. As you get new employees, some decide to leave.
All right, thank you very much for that, Darwin. You're making me chuckle, bro. Sell this. Oh my goodness. All right, Jag, Joseph, Sharif. Pardon me. If Burry is right about companies not accounting the depreciation of chips does not mean that Nvidia should benefit even more. Yeah, I mean, from a tax perspective, because you can obviously a write-off on depreciating capital assets, right? DCC, depreciating the capital costs. Of course, I think that benefits them. To me, that really is looking at more from, you know, the replacing of the chips. To me, it was more of Nvidia staying relevant every year, because if they're going to do like a release like Apple does in its products every year, then that means, you know, the hyperscaler is going to have to upgrade these chips every year. Now, they don't necessarily have to upgrade power or, you know, even their infrastructure, because that all can get built out at one time. Then they can kind of expand it over time. What they can't, you know, do incrementally is chips. They're going to have to do these all the time. And, you know, you can see use cases certainly where older chips are sufficient for certain processes and certain workloads, but not for the most cutting edge stuff. So that's why when I was talking, man, I'm saying, you know, Nvidia, there could be a huge short coming up at some time in the future. Not like you're going to catch me shorting this. That thought is sort of offset by the fact that there's going to be a yearly thing. What I was saying was I think they get disrupted by cheaper chips. And even Altman himself, listening to the Gerstner interview with Altman, Nadella, and Gerstner, and, you know, they were Gerstner asked Altman, he's like, do you think that there's going to be a glut of compute? And Altman, without hesitating, he's like, yeah, absolutely. And so it comes a time where, you know, you're not the best on the block and you're not the only one that can. All of a sudden, there's competitors.
It's not easy to stay at the top forever, no. Sharif. It's just not the reality of the world that we live in. There will always be someone coming in bigger or cheaper in this instance in the likes of Nvidia. Is there going to be too much compute at some point? Look how much we're spending. Look how much these hyperscalers are spending. At some point, people are going to be like, you already seen the street getting upset with Mark Zuckerberg. CapEx. He's increasing it. They don't like it. So if that's sustained and they just keep spending more and more money, eventually they're going to be like, all right, it's too much. And we don't know how much to put to use, even though they say there's not enough of it that we can get on. At some point, there will be too much. Exactly. And you'll see the Wall Street, or you will see Wall Street.
All right, guys, open door is at the high of the day. I see you guys talking about that. It's been awfully consolidative. I get that it just printed day's high almost at 841. The day's high was the 10 o'clock high there, right at 841, but it did get up to 839. It isn't for me. It's awfully consolidated when you look at it on a wider time frame. Look at these, you know, the last few days, how it's been moving. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, but certainly not that anything that I wanna jump in. Moment. Yeah, Jag saying the same thing, and Jag works in tech from my conversations with him in the past. He reads as follows: Sharif, cheaper chips happen when demand goes down. If companies have to consider buy chips, when do they see demand going down? Joseph, I do agree with you, by the way. Yeah, sounds good. Either, Ozan goes, either all people auditing financials, Meta's books are liars, or they fit the IRS and they don't report. Fine, we don't like not relevant. Sharif, people make big issues out of Twitter posts.
Okay, something going on with Apple. It's just keep squeezing here. Okay. That's it for me today. I mean, there's still risk on the table, but I tried shorting this name on multiple occasions, and it just keeps squeezing higher and higher, and I was putting on a little bit of size too. So that's it. I'm just going to stop trading before it gets any worse. I was almost back to green, but now I'm just back to where I started. What we want. So.
All right, Joe. All right, guys, let's go on with Big Bear AI. Katina, man, pumped about this, even though he's not here right now. Surged, I'm trying to say it. I can't say it. Just trying to see where they're at right now. 9.72, but losing about half where it was up in the pre-market. It was up about 18%. Better than expected Q2 results. Revenue 33.14 million, beating the 31.82. Net loss of 3 pennies per share, but that beat penny per share loss the street was expecting. Gross margins now 22, a little bit lower than 22.5%, but that was supported by a strong Army program volumes. And the company ended the quarter with a little bit less than $500 million in cash. And what really stood out to me was not the cash I got on hand. That's great. Backlog. $376 million in unbillable services because they can't meet demand. Now, they did acquire a new company called Sage during Q2, and they announced that definitive agreement to acquire it. It's a fast generative AI platform, and they specialize in secure model distribution and enterprise AI tools. The deal is expected to close in Q4 of this year or Q1 of next year. And it's going to really help Big Bear with their defense department, their national security push, as well as regulated industries. And they continue to do what they already do, which is this biometric deployment. They continue to scale. It's called Veriscan Biometrics. They recently deployed it at Chicago O'Hare Airport in partnership with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And Joey, when you're talking about guide, they reaffirmed their full year 2025 guidance. They're saying now they're expecting it to bring $125 to $140 million in revenue.
All right, yeah, I mean, from a year-over-year standpoint, revenue is down 20%, but this name is continuing breaking out. You got to take the volatility with it at the end of the day. You're getting these massive ebbs and flows. That previous high around $16, you pump into around $9. Was the previous pivot high in the October month, so not too long ago. Just keep an eye out on it. Again, you're going to want to punch through these, but what we are forming consistent higher lows is something to note. If those hold up, once that trend cracks to the downside around that $5.39 level, then that's when you'd want to get out. Other than that, if you get an additional, you can see there's some indecision prints right at the lower end of that channel. Look to play those once again. Gap being filled, that's okay. It's just everything south of that trend line, guys.
All right. Let's go on to Intel. Joey, as their CEO, he's departing for OpenAI, and that's raising AI leadership concerns for the company. So yes, Chief Technology Officer Sachin Katti announced his departure to join OpenAI, becoming the latest senior exec to leave since Patty G left 21, or since his restructuring plan, I should say, started in 21. Katti, who joined Intel in 2021 after a long tenure at Stanford, is going to help OpenAI's AG infrastructure, artificial general intelligence. According to OpenAI President Greg Brockman, Intel thanked Katti for his leadership in advancing advanced technologies and group initiatives, while reiterating that its AI roadmap very much remains intact despite the leadership move. Katti's exit, I should say, follows a series of top-level departures that have challenged Intel's narrative. The company continues to struggle to attract major customers, especially for its foundry business, manufacturing, of course, as it tries to compete with Taiwan, Samsung. They faced AI chip delays as well, whether it's the 14A or the 18A node, and we know their Ohio plant, which was supposed to open this year, and now is open in 2030 as well. They continue to shuffle their leadership, bringing in, obviously, Lip Bhutan earlier this year, Joey. So Intel, good as of late.
But we'll talk about that after this.
Yeah, absolutely. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform. It's everything infinite. Instant data, trading, lightning fast markets, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute is now ready to elevate your trading.
AMD, it's rocketing up.
QR code.
Yeah. Something's going on with AMD, guys. It's absolutely rocketing up. It just up from 237 to 242, giving back a little bit now. AMD's all sorts of insane. Here it is. I just showed to you. Okay, we're going to Adara.
Talked here, Lisa Su, CEO, about a potential 80% or up to 80% revenue CAGR. So that's comprehensive annualized growth rate. So again, CAGR here, that metric. We do have AMD CEO saying that they see this metric growing by up to 80% over the next 3 to 5 years. So more pretty intense forecasts here from AMD CEO Lisa Su. If I get more here, I post it, but there's been a lot of volatility, as you can see, on AMD. Back to you.
Thank you. Yes, I see Gelato. Absolutely ripping faces off right now. Go, Gelato, go. It's not called Gelato, but I call it that lovingly. 31% ripping off that $20 area where the candle opened up into 2280. It's all gas, no brakes on GLTO. Taken to consideration levels as follows. The pre-market high is $24 or thereabouts. After-market high from yesterday, about 25 to 25.5, and the pre-market from yesterday, you're looking at 26 to 26 and a third. You could have bag holders at all those levels. Be alert to them. Take profits if you see resistance in that area. Shout out to Gelato. Good look there, Joey. I just wanted to. I didn't mean you there about Intel. Are you done your analysis?
Yeah, everything's good.
All right, Adair, give us your take on Intel.
I think here with Intel, the other thing here about this story is that it's not just that the CTO is leaving, it's that his duties are apparently going to, specifically with regards to AI, are going to be overseen now by CEO Lip-Bu-Tan. Now, this man is taking on like so much. He has not even been into the company for like a whole 9 months. He started in March of 2025, and yet already, he's making Nvidia. He's making deals with the U.S. government. He is now apparently going to oversee a whole AI department. Like, I wonder if this man is maybe spread a bit too thin. That is a lot of responsibility, especially if we're trying to get this foundry part of the business started. And the foundry is a bit contentious issue for Lip-Bu-Tan. He was actually on the board during former CEO Pat Gelsinger's tenure, but he left a couple months before Pat Gelsinger was ousted, in part because he didn't agree with the foundry aspect of the business. So, it's clear that Lip-Bu-Tan has plans beyond the foundry, that he wants to work on AI, but given the U.S. government deal, as we've discussed before, I think it does make sense, too, that he still has to work on this foundry, even though this isn't really where his heart lies. So I think my bigger issue is not that this CTO is moving on to OpenAI. My bigger issue is that how can this one CEO accomplish all these tasks at the company? Proven himself so far, but running the company and running their AI efforts, something as major as AI, that could prove to be a lot for one man. I do want to repeat that story in AMD. I was corrected with the headline that was pushing it higher. It looks like anyway here. AMD seeing data center growth here, more than 80% compound annual growth rate, and the company is actually seeing tens of billions of data center revenue in 2027. So again, massive CAGR going forward here, and then apparently tens of billions in data center revenue just 2 years from now. Back to you.
The price action in Intel is absolutely ridiculous. It rockets up, it rockets down. What the hell is going on? It almost went green. It touched your level, prior day close. You and I love that. The closing print there. It is now momentarily green up into 245. AMD is moving, guys. It is trying to go green, trying to stay green, I should say, into 244. So the closing print was, I think, 243.89. 243.80 is trying to go, as you can see here. It rocketed 244.75. There it goes. 245 now up a third. There comes 246, Joey. The bid is on right now with AMD. Shout out to the Soosters. One in Greensville. Say it ain't so, Lisa. Very good strength here, Joey. So we're going to keep an eye out on AMD. If there's anything new, of course, we will bring it to you. But keep your eye on AMD. It is rocketing up now over 1% in Greensville.
let's go on to the next story. Nebius. They secured a $3 billion AI deal with AI for expanding their cloud. So they also reported earnings. They reported Q3 revenue just a little bit below 150 million, 146.1. But look at that year increase, 355% year-over-year bump on that top line number. Though, for whatever reason, it was below estimates at 5.7. The company remains sold out of its AI infrastructure capacity, reflecting, of course, robust momentum, but also limited near-term scalability. And this is what we've been hearing from all these, cloud, neo-cloud companies. We can't buy enough chips. We don't have capacity to meet demand. This is a persistent problem, which, kind of runs counter, of course, to the AI as a bubble narrative. We'll have to see how that all looks out. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to go to Adara. She's got news on AMD.
Yeah, I have to mention more here with regards to AMD. So again, Lisa Su stepped off the podium. Now there's the CTO by the name of Mark Papermaster. He's talking, but before she other things here, 3 to 5 year annual growth of 35% CAGR, or compound annual growth rate. Now for overall data center growth, they're seeing that as % again over the next 3 to 5 years. Now AMD is expecting PC market CPU share. So again, CPU PC market share of greater than 40%. Again, strong data center growth. So they're seeing good CPU growth, specifically in terms of their market share, their CAGR, and they're seeing good data center revenue growth as well. So lots of really strong guidance going forward here for AMD.
I see it, Tisha. I see Gelato. I see it $23 on the dot, high a day on GLT. Let's go on, though, with Nebius. Someone to tell me Nebius was tanking. I can't control that, brother. I'm just telling you what the report was. They're 0.7% on the day, by the way. 114.56 high, 102.51 low. Let's keep going over here. So what happened here? So the fact that they struck with Meta, this is Nebius's second major hyperscale AI deal this year, following that $17.5 billion tie-up with Microsoft in September. The CEO said Meta's agreement was limited by Nebius's current capacity. Again, that same issue. I don't have enough capacity. The high demand and full utilization of current resources. The company plans, Joey, though, to deploy additional capacity over the next 3 months so they can actually meet Meta's AI infrastructure deals. They also had many different line items there on the report, but I feel like this is the biggest one.
Yeah, man, I mean, the build out is real, brother. There's no beating around this bush at this point. I mean, these deals are being struck, and what happens after that is only time will tell. As you've seen in the notes there as well, too, guys, up 450 off of those April lows. You're heading towards some key support levels as you want to keep an eye out on that. You got to take into consideration early April, this was a $19 stock, and then you go to a high of around $140. That's 631%, just like that. Quick as you'd like, Sharif, on NBS.
Absolutely. What a monster, brother. I mean, we always look for these like 10-bagger AI names, and this one was clearly, it's a 4-bagger right now. So, all right, let's talk about this one. Rocket Labs beats earnings as the space launch demand soars. EPS, a penny, surpassing expectations of a 5-penny loss. That's an earnings surprise. 20%, albeit 1 penny profit per share, of course. That's also reversing from the penny they lost last year on the quarter, so a nice increase there. Revenue of $158.05 million. That's a 51% year-over-year increase on that top line number. And RKLB, Rocket Labs, has now beaten EPS estimates for the 4th straight quarter. Good look from the space company there. Came from both launch services as well as space system segments with expanding defense and commercial contracts. The management noted strong momentum in satellite manufacturing as well as government payload demand, setting up what they're saying is going to be a robust 2026 pipeline there. Shares of Rocket Labs, Joey, 108% year-over-year increase, year-to-date increase, outperforming by a mile the S&P's 14%.
Yeah, I mean, like 400% April lows. I think that's our gauge that we're going to continuously go in. AMD is, is continuously going as well. We punched through those pre-market highs and the previous high of the day. So I think this is going to continue to go. Before this event even started, I mentioned, hey, watch out for the volatility spikes. Did we think that it was to be to the downside at that break of 237.29? Absolutely. But guess what? Liquidity grab, and then you just continue to grab to trade a little bit higher. You're now at yesterday's high. So if you want to talk about levels, guys, we talked about PDC. You want to mark that out. You want to mark out yesterday's high and the intraday low as well. And if you want to get really serious about it, start marking out your pre-market highs and your pre-market lows as well too. But as for our we mentioned this before. Intraday not looking too good, Sharif. That's all right. We're not too worried about it. Yesterday on that earnings report, you get that nice strong pop. And in the earlier hours, you have that blue ocean price action trading all the way to a high of around $58 from $55. That's a nice move right there.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Joey, C Limited beats on revenue but misses on a profit forecast. Growing competition, so they're profitable. They reported a net profit, $375 million on the quarter, and that is up sharply from last year, but below, for whatever reason, consensus estimate was $402 million. Revenue did rise 38% year over year on the quarter to just, and I really mean that, just shy of $6 billion, 5.99 thanks to e-commerce and digital finance performance as the company credits those divisions. We were up, I don't know where we're at right now, 3.2 market, but at the time of the writing of this article, we're up 46% year to date on C. SE is the ticker. Let's talk about their e-commerce division. Shopee, that's C's e-commerce platform, remains its main revenue engine, contributing over 2/3 of the company's total revenue. Shopee's gross merchandise value, a metric we typically see with Shopify and some others, 28% year-over-year bump on there, while gross order volumes rose 20%, setting new performance records. They continue to expand beyond Southeast Asia. Apparently, they're now entering into Latin America and looking at other emerging markets for. They also have a gaming segment, Garena, whatever. That's their gaming division. Saw bookings rise 51% year on the quarter, but still bringing in a little bit less than $1 billion, but exceeding management's previous guide. The rebound for their gaming segment was fueled by strong user engagement. Have some hit game called Free Fire, not that I know anything about it. And last but not least, they got a fintech arm. It's called C Money. You see money and you spend it.
Yeah, you see money.
See money continues, Joey, to scale aggressively. Revenue up 41%. Again, just shy of that billion revenue mark, $989.9 million, driven by their credit expansion and their digital payment growth. Joey, how does SE look?
Yeah, I mean, SE, it's funny. I used to trade this way back in the day, and it was one of my best plays ever. But let's never mind that. From those April lows, you're up to $98. You're up 102%. So you're doubling your cash just like that. Now, again, to the downside, not too good of a look as we are down 30% off of those highs. So that's most definitely bear market territory, and you have to take that into consideration. Well, when do we there might be some more downward momentum leading into the earnings play? Is the break of this key support level 146.50. Once that snapped, and with today's trajectory, there might be some sustained and continued momentum to the downside. You have that massive volatility spike on the earnings report. You recover it, but you have the inability to breach the pre-market wick high, and then now you're heading towards that pre-market wick low. Watch out for some more bleeding in this.
Yeah, that doesn't look very good, brother. All right, let's talk about Rigetti. Mom Spaghetti beating on Q3 as quantum momentum builds. I don't want anybody laughing when I show the revenue number there, okay? Because this company is, hold on, Joey. Let's tell them what the market cap is, $10.21 billion. Just before I show you the revenue, I want to tell you the company's market cap is $10.21 billion. Now let's show the revenue. I don't mean to laugh. Revenue came in at $1.95 million. Up 18.5% year over year, but beating the consensus estimate of 1.65. Also, they did post a 3-penny loss, but that's better than the 5-penny loss their sheet was looking for, and it marks a 40% positive earnings surprise. So whatever the revenue number is, it is a beat on the top line. As the big boys always say, there's no good or bad, there's better or worse. So over the last 4 quarters as well, Rigetti Mom Spaghetti has surpassed EPS estimates twice, so 50 batting 500 there last year or so. Let's talk about their business context and their sector performance. Companies made measurable, according to them, commercial partnerships for quantum as a service, not software as a service now, guys. We're talking about SaaS, not SaaS, and scaling in its Anka 2 processor platform. The quantum computing sector remains, of course, highly speculative, but continues to attract institutional investors as global tech firms like your IBMs, your Googles, your Amazon, they're all trying to push for that commercialization gold standard, Joey. So despite the small revenue numbers, and we have to admit they are small relative to the market cap, Getty's operational discipline and repeated EPS beats help build investor credibility. What's your look?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Take this into consideration. We're not near where we want. You're going to be forward-looking in this whole space, right? Like, we know that Google has their Willow, IBM involved as well, too. But as for the QBTs, the RGTIs, the OnQs, you have to be really forward-looking. And do you want to be an early investor in some of them? I think so. Now, again, this is a really, really tough look considering from those April lows, you go up almost 700%, but from that point, you're down over 40%. That's not too good. Almost 50%. You have to take into consideration the volatility and the volume stepping in. Will you start to head back towards these highs? Yes. Is it going to be the same scenario in which in 24? Possibly. I like our chances considering the space is still growing and the continuous breakthroughs are going to be good. The earnings are going to support a sustain this. And you're getting a little bit of a beat, but do those numbers equal the valuation currently right now? No.
Goodness, no, yeah. Like, what's the forward? Let me look at that PE, Joey, just for you know what
it has to be in the thousands.
Negative, well, I don't know how it's negative 44. Whatever.
I mean, we were talking about AMD not too long ago. It had a forward PE of like 1,200.
That. It was ridiculous.
So what are these?
It's going to grow into the multiple, Joey. Just be patient.
Expansion, grow into it.
That's what everybody always says, right?
Hey, man, this is the same thing with what they say about Palantir. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. You don't know.
Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Let's talk about Boeing, though, Joey, because they got that X certification and they advance after FAA approval. So they received, FAA approval to begin the third certification test phases for its 777-9 wide-body jet, marking a major step towards eventual commercial service. They've been waiting for this for a long time. The phase represents the largest single round of evaluations to date for the long-delayed 777 program. Boeing stated it continues to work under FAA oversight to meet all the certification standards after years of scrutiny following the 737 MAX crisis. Why is this important? Because the 777X is central to Boeing's long-term wide-body aircraft strategy. It complements the now defunct or no longer made jumbo jet, as well as the older 90s versions of the 777. This thing's been in operation for a hot minute. The program has faced years of certification and production delays, adding over $15 billion in cumulative charges to their balance sheet. The company recently pushed back the first delivery to 2027, that is, with a $5 billion additional charge taken last quarter. Despite the setbacks, the 777X remains very much key to Boeing's long-term plans and recovery strategy. What's your look over here?
I mean, Boeing's got a couple things going for it right now. The FAA, they're striking deals with China. They have a massive backlog as well too. But hopefully they're allowed to produce a couple more planes a year. Thank you for that. But I mean, if they can chip away. I mentioned that they essentially run a monopoly on the commercial airspace. So when are they going to get their act together? I think this is going to be a key level out on. 195 is roughly where we're trading at. 196. That indecision print, I'm looking out for those right below some key support levels of 197. Watch out for Boeing for a potential bounce here. Hold on, one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
From these highs of 243. You're down 20%.
Shoot.
We like that. April lows, this thing was getting destroyed. You're up 50%, so we'll take it.
But you're coming into prior resistance there. That might be a nice little look there, Joe. Like if
this
it
one,
holds up
that
area of
this whole right here,
support,
That's what I'm saying. So again, you get the break of the support level, the indecision print at the lows. I like it for a potential bounce if they can get out of their own way.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this Boeing headline?
Go, Kelly Ortberg, go. I mean, I'll say that before and I'll say it again. The opportunity to do what few Boeing CEOs have done and, lead a company on a good path without having any ethical issues. I'm quite impressed. I continue to be impressed. It's been well over a year since he took the helm and, nice look for Boeing. I also want to say here, we got around 11 a.m. today, which is when they usually release it. We did get October 2025 deliveries, and this is another notch in Kelly and Boeing's belt, guys. They're on pace here for their strongest annual delivery count since 2018. Now, in 2018, they delivered 806 aircraft for the year. As of October, the end of October, they've delivered 493 aircraft. Now, obviously, that is like pretty negligible to the count that we had in 2018. But hey, guys, largest count in 7 years, not a bad thing. It's baby steps. It's, you know, not being the worst CEO in American history. It's not resigning in disgrace. I actually think BA has a chance to get off the ground running and prepare for takeoff to the upside, at least. And that's not me talking about the chart. This is me just talking from a fundamental perspective, because I followed this company fairly closely. This was actually one of my Jimmy Carter picks. And I think that finally an opportunity for Boeing to have a leader who understands what the company needs. He's actually been really putting in the numbers. It's showing with that 777X certification clearing, and it's showing even more clearly with these October deliveries. Well done, Boeing team.
Thank you very much for that. All right, WCM, good what?
Tunes.
Good tunes, big tune. Can I get, first of all, thank you for the $20 super chat, my man. Where is it?
I'm really rich.
Get it, Donald. Can you guys give me your read on GME chart? Fundamentals have changed, and I think the December earnings will pop. 12.9 earnings. But that chart looks like it wants to move before then, and I'm afraid it may flush. Let's have a look at GME, Joey, for a friend there. WCM good tunes. All right. Whoa, what's going on there, Joey? All right, let's take a look at Guma. What are we looking at here, Joe? Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right.
Well, you know what, bro? Can I say something? We keep holding up at this $21-ish area, and we have been for quite a bit, man. And this goes all the way back. This $20, $21 area seems to be a general base, and this takes us all the way back to when we started going meme crazy again, I want to say in mid-24. Remember this? Mid-May, and then we had it again early June when this thing spiked up all the way to 80 bucks. It seems to be $20 as a general area, and I'm not talking pennies here, you know, or a strict sense, but that general $20 area seems to be a good buy. Case in point, look at this thing over here. When the market was flushing to no end on Friday, this thing dropped all the way down to 19, and it was aggressively bought back up, lo and behold, above 20, in this case, 21 bucks. So I don't know how you feel, Joey, about GME, but there certainly seems to be a buyer at 20 bucks. Be kind, brother. Be kind.
Listen, man. No, I will. I will, right? Listen, at the end of the day, I think you're going to be in a little bit. I'm going to be I think you're going to be in a little bit of trouble with this, man. I don't know what your specific price target is going to be. You have to think, is the foundry sustainable? Listen, I get it. They're seeing an uptick in vintage trading and buying these older style video game consoles. But you got to think about the new generation. Digital. No one's going to buy the physical copies anymore. I understand they have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Is Bitcoin going to save them? Is the trading cards going to save them? My opinion is going to be no. So with this name, I think it's just going to be eventually the brick and mortar is going to be non-existent at some point, because people will find things on some form of e-commerce site or Etsy or eBay or something along those lines.
Joey.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, brother. I have to interrupt. I have to tell them about this one.
Go ahead.
This is rocketing up, guys. LFS is up over 100%. When the hell did this thing wake up? Oh, yeah, like a few minutes ago. That's why. Shout out to Bovin, man. What a rocket ship LFS is here on volume. Each one of these 1-minute candles is doing over 200,000 shares a pop. 350 general area high here on LFS. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Trade this carefully, as quick as it moves up, as equally violently as it can move down. LFS here. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey. Just had to punch this before, you know, it was too late and this thing gave up the entire
No worries. Just keep an eye out. Just keep an eye out on GME. You might get a pop, you may not. Let's see how some of those numbers come out.
All right, guys. 201, and the big boys are that way. I'll see everybody on the big desk.
That was going on. Yeah, good show there. 201. Yeah, good job.
201 taking extra
GameStop.
time.
Yeah, interesting. Couple levels there.
Jimmy.
December 9th. That's a ways away.
Who reports on December 9th?
That's
Come
what
on.
you were saying, GameStop there, but yeah, welcome everybody. AMD.
Wow, AMD.
That's a little bit. They actually got green there for a minute. 248. Nice little top wick there, 248.50. I have it all locked and loaded to go. I wanted to see one more test and then a slam down because now we've seen it up here 4 times and all within like the same 5-6 minute span there. Couldn't get going and then slam down every time. So I'm waiting to see if we can retest some of those levels. But yeah, man, Nvidia kind of leading the way to the downside for some of these names. And then I was looking at it this morning, watching some Coreweave this morning as that kept worse. And right now you're pretty much at the day's low right now for Coreweave. We have the low being 89.20. And we're right here right now. So watching this name here into the close. And then tonight we've got Oklo, the big one for tonight. So we'll work on that with Brian Shannon coming through as well. So hope everyone's morning was good and see a few opportunities. Obviously the market started off pretty and try to battle back. We almost turned green on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I mean the Nasdaq has just been relentless. Everybody, like, no matter how weak it looks, and look, it's not like it was that bad this morning, but like all you could work was like some slow bleeds short. Like there was nothing, you didn't break down underneath yesterday's lows. It wasn't anything catastrophic. So there was some opportunities to be short, and then the reversal has been impressive to say the least. AMD has to be on watch with the event going on here, but you should also look to see if we can hold on to gains. That's going to be a key. I'm only in Rivian because it just bounced off VWAP. It's the only trade. Here's your, I guess it kind of trended down into VWAP and bounced earlier. We had Randy come by like randomly in the middle of the day. Neither OBI even looked at Rivian. And he just has this smile on his face. And
what was it doing?
He just goes Rivian.
Yeah.
And it was almost up double digits again today. Like Rivian, I don't care what you say about it or what you think about it. The last week on Rivian has been unbelievable. It's just a straight shot. Like, look at this. The graphic's louder than usual, but 13 to 17 in like 6 trading sessions here, and we're not even done yet. So playing at VWAP to the high of the day, and apparently Rivian's on one in the way that Tesla is not. Yeah, Rivian doing great, but it's got that short float, so I think that's a part of it too.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, there was Tesla. There was Big Bear today. Almost got. I mean, you got your 650. We talked about these 50 cent levels every dollar. So 650, 750, 850. You're able to get that today. Still up 11%. So that was a good one. I think we're up 17 or 18% to start the day, falling off of $7. Big Bear AI. We'll talk more about that name as well. And let me check out the other name, PLTR over here. What that's doing, 191. And then yesterday, almost Nvidia. Just on this show, we were cracking through 2 bills and fell off of that. So right now, Palantir coming right back in off of 200 as well. So we'll wait to see all these names. Are starting to rally a little bit here. As AMD, we'll talk about that news. I'm looking for an expansion there. I think it was in their data center business. Really rocketed that to the upside. And you got Nvidia trying to go as well. So we'll see. Maybe the move in Nvidia or in AMD is potentially over. Like I said, we're waiting for 247, 248 to come in. Oh, and I had some. Where are we? Yeah, we didn't really dip buy into it. A 111.80. Oh, we just what? Oh, we just missed it. I forgot all about this. I put in some dip buys opportunities here into the 50 period moving average for the Nasdaq, but looks like we just missed it. I was bidding 111.80, so we're gonna have to adjust these a little bit as we wait for some actionable trades here in the Nasdaq as well this afternoon. So yeah, lots of stuff happening in there behind us. See the screen, they're blasting again, so that's nice.
It's nice and warm in here.
Lots of stuff happening. Brendan sitting down back there right now, so that's nice. Look, it's the way this all looks is pretty awesome. I can't wait to get more involved.
I just noticed, like, even like right behind my head, see like the nice like green random tickers. There's so much we can do with this to make it look cool. And we got a super chat from Vancouver Islander. Oh, I should put it up here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, thanks, Andre. Shout out to all the veterans. Thank you for your service and for the freedom we enjoy. Last shout out to them for sure. I mean, it's typically, I don't know how everyone does it. Usually before, like usually right after the moment of silence is when we remove our poppies. You wear it from November until the moment of silence, and that was very well done. I think, I believe Ramin might have made the graphic we put up.
Nice. Okay.
So I didn't know, we hadn't seen it. It was very, very cool. So thank you for doing that, Ramin. I think it was fantastic, and everybody should. Everybody at some point today, if you get a chance to say thank you to a veteran, you should, and if you don't, then self-reflect or whatever works for you. And we'll see if this market can hold up. I feel like that was the... Who said green just now on the ES, John?
Did it go green?
What? NASDAQ, no.
Oh, the ES is
yes.
big time.
Oh, you know what the jinx was? Okay, we're going to get to the rundown in a second. It was my bad, because I was like, oh, Lily's going to break 1,000. Got to $999.95. I'm like, yo, this is a done deal, pretty much.
991.
No, for sure it's gone. Don't even worry about it. And then it pulls back $10. Obviously, it's going to happen. It just didn't happen today. So I think it was day trader relay. You got your 1,000 on Eli Lilly. Maybe just a couple of days late.
Yeah, he's gonna. It's definitely 999.95. Unbelievable. Or I'm gonna start a position right here in the future. Just coming back in. Period. Very small little start right now. I want to see about honestly. I just want to see if we actually completely change the trend here and see if we can come back into this downside before being wrong. So let's our stop right now, breaking of 111.30-ish area low. So that's what we're gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do anyways. Starting a position right now in the Qs, and we just we're long 84s, so we can always take out something here. If we there we go, we got some 92s. We'll wait for 99s, and we'll see if we can blast a little bit higher. But a quick little 10-cent scalp. But we're going to see if we can get going there. And of course, remembering that we're just gonna have to watch out for AMD. Like if this completely comes back in, then it's no good. I chose the futures over AMD.
Oh, AMD's really
like now it's starting to come back, right? So the market may not hold too good if some of these big. I mean, again, it's only AMD. It's not a big thing, but if they start coming down to the downside, well, they're big names. But there it goes. Yeah, buddy. All right, we're back, baby. There it goes. Those 99s. We're waiting to get filled up there on the top side as we take along here in the Nasdaq. As soon as we're ready, we can flip over there.
Yeah, he's just setting up, which is all right. No worries about that. Sharif, if you want where the strength has been all day long, it's been Apple up 2%. Like this has been unwavering. Well, it lost view off for a bit, but this has been unwavering to the upside. This one I have the eyeballs on because something special has happened. It's finally blown through all this resistance at like 72 and 73. And on a 15-minute, finally consolidating above it. So that prior high yesterday, 273.75. Again, I like the strong stocks this afternoon. I might stay away from the chips, to be honest with you. It's kind of like with AMD going nuts, I might only go back over to SMCI. Everything else I don't want to touch. But Apple's strong. Rivian is strong off of VWAP. But if you pull back into this 274, it's 73.75 is I think where this is dead. So pulling back into 74, I'm going to like some Apple. And on that note for SMCI, it's just what I noticed here. Like I was shorted in the morning. It went right back to where it dumped, and we were all the way at VWAP. This stock is built differently, and unfortunately, bad thing for them. I don't know if I short the breakdown at VWAP, but if it gets anywhere near that top again, it has to be short. So Hangry Wife just said AMD screwed you both ways. That's why I'm staying away from it. Diddle in the middle. Like either you were just gung-ho was going to be a sell the news, and you were playing it off of the high, like yesterday's high. I don't even know why I would have gone long. It just looks like an absolute mess on AMD. If you don't have a clear read, you're just going to get run over on that stock. Now let's get into the rundown. We've got Sharif at the desk, and I was going to guess maybe BBAI is going to be on there. Probably Tesla. I don't know what else will be there.
AMD probably.
AMD should be there.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Is back, the big boys locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote every day. You got to throw in that dollar before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote. Let's start, as we always do, by looking at major averages, and there's only one that's red now, and it happens to be the NASDAQ, but it's barely red. Nice recovery off that 25.5 that we held in the morning, and now down only 0.25%, but most notably above 25,600. The ES faring a bit better, maintaining its position above 68.5, also up 0.1%, leading the is the Dow Jones. What a rocket ship the Dow has been, guys. Look at that. All candles, only a couple of red candles here on the half-an-hour chart as we are up over 1 on the US 30, and the Russell 2000 at least maintaining green, up 0.18. Let's start, though, with the first ticker as decided by you. As Neil guessed correctly, Tesla leading here, down almost 2%. No real big news today on Tesla. There was Truist Securities maintaining the hold on Tesla and dropping the price target, guys, to $406. No real news today on the Cybertruck maker.
Yeah, like there wasn't big news, and for whatever reason, Tesla wasn't even a consideration for a trade. As I said, like Rivian's been more interesting than Tesla on the chart, and shout out to Randy for believing in that stock. I wish I had ultimately, but Tesla, it's just a fat diddle in the middle. Like unless you really love 450, no 420 is a buy zone. So there's an outside chance that if things fall apart, you could see that today. I'm not really seeing it until it breaks out above 450. Then you can get that leg higher. Like the stock is in a chop fest. Like look at the daily chart for this thing. Like I don't know what to. I just don't like it. Either you're getting it off the 50 period at 420, or you're fading it when it gets into 60, and everything else is a chop fest in Tesla. But that's still like a bull flag consolidation, very good in the long term. It's just an absolute choppy mess in here. So buy the absolute low, because I think that's the best you can get. And as I said, a little bit more interesting in Rivian the last few sessions. Like which one would you rather be playing around with? Rivian up another 7%. It was up this much yesterday, and then it did. I think it was 20-something% just last week. So, this one's my cup. I'm trying to get high of the day there, and I'm going to reload this one at VWAP if we can grab it, as opposed to Tesla. I know it's an interesting stock, but I feel like people are probably getting chopped up in this range.
Yeah, we just so you guys know, we're out of about half already of our TQs, and I'm just going to let the rest see if we can go back up into day's high again here for the NASDAQ as we continue. Yeah, for me on Tesla, I still, honestly, I know it's like a meme level when we talk about it, but 420 area to me is pretty interesting, where we keep on sort of bouncing off of that. And I think we're pegged to try it again and, give it a shot there. I don't know, like the way the NASDAQ has been trading the last couple of days, I mean, obviously very volatile. And then on the back end of all this AI news, I just, Tesla's a big AI play. So if there is sort of cracks in that armor, then we will be able to see Tesla also give some of this up as well. So yeah, just in the middle right now. I don't really too interested until we get to 320 on a looking at a higher level charting, but like 448 or so I just saw coming into these little. I mean, 450 is an obvious one, but yeah, if we can get back into somewhere where we were yesterday before today, I'd like to short back into here. But again, it's just the same kind of levels. I think you want to come in every morning and if there's any major news on Tesla, and if it makes our watch list, and if it makes your watch list, if it's doing greater volume than average daily volume in the pre-market, then maybe Tesla's worth looking at it. I know it's a big look also at Blue Ocean as well overnight. So not super excited for anything Tesla related yet. We'd like to see it down about $10, and then I think you can start to scoop some for a longer term play.
Well, like you see in the bottom, are you ready, everybody? Because as it says there, you've seen us for a long time, and we've talked about our story where we started out. Now, the opportunity is there. TV Academy coming through for you to learn in the same way that the team here learned the markets. How we learned the platform, how we learned the basics, how we learned to structure trades, how we learned to use indicators, how we learned to set up our books, our layout, all of these things and even more, the types of things that shaped our journeys, Sean, myself, Brendan, Sharif, everybody out here, and countless traders before, live with Trader TV Academy. And here's the thing. We're going to be learning more about this. You can stay tuned over the course of the next few weeks. We'll be dropping tidbits. We'll be letting you guys know more information as it comes. So make sure you're subscribed, and then watching for any updates. And if you have any questions down the line, don't hesitate to ask. I think it's going to be big, and I hope you guys are excited for the Trader TV Academy, because we are. All
right, guys, Big Bear AI reporting earnings. And look, there were some mixed issues here with Big Bear, but the price action speaks volumes. We are up 10%. Certainly off highs, guys. This one did breach $7 in the pre-market, $6.95 highs, guys. Earnings on the bottom line with a 7-penny loss, but revenues beat expectations up to $33.1 million. But that's still a down print here, 20% year over year on the quarter. They continue to expand their VeriSign, and they made an acquisition in Q3 for Sage, which looks to expand some of their partnerships and their businesses with the defense segment, guys.
Tried it at the wrong spot today.
Oh, you tried it.
I thought I was being real. I even said in the morning, I was like, okay, we're going to trade opens next. We're going to trade open at the open and allow CBAI to bamboozle for 15 or 20 minutes or so. And I wasn't quite patient. Crazy is right when it was up here with the 1 million buy-in balance, we were saying right before the open, it's like, with these gappers, with these big buy-in balances, oftentimes it's a trap. And before we could even get it out of our mouths, it was a hammer candle to the downside. I tried when it broke the open range, and then tried to regain it on a trend break was the only trade I took. It's my red name for the day. Pretty much everything else worked out today. And then it turns clean off $6 because why not? Like, forget about getting frisky with it on trend breaks or, you know, any kind of technical setup. If you just took the break when it held the $6 level, it got you the VWAP trade. So every now and then the even dollars work. Literally rejected exactly $7 at 9:30 and then bounced pretty much exactly $6 a little bit later. Just give it the old, I think you got to let this one calm down for a couple of days. Maybe it heads back to the 200 period and you try to grab it there, or it puts in a higher low and can end up holding on to this 50 period. Wait and see mode on BBAI. Doubt I trade it this afternoon unless it busts through VWAP or something like that. There's too many other things that are trending high. You can look at strong names like Apple strong, Rivian strong, Open Door high of the day. So why be in BBAI until it calms down a couple of days? Because it's up 10%. But if you day traded it today, you probably wanted to be short.
That always happens on some of these names when they report, like we saw Palantir report, go to the downside, but these guys actually come out today pretty strong. And we watch out for that nice move to hold right now on Big Bear AI. I really love the fact that we to that only -3 cents and beating there the -7 that was expected. We showed you that they had a big loss the prior couple quarters on Big Bear AI. So I think as investors, we should be somewhat happy with the quarter that we just saw from them. And yeah, on the march to profitability, I don't know much about that Ask Sage, what they bought there and what that's all about. So maybe some more work into that if we're going to look at this as a longer term thing. But we talked about it before. We got the idea. People asked last week, when are we going to start to dip in and start to buy? Anytime at 200 period, it's pretty good. You had to get a little earlier than that, between 550 to 6. That very bottom wasn't really tradable. So it's a nice move higher, but I think we all would have liked a bit, even a bit more than that. Like, I'm not super happy that we didn't come close to that 750. So let's see if we can hold today and then get a little bit better news in the market. I mean, literally they have AI in their name. So, maybe today SoftBank selling out of Nvidia and some of that, sort of negative secondary stories. Maybe that hit the name just a bit here. Palantir did have, a sell after its earnings day. I think I agree with Neil. Let's see if we can hold this 50-period moving average, which is basically right. It would be interesting to see how we open tomorrow, up or down from these kind of right here right now. So, yeah, Big Bear AI, I think we avoided, the absolute disaster there, but only up 10% as expected. Too bad it sold off.
Just a note, everybody that had the poll in the afternoon last night, BBAI was by far the biggest percentage move. It wasn't even close. I think it was 19 or 20%.
Yeah, by the open?
And by the open, I think the next best might have been 10.
Was Rigetti even on this list? No. What was Rigetti moving?
Rigetti's actually looking strong right now. Surprised we don't talk, with Oklo and some of the high flyers, you get the energy names tonight, and then you have Quantum. Surprised that we're not talking about that name, but it was BBAI is the biggest percentage mover by far. Disappointment with Rigetti. Open Door, after its earnings, has been on a bit of a press higher. Mr. Jackson's got to be happy.
So Kaz Najatian tweeted yesterday, I was telling Brendo this morning, that him and his family were buying 1 million shares market orders, and that's what this article talks about here. CEO Kaz Najatian, 2 months into his role, I guess this summary says pledges $1 million personal after mixed Q3 results. He didn't say personally he was going to be buying it. He said his family was. In any event, guys, we are up 6% on the day, right at day's high, 846, looking to take out the $0.50.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I think we have one of those books.
I might have had this conversation with Sean already, but I was telling Kaz is a kind of a weird name, but Chris Hadfield, the Canadian astronaut, is an author, and all of his books, like his recent books, the main character is named Kaz. So I think Baxter would be all world. But this one is a. Oh, I was gonna hit the rocket ship, but I'm not on the right page. Where is it? There. That thing.
Damn.
26% today. I got away from this. Okay, I'll be real. I got away from Open Door to make a gimmicky trade. I think I talked about this in the lesson of the day. To make a gimmicky trade in the. It's not an IPO. It's a SPAC today, right? So, anyways, I was testing some stuff out in SPACs. I think there's some opportunities that are similar to what gets done on IPOs. So I ended up getting away from Open Door to trade this thing. But Open Door being a rocket, again, it's just trending higher. I don't care what you think about it fundamentally. Look at the last 3 sessions. We talked about this. Like, okay, so it's not as big of a long as it was the last 2 days. Fair enough. But look at the bounce. It got pushed down hard on earnings, and then it's been met with only buying for 3 days. I think you run into problems if we can't break this 850, 860 on the 3rd day. You know, you run into this resistance. You might like gap this, and then if you lose it on the 3rd day, it's probably some kind of a reverse trade. But for this afternoon, there's really just this 850 level, maybe like 856, or 55. I'm gonna think about. You know, I'm not going to take the break. I'm not thinking about the break long. I'm going to look for a dip on a fail break back into the prior high. This afternoon, this is strong. If there's any market weakness and AMD doesn't take us higher, then sometimes the small cappers are where to go. That's why I like Rivian right now, and I'm going to like Open Door. Look for a fail break that I pull back into 830. I'd be concerned about tomorrow being the 3rd day after a couple of really strong ones. But for today, the stock's just been a beast. Wanted BBAI to do, but give BBAI a couple of days to calm down.
Yeah, still off that $7 level. Still 25% short on Open Door. So yeah, just look at it. You'd had to. None of these lines have been that great today, but that middle blue one is VWAP. And then we have the 200 period. So obviously we continue to tickle. I think now it makes a little more sense that if you were to look at a 200 period or even VWAP down here at $8. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like it was pretty choppy to me. I mean, this is one where if you bought it at the open and just sort of held till now, great. But if you bought it at the open, you had a nice move higher and lower, higher, then lower again. I don't know. It just seems like it would have been a tough one to stay in longer term with today anyways for Open Door. So yeah, you're looking to break higher though right now. That's a great little level. Breaking through 860. I think this one could be one that really goes in the after hours too. If we don't break 860 right now, check it out like 401 and where the sellers will sort of dissipate and we'll be able to take advantage of a little lesser liquidity anyways. 150 million shares is still a decent little spot there for anyone for volume with Open Door. So yeah, just congratulations anybody that's been long off that sort of obvious level at 7. You had to hold it a little bit against you. So, thank you, Randy. Much appreciated. I was wondering if you were still here. So
that's what
that's good. That's good. I heard your dog scared Amazon driver there.
My dog loves the Amazon guy. Oh yes.
Animals love.
It's the quickest package drop off you've ever seen.
Driver got their cardio in, huh?
Oh, he was.
He was out of there.
He was top speed off the front porch. Yeah, we don't have porch pirates. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no chance. Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Randy. Get home safely.
Forget about getting one of the ring or anything like that. Just let Clyde go after him.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight up. What is he? I know he's more than 100 pounds, isn't he?
How much? He's a Great Dane. I don't know, 100 maybe. Not 120 pounds. I'm not sure what he is.
Yeah, the pictures he looks more than 100 pounds.
Yeah. It's probably insulting him by with those numbers. Sorry, Clive.
Too big. Yeah. Let's talk about we just did Open Door. Ooh, now it's all about the.
Here we go.
All right, guys. Nvidia. Down 2.5% on the day. This was kind of the breaking news headline that we got this morning. That SoftBank their entire 32.1 million shares of Nvidia stock. Totaling $5.83 billion. The company and analysts saying that it is not a comment on the view of SoftBank on Nvidia, but more requirement for them to raise funds to fund some of these AI projects, most notably that $500 billion Stargate commitment that they have. put their name on.
Yeah, curious day for Nvidia, but the dip buyers, they came in just nowhere near where I was hoping they would. I kind of felt like if we were weak today, we shorted other stuff today in the morning. I just think SMCI is a better short than pretty much every day at all times. But Nvidia, it managed to hold on to your V shape from a couple, and it holds on really, really well. Didn't get anywhere near that 190. Can it get green? I'm beginning to think, I'm getting skeptical of that, because it's yesterday's low that we're kind of turning around in and unable to hold through. So maybe you put a little blame towards AMD here, but Burry made when Michael Burry made his comments about like hyperscalers, I think it was more to say the valuations are going to be a fundamental accounting issue, and with like Meta and some of them, not specifically Nvidia, but it seems like it's hurting Nvidia as well. The SoftBank story they already sold, so like should that really matter? We checked back earlier. SoftBank, SoftBank is twice. It's the second time they've sold.
Right.
They managed to, assuming they got this high, they managed to have the best sell you could have on Nvidia and the flat out worst possible sell that you could have on Nvidia.
Where's the other one they had?
So it was January. I'm gonna look at my signal. It was January of 2019. So right about.
What? Oh wow, that's.
Somewhere in here they sold Nvidia like between $3 and $4.
Okay, well that's tough though.
But but I don't know when they got back in to then ride it to whatever the high was just now.
What are you gonna do there?
For all we know, they bought this back at like $15, or who knows? They made bank the second time. So
I was thinking about that story because SoftBank is still in OpenAI and many of this AI universe. So I feel like selling Nvidia, which is near the top and is a big winner, obviously for them or for anybody that's bought the last couple months, you're about $20 away from the highs, as long as you didn't buy the high. You've made a lot of money and you're selling winners into what could be a temporary top. I mean, their earnings are coming next week, so we have to wait to see what Nvidia does. I think it's prudent investing to get out of something. Now, selling it all is a little strange, but at the end of the day, I think it's to go to fund other projects in the space. Like, oh, you know what? We're like divesting out of all of our AI. Then I would say, okay, maybe then it's time to run, and I think we would be down obviously a lot more than we are now. I just think it's to raise capital for other projects. So I think SoftBank is well invested in the AI story, and if they really did believe it was coming to an end, be dumping many of their positions, of which case we should do probably a graphic. I should get a Dara to let's see where SoftBank's money is sitting right now. What are some of their more recent acquisitions and buys and sells? So yeah, I'm with you. I'm not too worried about it. It's nervous hands, right? I mean, Nvidia's near the highs. There is talk about AI. We spooked it last week when they were talking about government backing and this and that. We get some problems here, hearing the data center issues. But then AMD comes out with a good story. So let's go back over to Sharif right now, figure out the AMD story, and then we can put them both together.
All right, guys, AMD, they're with their analyst day today, of course, at 1 o'clock. We brought that live to you guys on the midday show, and Lisa Su, CEO, made multiple comments, so let's just get right to them. She says the company is on track to hit tens of billions in AI data center revenue by 2027. In fact, she went so far as to say she sees it at $1 trillion by the beginning of this decade. We'll have to see if that pans out. She also says, look, customers are not leveling off their AI investments at all. In fact, the demand is for their AI compute as well as infrastructure. This is the $1 trillion comment by 2030 that I was referring to. She also says she sees data center revenue growth of more than 80% CAGR, compounding annual growth rate. Good look there. She also says that they're on track for tens of billions of dollars, as I mentioned. Last but not least, 35% annual revenue growth over the next 5 years. The price right now of AMD down 1 2/3.
Remind everybody that every single year there are over 3.8 million concussions that are reported in the United States, yet there is no FDA-approved treatment. Listed Oragenic, symbol OGEN, OGEN is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain action. With this concussion treatment market projected to reach nearly $9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Make sure you do scan QR code and schedule a meeting today to find out more about what Origenics has to offer. So, yeah, so we're starting to get out a little bit more here. I see you've got a good one there with Rivian.
I got them out. It's just the high today.
Yeah, we're hitting the highs right now again. Well, not the highs exactly, but making a nice move back up here with the NASDAQ. So we're trying to get a little bit out. But yeah, AMD, I was waiting for that 248 again. I didn't want to do anything while the trade was still on. And what by that, I mean, like it just had got going. I don't think you ever want to short that first because there's always going to be a little bit of a relief into a rally. And so that was that. And then it made a bottom, it came right back up. Then once we made that top and then fell off again, that's where I literally was just sitting here ready. Like I had my order ready to go. I didn't want to short it on the way back. I wanted it to come back up here. Then I was going to sort of slam this 247.50 or 248. Like I'm not sure what price I would have got, but just off that top. Now I'm looking like a genius for even thinking about it, but I don't have the trade on, so okay. But that's what I was thinking. You know, you sort of buy the rumor, sort of sell the news once it's out there. Exactly, you know, what this CAGR is, and when we're talking about the data center, and is it really a needle mover? I mean, we have this big move up and down, but yet right now, you know, right where we started, this is exactly where we were pre-conference. So, yeah, it doesn't look like they announced anything that's, you know, shocking to anybody, but AMD, okay today, but obviously down 2% with the NASDAQ only down 0.18. So, I don't know, thoughts?
I don't know. I liked it for a chop fest today going into it and wasn't a huge fan. And then I felt there was other things to trade. But I think I was just looking at the Nvidia monthly chart. We were showing you guys this in the SoftBank context. Like, look at Nvidia's monthly chart and have a look at AMD's monthly chart. Now, because the scaling's a little bit different here. AMD has had just huge pullbacks the last few years. And then ramp jobs, whereas it's been a safer, steadier run on Nvidia. But that provides better. Like if this candle is the start of something at the highs and AMD is going to pull back and give you a playback, forget about the prior highs because it's not like they're respecting that. Back into the 50 period on the monthly or even into like this high at the 160. Like it's been a huge opportunity when this thing pulls back in for real. So, you know, I feel like it's getting a little bit overpriced. Like I trimmed a bunch of AMD and I would be a dip buyer if it gave us something real. For now, for this afternoon, it doesn't seem to get back above VWAP. Event, I believe, is done. So I think you could at least calm down and maybe retake the volume weighted average price. The market wants to be strong, but this just looks bad. I'm going to stay away from it. But I do believe on that higher time frame, especially looking at that monthly chart, if there is a dip and this AI trade does come back in, don't forget about AMD just out of love of Nvidia. Is something a lot of people do, myself included, if I'm being real about it. So as I said, I was getting out of the high of the day on Rivian, but if it breaks back down, I consider one more shot at VWAP, but suddenly Open Door got my attention. Open Door, so much for the false break of 8.5, it broke 8.5 and is still going. Looking pretty strong. I thought maybe false break, pull back somewhere into the 30s, and then ride it into the high. This will be on the radar this afternoon for its relative. I know it doesn't seem like much compared to yesterday, but it's still a pretty good day for Open Door. Just want to play the next available dip if we can get it. Ooh, and we got a super chat. Ket copy paste. That's an interesting one. Viking breaks 40. No, I'm not still in Viking Therapeutics. I think this was the wildest. I think the craziest wick that I've ever seen in my trading life that wasn't. Like it wasn't some kind of like one-off stupidity fat finger that no one could have gotten involved in, or you couldn't have gotten fills in this. This was legitimately what got me out of Viking. Like it was August like 19th. It legitimately went to 60. Great if you were going to be in there, but I was targeting here. Go like look at this. Like this is the area. 50s where like I wish I could tell you I was smart enough to have had an order sitting in front of 59, but on the news I was sitting there and got swept up in the low 50s, and the next thing you know, even trailing out as well on one single candle. So I was in and out of that one right quick off the 50 period hold, and now it looks good again. So I didn't get back into this when it held the 50 period again. I wish I could tell you that I did, but I didn't. just be careful. When these guys drop news that's seemingly good, they dump hard. Good news, dump hard. Good news, dump hard. So just be careful when they have like some trial results coming up that you can get absolutely rinsed, but it also provides, because you did get swept up there. So I'm not in it anymore. I suppose I should have gone back in. It would have been a win, but I'm not. So played, most recent swing was I'm now out of the UNH, looking for something else at this point. Oddly enough, I think I should have maybe gotten to that open. Oh, I shouldn't. MP has been kind of dying, but I didn't really get into much of it. Didn't really get into much of MP down here. So even if it breaks a 50 period, I think I got 20% of what I wanted on that dip buy. Adara?
Yeah, I want to tell you guys here about these implied earnings moves for tomorrow. Really 4 super noteworthy names that'll be day one earnings plays as of Wednesday, November 12th. Oklo is reporting tonight after the bell. Sean and I will give you guys those. And then tomorrow morning we have ONON. We've got Circle, CRCL, and then we also have GFS here, Global. So if you want the implied moves on these earnings tickers, check this out on X at TTV Research. Be aware, I already have an Oklo earnings preview infographic that's already on X. Earnings preview infographic for tomorrow morning. That's going to be coming out shortly as well. So again, if you want earnings content, market content in general, X at TTV Research. If you ever have any content recommendations or things that you'd like to see on the account, just tag me, Adara LePage, in our YouTube chat. And yeah, I check there intermittently. So if there's any ideas that you want to see on that X account, please let me know. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Adara.
I don't know if it goes up, but if it's a down move on Circle, it should lead that chart. It should lead the just because of what's under. There's nothing underneath here, man. We lose this $100 area with any gusto, and all you've got left is the earnings day open, which is all the way down at $70. So if I was a betting man, it is already the highest expected move. So yeah, for me to tell you that I think it's going to be the biggest expected move, it's chalk. So I'm kind of picking chalk, I suppose.
No, I think it'll be. I mean, you saw Coreweave to the downside. I think some of these newer names here have had their run for now, and Circle's a pretty nervous name, I think, for many years. I want to. All right, so just talk about something here because I'm getting more out here on the futures. I don't like. We've seen this high now. We've only break through 12.10 once, 112.10 here, and we were able, and at that time we got 18s or 19s, and we haven't able to do anything other than that. So now we're trying to get out as we fall back in. I'll still watch it against this 1150 or so area, but it's more like try to buy it if we could dip into this low. I don't know. I'd like to be here for the futures. ES still up, NASDAQ down, trying to hover around the 50 period moving average, maybe coming back in right now. Could land somewhere around VWAP. So I don't want to be in this for too long. This is a triple Q, so it's triple levered into the NASDAQ. So let's think about slowing down a little bit. The 60s, we'll try it right into here, and then maybe drop it if it gets into 50. I don't even want to hold it through here. Let's just see if we can get a low tick around here, hold it for 15 or 20 pennies, because that might be about a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 back to the top end of that trade. So that's what we want to do. And then also, I think I want to go short AMD. I was just looking at it here. A break of this level. I mean, I don't know why it's barcoding right now. I mean, I get the futures are kind of doing the same thing, but down 1.84%. I feel like, and again, without knowing it, I mean, I heard Adara's up, Sharif and Joe, and we sort of started talking a little bit about what AMD was doing there on our rundown. But I guess it's nothing too impressive, or else I feel like it would be moving around a little bit more. So what about just a 39 break down? We'll take that. Try to get a dollar out of it, if we can do that, because the 200 period moving average is right here at 240. So get ready for anything, but I'm going to take a short on a 239 break, but also understanding here that the spread right now is cents or so when it opens up and starts to trade. So, just be careful where you're going to, get punched into. See, now it's 13 cents. So I'm going to try that trade all the way back to the downside. I know it kind of goes against what the NASDAQ's going to do, but they're not necessarily the one and the same here, the NASDAQ and AMD. So we'll wait to see if the NASDAQ has some room, but right now we'll trade AMD short side through 239 is something that I'm going to be looking at right now and giving it about $1. Try to play the momentum down. I don't know. Especially if it breaks, maybe we go back in and test some of these lows, which is 37s and change. So I think it gives us a little bit of odds in our favor here. We'll try it.
It is a weird barcode, considering you just had an event. When was the last time you saw stock do that after an event?
The fact is, it might break and then doesn't go. Like it's just.
I hate that this is the one doing this right now. I don't.
Oh, SoFi?
I want SoFi to be breaking. Not
I like SoFi, yeah.
But I was about to say, like, I like SMCI for potential short, but then I might have already. Yeah, SoFi is breaking. You can see the trend that it's breaking right now, but I might have just missed the entry. So very clean. Look, SoFi actually had news today, which we get over, but I'll get to that in a second. Goes into yesterday's high, double tops or whatever, just consolidates off the top, now breaking the trend from the low. So I want to be short, if I can, as close to 80 as possible, or at least in the 70s, and then the prior bar is about 80, the high 80s, so risking 10 to 15 cents. Get picked up, because as you can see, literally as I was, Sean finished, I was like started to talk about it, it broke down in front of me. So got the offer out there. We'll see if I get picked up. It's been a strong stock. Why? Because the first charter bank to get or to allow trading. So that's come online for them. Realistically, SoFi has been strong anyways. I don't think that's that big of a deal for them. Relative to the market, they're strong today, but this is just a simple trend break here on SoFi. If I get filled, which at this point is looking like a pretty big if on the way back in. Open Door did, in fact, pull back eventually.
Open Door, yeah.
Yeah, pull back off that 850 high. Hasn't gotten down to the 830s, but if it doesn't get all the way there, play off the 40 level could be it. I just want to see it level off a little bit before getting in or start making some higher lows. So maybe the next 3 gets me into the long there on Open Door. So I did get picked up in SoFi. Zed in the chat, or Z, depending on how you like to say it, is there news on Coinbase?
What's crypto doing? 103? Bitcoin?
What's big? Wait, what are you?
103 is Bitcoin. Not that.
It's going down.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of on Coinbase. Haven't heard anything. Bitcoin is at the low but flat. BMNR I know is tanking. So BMNR is tanking through the lows. Maybe it's just like. I don't know. There's no news that I'm aware of. It's been weak all day long. Could be just like the floodgates open. Bottom broke here on BMNR, and Coinbase did the same thing. Could just be like a technical break when it lost 310. I'm guessing, I'm spitballing here because I didn't hear, I'm not aware of any news on Coinbase. That could just be a technical break, but it's been weak for a while. So I don't think it's needed an excuse to go down. On the plus side, I don't know if you have me long Coinbase, then Bitcoin's not exactly tanking. Maybe that holds it up. But no specific news there on Coin. That stock's in trouble. It doesn't look very good for Coinbase. If about 295 to 300 goes, which it hasn't yet, the big if.
Okay, so we actually did get into a short here on AMD. Again, we said that, I mean, even when we went over to it, Neil was like, yeah, it looks strange. I said, we could have like where it just breaks and then doesn't go. And unfortunately, we got punched in. Sevens. So right now we're short there, 87 here on AMD. So I crossed down 15 cents and basically got 15. That's fine. I was watching it, but not closely to see what it was trying to do there. But we'll have to wait to see now on AMD. I still want to average into it a little bit and give it a little bit of a break high side. So we're not playing with a whole bunch of shares here, but we're playing with enough. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here now with AMD as it kind of just drifts a little bit higher against us. The market isn't the short, but I think if it is, AMD should help it as well. And we've just been getting out some more. We popped back up into 112 almost again there, got some more outs. That's a 93 and a 95 or so. So we're just sort of easing out of this one as we wait to see with advanced micro devices. Just, where's my other short? Not yet. I want to get it closer to 240 here just in case it does make, well, it is making a pop-up right now. So we'll see if it can hold out. And again, on news, who knows where this is going to go. We trying to look for a little bit of liquidity and a little bit of action here. We'll see if AMD can give us that as we sit and wait for that breakdown, which now it's kind of breaking up. I mean, we could have chose this trade two ways. We could have gone long off the, or, waited for that break to happen. So Nvidia is making moves lower now as well. So maybe there's something there. I saw Intel was making.
Microsoft is beast mode right now.
Microsoft is in beast mode right now?
No, today.
Oh, today.
Oh, but it's rolling over. This is not going to be good for the futures. Softy could be breaking trend as well. Yikes. Yeah, I saw double top KT for the win as well, but that wasn't the reason I got into SoFi. But Microsoft could be turning it around. Just be careful. This was looking like a powerhouse
AMD,
to
man.
break VWAP, not VWAP, the 50 period on the daily. But if this loses today, or Apple, one of the two, it's going to have to be one of these two, because Microsoft and Apple have been doing a lot of heavy lifting, and they're both kind of teetering off. Like, you could get a bit of a trend break happening on those two names. That's what I'd be, if it's not the chips, that's what I'd be watching. SoFi might not get to VWAP here. Remember, this is a strong name, so trend break to the volume weighted average price, which oddly enough is the exact same move it made from the same high yesterday. It was 31 top to 30.5, maybe 30.40, which is VWAP right now. So that is the target. Down and gave 65, then gave 55s. I'm bidding in front of 45, and I'll be all out if SoFi gets to that price. It's a bullish stock that just happened to make a trend break. Yeah, I'd be a little bit skittish and Microsoft were to roll over and do a trend break like SoFi did. Then we'd be in trouble.
Yeah, what did we do with, what was Meta doing? You just mentioned Microsoft there. I didn't, 25 again, okay. Yeah, it got pretty.
Not much.
Remember, we were talking, Joe, yesterday or whatever, was talking about that 617. That might be a good level because even today it bounces again off of 620 there before making a move higher right now. Close. We'll see where it goes into this close, but nice move higher there for Meta right now. Right back into sort of some AM resistance. This could be, you know, decent area for a short. Wish we maybe would have shorted this instead of AMD, of course, as we play the name with some news. That looks like that's going to break higher here. AMD just is at 240 right now for that to bust a little bit higher. But Meta on the comeback a little bit today from its lows. Some obvious sort of volume candles there near the potentially indicating a reversal. These look like dark pools, so nothing really going on right there. But right now, Meta upside up into 625. Interesting area here for META. Futures nicely moving higher here, as is my AMD. So one working, one not over here.
And for all of you sophisticated traders in Canada, we got some exciting news for you because Beta Pro by Globex is the largest provider of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs. And they've launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear, the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And on top of that, they're offering a special fee rebate. Management fees are going down to just 65 basis points until December 31st of the year. On top of that as well, the U.S. focus strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for performance and exposure. So if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. And nothing wrong with that currency hedging, especially when the Canadian government is spending, and the Canadian dollar is tanking. I think we talked, yeah,
I know, yeah.
Our deficits, I mean, obviously in notional, absolute value term, it's not that ridiculous, but not good.
Yeah, who knows? I didn't even look too closely into that budget, but I can imagine.
We're spending a lot, and we have high unemployment.
Imagine it's not the greatest.
And everything's going to be just fine.
Meta, did you just say?
What happened to Meta?
I don't know. I thought Adara said something about Meta.
I heard out of her mouth there just now.
All right, so I wanted to say, like, right now with IBIT, we just sort of glanced over a little bit of Bitcoin right there, and, you know, it's coming in here, but, you know, it's not breaking. So these have been some decent levels. So again, 58.50, like, far away that if this market does go for a little bit of a dip right now, what about picking up some Bitcoin nearing some kind of support right now for BTC, right? As the government shutdown appears to be, you know, closing in on a resolution, I would say. I think it's right now, it's on Kalshi, I think it was tomorrow afternoon or so. So I don't know how they do this exactly by getting like us the 0.2 days. I don't know exactly what that means, but be the 13th. So today's 11th, 12th, 13th. So midday, I guess, on Thursday is what they're talking about right now. So interesting there. So I don't know if the government shutdown would affect Bitcoin, but ever since, you know, the government got sort of on lockdown here, Bitcoin has over 20% back down in again. So maybe that could, I don't really know the relationship with that and why that would spark one thing over the other, but could be something there for. And then today we had another bump up, at least earlier this morning, and I haven't looked since, but gold, yeah, was up to 380, 2 for GLD, I believe. Yeah, so nice little upside there. Just in the pre-market, market opens up, we go for a dive, and now we're right back upside right now for GLD. So we'll out if there's going to be a play there, as it looks like a lot of gold was bought up there near the 50-period moving average. People just looking to get some exposure in an asset class that potentially they are limited in. So what's up, Adara?
Yeah, the AMD event is still happening. It's nothing really to write home about here, guys. As you can see, if you look at the AMD chart, it's been pretty choppy since that initial move in like the first hour. They're naming companies, but the stocks of the companies they're mentioning aren't even moving either. I really wanted to talk here about hearing from CBS News. Apparently, Saudi Arabia hosting a U.S.-Saudi investment summit on Wednesday, November 19th, so a week from tomorrow in Washington, D.C. So, yeah, Saudi Arabia and U.S. co-hosting an investment summit. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But certainly something to be aware of and to follow if that is being live streamed. You guys know I'll be covering that for you as well. Back to you.
Oh, I thought the I thought the AMD thing was over. So I don't. Well, I'm in it. I'm not in it too heavy.
So I'll a bit because I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I thought it was over, and I think I said that I think I said it was over. And
it's about as interesting as like if it was over. Like Lisa Su, I'm sorry, it's just a lot of people talking. Lisa Su like left before 2 p.m. It's been random like the execs for a while now.
Oh, you get the randos out there. That's
okay. Well, I don't know. I thought it was over and it was like a nothing burger. It is dangerous. So I just covered a little bit more there. I'm just covering it for flat. Well, that cover was out. That's why my average price keeps changing. We go with like the first in, first out method. So it'll just keep adjusting my price. But the average price I had was 65s or 67s or something on this. So it's not been a higher there. I honestly thought we were over. And then when we broke it, I was like, okay, we broke it. Let's just see if there's some downside there. Because the thing is like when they're announcing all these things, and it's not Apple, so it's not like, and one more thing or anything like that. I like something like that, especially with knowing that.
Watch them do that now.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So something that like is not there anymore, if that's the case. So I hope that there's like nothing overly exciting about to happen, but we still have our same stops, 240.50 if it breaks. But we did just get out of a piece right there as we dropped there. Once I heard right from Madera that this was still going on, I was like, nah, we don't need to have that much exposure into a name that is literally having their conferences right now. So we'll pass on AMD for now, and we do still have our stop. If it goes down from here, look, we're still short, hoping for a downside kick, but I am bidding in the 60s and then again in the 30s on the for better returns here from AMD.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, like you never really know. You got to keep your ear gun, and thank you, Adara, for not just it's still on, but giving you an idea that there isn't anything crazy happening right now, so you shouldn't necessarily expect anything. It's expectations. I moved it, effectively, you got close enough to VWAP, so I've moved my stop to break even when you get levels down on SoFi. So if it breaks this wick, which is about 80s or so, I'm going to jump out of that trade. Someone was asking, they're like, short SoFi, why? Well, just a trend break. It's a strong stock. We love SoFi. Strong today, and they had a positive catalyst. But it was just a trend break on the 3-minute. Open Door is also, it did kind of 30 range and is trying to bounce in here. So this was the failed 850 pullback. Still has yet to really pull any kind of higher lows, but it's getting to a curl that if it can close, here, it's going to do it right now. It's going to try and close this candle above 43.44. That would signal an entry for me. And LFS, for the small cap traders out there, what is the name of this thing? Doesn't matter. Leifris? It doesn't matter. It's halted to the upside. 5.5 is the current theoretical auction price. So I'd say that's worked out for anybody that's long. No one ever went broke taking profit, but that is a lot of volume. It's doing more volume in the last couple of bars than it did at the open. That's not a normal sign, and actually is pretty solid, but double up from a half an hour ago. It's literally doubled in a half an hour. Thing, but when you zoom it out and look at the daily chart, I don't know, would you take profit in front of $5? Personally, I would, but that's just my 2 cents. So it doubled up in a half an hour and is at the only resistance that exists for the stock on this reopen, but it's looking to open higher. To you on LFS, I will 100% not be paying for locates on that because that would just be dangerous.
There goes AM.
Just not worth it. So hopefully I can get a setup here in open that'll get me into this. But If it doesn't start to show some strength off of this 830, 840 level, that would be an entry for me at all. I want this to bounce, but it's not bouncing yet. Still showing some lower highs, some tops. See all the red candles in the 3-minute? They're all like wick tops. I need the opposite. Give me a green candle with a wick bottom reversal, and we can go long, scalp it to the high of the day.
All right, we we just got stopped out there on AMD, of course, as it was just sort of floating around a little bit through 240. So yeah, we'll have to stop a fail on that one. It just didn't. Again, screwed that up. Like completely should have been more attuned to the fact that that conference was still going on. All right, so that was my bad. All right, Alibaba. This is a name that again, like I really like coming back in here. I know if I buy it, then I am kind of fueling the AI trade even more. And this is an interesting level for Alibaba. Like last time we came into here, we missed it. We were still bidding that one. That order's stale now, but that's an interesting level here for sure for Alibaba coming back into 155, 156. So I almost feel like they reported a lot earlier, but Alibaba, no, 14 days, so it's late. Okay, I wasn't sure about what Alibaba's situation is there, but yeah, reporting late. So in 14 days, most of the reports that we're getting from these sort of hyperscalers. Great reports. It's just we look to see what the guide looks like, and Alibaba, I think, will be. We heard some for Quen, some of their chips that were doing really well over there, and there is a demand, obviously, for Chinese product in China, as we hear from our president, Nvidia's president, I guess Donald Trump there, as what sort of chips will be allowed to go forth into China. So I think Alibaba, they could actually come out with a very nice guide if they start talking about some of the orders that potentially they've secured from, a Baidu or Tencent or whatever over there in China. We always have information about the things that are happening onshore rather than off. So it'll be interesting to hear what Alibaba and their meeting is like on the 14th, in 14 days on November the 25th. So, man, that sucks. We did get back into AMD, and now we're able to take a little bit of profit on that as it comes right back into O's again, and we'll buy it. But we'll see if it can come back in, a bit of money back there on AMD. All right, so Dara, what's up?
Yeah, I'm seeing reports here that Coinbase is calling off its $2 billion deal for stablecoin startup BVNK. Again, reportedly, Coinbase calling off its deal here, valued $1 billion for a stablecoin startup called BVNK. Keep an eye on COIN, which is already and has been already careening here to new low of day. Stablecoin play also going to be on watch, mostly because they report earnings tomorrow morning as well. So again, CRCL and COIN on watch as Coinbase reportedly calls off its $2 billion deal with BVNK. As we send you back to Sean and Neil, guys, make sure to like and subscribe.
Oh, that seems like a problem.
Like, what does that mean for because it's a stablecoin story there, and you could see Circle actually went nicely there to the upside. Maybe there is just one ring to rule them all, USDC. I don't know exactly what that. I mean, we're hearing it in our ears now that Coinbase is slightly off the lows. Now,
right back to the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. Right back down in again. Okay. So yeah, Coinbase. Look at that level break. Like this is what we thought would happen with advanced micro devices, but no, not quite that. But there goes Coinbase breaking again. Power hour. We're over to Adara one more time.
Keep an eye on health insurers here, guys, especially Elevance. Now, I mean, not a ton of volume on this, but we did just get our second largest volume candle of the day in the 15-minute chart. CFO of the company, UBS conference, that he sees Medicaid margin declining by at least 125 basis points in fiscal 2026. So keep an eye on HUM, keep an eye on MOH, UNH, OSCR, CI, CVS, anything into the health insurance. Again, commentary here from the CFO of Elevance Health saying they see the Medicaid margin decline by at least 125 bips in 2026. ELV, though, continuing higher. And again, not a ton of so certainly elevated volume comparable to what it's done today. Back to you.
What was that comment? Little Sebastian.
Schwarzenegger. Oh, it's a power hour, I think he's saying. He likes it goes power hour. Like
it sounds like Arnold.
Is it Arnold?
Can we play that again?
I don't know. I don't know if we have it again.
Can we play that again? I want to hear. We can't? Oh, okay.
We have to find that.
Never mind.
We have to find
That's
that.
my bad. No, I don't think. I didn't realize it sounded like Arnold. Awesome.
Awa.
Get to the chopper.
Get me my shares.
There was Debo used to do that all the time.
Yeah.
It was funny. You know what? Traders would have their shticks.
No.
Well, it was really
playing
good.
around, of course. We have our own right here.
But his best one was when he would talk about the market makers, because then he would drop into the accent of like sometimes like a Shizer. He would drop that, and then anyways, it doesn't really matter.
No, exactly.
He was big on
that's why trading
Arnold.
floors are so much fun.
If he was making money, he was Arnold, but if he was losing money, he would be using different languages that you didn't think think other people would understand him when he was cursing. Let's put it that way. And when we all did, it's like, really, you think we don't know what Shiza means? Like, come on, bro.
That means you're swearing right now, then I guess.
Well, oh yeah, I guess I did.
Nice job, Neil. Yeah, so we're now 55 cents in. We did get stopped out a little bit there on our AMD trade, but it's coming back in just a little. Some more profits. I'm bidding 50s. We'll see if we get. I'm actually bidding 57s. Okay, we just got hit down there. Now to the downside, looking to 239 flats right now on AMD as it's coming back in just a little bit here. So we'll see if there's any love for us there, and then on the TQs as well. I did want to show you quickly here. It's into the most famous hour, of course, power hour, as we've just discussed. Coming back in here. So let's have a quick little look. I mean, this is what's leading the way. Eli Lilly on March there into 1,000. Its high of the day is 5 cents away right now from that $1,000 marker. All right,
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at AIML, because your heart will beat 100,000 times today. And each beat, that's a data point. AIML Innovations, trading on the CSE under the ticker AIML, and the OTCQB under the ticker AIMF. They turn that into data. They turn that data into potentially life-saving insights with Max Yield, which is an AI engine that filters noise, labels with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days into minutes. But their mission is to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML.health and AIML_Innova on X. Back to you.
There's another example of like different AI
100,000
opportunities there. Did you do the math?
Oh yeah, it's if you're 70 beats a minute, then yes. If you're 60, then it's just obviously it's like
okay, cool.
So.
Interesting stat there. Yeah, that sounded a lot.
Well,
100,000 beats.
It did, and then it depends on what you're.
I mean, I know you can drop the beats, on everybody right now.
I was doing double that during the playoffs. I can promise you that.
Oh, I guess
so. Remember, I said at break even. 5 rules based. It doesn't get all the way to VWAP, but you don't want to let this strong stock get in your way. If it does a top, done trading this name. I don't really, whatever. It gave you the trend break. The trend break either gets to VWAP or it doesn't. Thirds of the way, which was good. While that was happening, SMCI did its curl off VWAP, which I was waiting for. There's the there's the curl off VWAP. I'm short, looking for a breakdown toward the low, even though the market's strong. SMCI has been weak. It's been short. Since its earnings, and actually before that, like the 2 days before, was also a short. And then Open Door finally, well, we'll see. It finally gave that break, the consolidation that I was looking for, kind of off 830, and then was breaking higher. So stop underneath that 36 at 35, and look to see if this can get back into the high. Open Door relatively strong, SMCI relatively weak, and wow, SoFi couldn't quite get that 31 though. It broke. It's tempting to want to get back into this if it wicks the top, but I think that's probably a dumb move, so I'm not going to do it. Is BBAI a buy near the low? I think it was the first time. I don't know about the second time through. I think if you had it at 6 here, like that, yes. It's consolidating there, so maybe if you just really like something sitting sideways where you're risking 3 cents on the chance that it just breaks out, fair enough. But it's just going sideways off that level. Breaking trend down, that's the moment of it. You had to wait all day long for that trade. I was a little early with BBI, so I'll slap a fail. Oops, I'm not even on that one. I have a fail on my BBAI because I really thought that was going to do dip by like after the first couple of 15-minute candles, and then timing was wrong on that one. But we're in open door now, the south side, and let us know what else you guys are watching. We got about an hour left in the day, and at LFS, which by the way is still going higher, 200% to the upside. Outside of this thing, nothing's going crazy on volume, and I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole after looking at the daily chart.
All right. Yeah, I don't. I mean, those are some of the ones. GLTO was one that I know that some people were looking at that was running as well. But yeah, I was at a Veterans Day assembly this morning with my kids at their school. So they both performed, and my eldest wasn't. So that was exciting. So that's why we weren't here this morning. We want to thank our good trading partner, comrade, Obi, for stepping in this morning. So thank you, Obi, for all of that. Yeah, Tesla, I was going to look here, Ford up a little bit here, GM up, but red as that goes through as well there today. And then just checking out some of these chip names. We're looking at AMD. We're out of that name now, but Broadcom down 4%. Nvidia also down that 2 and a bit percentage points there today. Micron's is an interesting one. I wonder what SNDK is up to today, because SanDisk has been on a run there recently, probably pulling back just a bit now. Well,
it was relatively strong all morning long. When everything else was breaking down, SNDK, it just would not break support. I remember, because when we were ending the morning show, I was like, this breakdown, I'm going short. But I'm not in love with the actual low of the day break. So I was looking to kind of a fail break and then short the pop back in. Happened, held the low. Still, it's green or barely green on a day where some of the other chip names have not done so well. It's just the momentum on this is ridiculous. This isn't the chase for me. I'm just waiting for like a good setup. I'm willing to try to be short this stock, like today. Like if you got early and waited and didn't wait for confirmation, you got blown out. Okay, but I think there's going to be a short on the stock soon, at some point. Adara?
Yeah, not only is the AMD event still happening, they actually just took an intermission. So they're going to be back at 3:30 p.m. to discuss the client gaming business. But yeah, guys, in case you did not know, which is very understandable because I haven't mentioned it much, AMD is still having their event, and the reason I haven't mentioned it much is because there has not really been anything market-related of note to be said. A lot of people quite literally repeating commentary already made by CEO Lisa Su during her comments, which again, those are well over an hour ago at this point. So again, AMD event still happening, likely not worth being worried about. I will continue when that intermission ends at 3:30, and I'll still be covering it for you guys live. Just wanted to provide an update on advanced is back. Neil and Sean.
Who does an intermission at an investor event?
I mean, it's like they sell tickets to these things, they're doing this, they're doing that.
They also were like, guys, I'm sorry, we're 5 minutes behind schedule. We are 5 minutes behind schedule. I'm like, I don't think people are that sad about it, but thank you, Mr. AMD.
Schedule?
Like, it's funny.
Can you get some like beer and peanuts or something? Well, popcorn too, I guess. You mean the opera? Like, what are we
throw some
talking
rotten
about?
tomatoes around on there?
I don't even understand what's going on with that.
Yeah.
But why not? I guess if it's long enough and for some people boring enough, I bet you they do sell. You probably get a drink. You probably get a nice drink there at the intermission. It's AMD. It's probably really pimp.
Yeah,
seriously.
Well, yeah, you got to pay for it too. Yeah.
Come on, man. These analysts, expense account.
Oh yeah. They're not worried about that.
They're living that good life.
They're not worried about. We some of the sectors there before we threw over to Adara, and I just want to look at one more.
Did you see healthcare?
Yeah, we did. Care. I saw health technology.
Health technology. Sorry,
we can go over healthcare in a minute, but I just want to say, because of most of these financials, Coinbase is going to be on there. Robinhood still a little sick with it. They're down 3%, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem there, I guess, with Coinbase. I was saying that yesterday. Like, if you are attached at the hip with crypto, you don't want to hold Bitcoin, Robinhood, and Coinbase if those are like primary holdings there. You're not well diversified. If we play that game, am I diversified? You're not, is the answer. But I would just be careful with all of those plays. I think they are intertwined. But there it is. JP Morgan actually just made all-time highs today. I think around 319, I thought I saw this morning. Could be off on that. 319.56. Yeah, so new all-time highs this morning for JP. Down right now. Must be pulling back. Goldman Sachs, BAC. So a lot of strength there in financials. Here one more time today. So just watch out for that. And then, yeah, health services over here. UNH rebounding today. Oscar, I bought some more yesterday. It's not on here. Humana. You know, just some good little levels that are trying to bounce off. We did get some questions the other day. And as the government gets back in, you know, back to session, I guess, hopefully some of these, well, the health services and whatnot will start to be talked about more and more. So we'll wait to see what UNH is going on there, as there's that whole Obamacare thing. I think it ends December 31st. They got to get that all figured out by. So hopefully there's some sort of a resolve and all that. I'm not going to pretend like I have any idea what is going on with Obamacare and whatnot. What was that for?
I'm going to throw up a poll, but I want something different.
Yeah, let's do a poll.
Yesterday, a couple of days, we've been trying to pick what the biggest expected move is going to be on earnings. But I'm thinking, can we just agree that that Circle or Oklo, are the two biggest ones? Why am I on Oracle? You know what's hilarious? You know I meant to pull up Oklo.
Yep.
So how about between Circle and Oklo, if you had to buy one before earnings, which one would you buy? This is a gun to your head. There's none of this neither nonsense. I'm not even making that an option. If you had to buy either Circle or OKLO going into earnings, I'm literally typing as we speak. That's why I'm saying it out loud.
Yeah. Type it in.
I'm not crazy.
Well, wait, just Oklo. What was the question you're trying to do?
Which you have to buy one before earnings, Circle or Oklo. That is you get two choices. That's it. I have to log back in as myself so I can.
For me, I think it would be Circle, to be honest with you, because I'm really worried about what happened to SMR. I mean, look, every stock is going to be a different beast in of its own, but like SMR has really been getting crushed.
Yes.
And you know, Oklo is not quite at this level yet to the downside the way SMR is. I mean, at $56, $57, $58 top, down into $26, so into half already, and blasted through the 50-period moving average. We thought we were doing pretty good buying it there at the 50 period on earnings day, but now day 3, still to the downside. So if you're looking at Oklo, I'm just looking over here and saying to myself, like, you do have quite a lot of risk here to the downside, because you're still not even at that 200-period moving average, like where SMR is, all the way down there. So I don't know, it's by a thread right here. And if you break through, obviously you have that $100 just kind of chilling out there waiting for you to hold. And if that doesn't hold, then yeah, just a $100 break gets us down 7%. So I don't know, what are you thinking? I didn't even look at the Circle chart, really. I know Circle's at a...
While I was doing that, they ran the stop on Open Door.
Oh.
And it's right back up, which is...
They opened it and closed it, I guess.
I know that, but that's why you use a stop order. So long here, looking for the high of the day, and then stop out there. We'll get to SM in a quick little second.
That's a pretty good question. It's
someone
50-50.
just said Coreweave is bad. It is a difficult one. And the funny thing about it is, I even said like earlier that I think Circle can go lower. But if I'm only looking at the chart, I make the argument not to prefer Circle here. I don't know that if I had to hold one, yeah. I prefer Oklo in terms of the space right now, but where the price is, I got to go with Circle. It's holding on to $100. Like, it's actually holding that support. So, gun to your head, which one looks like it has a better chance? And as you said, the problem with Oklo, always the first thing that comes up, which is...
Oops, I voted Oklo, but yeah, I was saying like, Circle is the one I want.
It's like gap, like there's still like a size into here, which it's almost like it's gravity of that level, whereas you've already pulled back into the most significant level that exists for Circle is right here for potential bounce. Whereas Oklo, the most significant accumulation level is literally 40% lower. So I'll err on that side. But I think it's one of those questions where a lot of people, and we didn't give you the option, would probably choose none of the above going into earnings. But that's the fun of it. If you don't get to choose none of the above, you have to pick one, even if it stinks. Dale Carnegie. Great last name.
There we go.
I cannot send super chat, but I wanted to tell you you're absolutely awesome. You're awesome too, Dale.
Yeah, I found that, and I was like, I'm just going to send this because yeah, not everybody has a credit card hooked up, or you know, it doesn't. We don't. It's nice to get the super chats because we're able to obviously highlight them on the show, and it does go to help everything that we're doing around here. But we do appreciate.
Or maybe we have beer and wings.
Maybe we'll have to do that at some point.
Instead of the renovations for you guys, we'll just eat food. No, I'm kidding.
$100 billion chip revenue within 5 years, I'm hearing right now for AMD. I have no idea if that number is good or not, but you see we just got chopped around a little bit here. Not much damage done on this stock, but we are down on it. Just top end, bottom end, and we wind up at the middle. Yeah, I guess that 239 break was no good, but I guess it would have gone against you about $1.50. That was the max there that we got stopped out, and then we were able to make a little way back in before punching out again. So kind of just a back and forth little dipsy-do here with advanced micro devices. There's that JP Morgan pullback that I wanted to talk about. We're still not, it's not like we're pulling back an immense amount from that level, but there it is right there. So I love the financials. We talked about, you know, like I'm trying to buy more SoFi on dips. We've talked about that. And then really JP Morgan was the one play that I made right off of the here. Off of that dip. I got long at 230 actually, playing right into here off support. That goes all the way back to a year ago in October. Now this is last March. Held this for quite a while. And I bought it there and thought like, oh my gosh, this was so great. Like this went up 10% almost in a heartbeat. And then of course, as Trump was threatening all that tariff stuff, and then boom, we get that back in April there. And it had the tariff tantrum and the whole market sort of fell through. And I was like, oh, what have I done? And I not foolishly, but we didn't really break 200 there. We were just waiting for it. There was chaos in the market, obviously. This is daily. Went from 240 to 230 to 211, basically, and then these little wick bottoms are almost impossible to catch, and then straight up to the upside on all of that, right? So it's been really good on the rebound. It did not dip into 280. The lowest 290 area. So, you know, off of earnings. And now, again, if you're looking at a bank, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, about 16 straight up days or so right now for JP Morgan, to red. And then today it's coding red, but let's see if it actually winds up that way. So yeah, I think I like some JP Morgan in and around levels for sure as we break higher. So I think 320, maybe even a spot to add to something for JP Morgan on the upside there. So I like that play in. I know a lot of you are talking about that as well, looking for some bank plays. And then Robinhood's the one that's down today. And with crypto going lower, I hate that they're kind of connected, but I do think that if we do get a rally for Bitcoin, we should see Robinhood. And didn't SoFi announce?
You could long JP or the XLF if you don't like your overexposure and to like crypto. Let's just say you were a person, things that you were mentioning before, like in a little bit too much, and you had some cash and you wanted to like not necessarily bet against those. You could, instead of allocating to them on the way down, you could buy some traditional banks for a little bit of a hedge, maybe.
Yeah.
But I got.
You said that what it was. SoFi today was announced.
No, the crypto trading. So there's
I mean, that's a great.
There's that could have been. Maybe that's one of the reasons for some weakness in Hood, and then obviously Coinbase with its new. Coinbase, by the way, stinks.
Ouch.
Right now. No. It's not. It's a price action on this. Like, look at you. This long to not break out. I wish I had seen this. We haven't looked at Coinbase for a trade in a while, but that's a big time flat bottom technical break. All that said, zoom out and look at what happened at 300. It's still holding this big support with a reversal candle at the 300 level. So until this regains the bottom or breaks the bottom, I think you got some cover. The downward trend looks like it could fall apart. I think if it breaks that 300, like this breaks down, you wait for that 240 and then grip it and rip it. That's one. You know, if you're not looking for a level like this when 290 breaks, then I don't know what you're looking for. It's kind of like going up there, look in an RBI spot, you get a fastball down the middle and you don't swing. That's one of my. It's like, what pitch were you looking for? Especially if you're a fastball hitter. I'd never understand that.
I know, it doesn't make any sense when you get that green light there on 3-0. It's like, just look dead red, man, right down that pipe.
If you go down looking after 3-0, you're on the bench. You're seeing bench. If
like 3 straight?
No, if you had a 3-0 count.
Oh, if you had 3-0
and you go down looking.
Okay.
And you get.
So you could swing for the first.
Okay, my bad. If you got three fastballs. Okay. The result was you going down looking. You're seeing bench.
Right.
As you should. Bench.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that. Okay, bench that. All right, so Palantir, by the way, AMD is starting to come down a little bit, but here, let's go over to Alex Carpenter Company and see what they're up to. Join myself at Dara and Brian Shannon Alpha Trends will be on this recap show where we're going to talk Oklo and Circle, and hopefully a couple as we'll have some content for you, and talk to Brian about some trade ideas. So get those ready to go. If there's any charts that have sort of, you know, maybe we've looked at that, want to get another opinion, or you're looking at it, stay tuned. Brian Shannon, of course, coming from Alpha Trends. You can find him on StockTwits and on Twitter or at. There goes Palantir at the day's high. No, not exactly at the day's high. Look how choppy this was this morning. I mean, I wasn't here to trade. Like, pretty choppy here for Palantir. Just into the open there, made a move up to 195.60 3 times or so before dropping. 192.50. What am I talking about? What, not 195.50, 192.50 before dropping down $5. And then again, so they made a top, he gave it to you right there. And then they said, oh, you know, that's nice. What about this trade? Right into there again. So gave you a top and then gave you the double bottoms again there for PLTR. And right now, back near the high side. The strategy for me going into the close is you try to find, you know, which direction you're favoring right now. And I'm not really looking long. I don't think. We're now underneath the 50 period with only 30 minutes to go. Need to break lower. We've been getting out. I might just, look, I'm just going to get out of this right now at 86 if we can get out of everything. I'll just get out right now at 83 if we can. There it is. So the TQs comes back up into some 83s there. We get those fills as you just saw that. So now we're going to dump out of it. No losing trade there for Qs. But yeah, having a little bit of an opinion here about a sell side scenario into the close. So let's get out of the Qs and then maybe look for something that might be a little bit weaker. We messed with, I could use more dramatic words, but on AMD, and you know, we fought all one sort of on this one as we got stopped out right there at 240.50. Now back down $1 from that level, but with that conference, as far as my knowledge, still going on or in intermission right now. So we're gonna go away from that, and that leads me to a story we'll talk about here on the after show as well is Coreweave, and there goes Coreweave back down into that downside one more time, and just waiting to see if we can hold some of these levels. If we get anything near the 200 period moving average as we look to short some of these names, that is one for me on Coreweave. Down 16. What was its high? 180s? Yeah, 180 and change.
Yeah, that's bad.
It's at a level where it's decision time.
That and Circle, they're both at, that one has more to drop though. I feel like Circle's at the more key level, but they're both at key levels. There's some bounces, new and mostly sell side. NU 1 million sell. I'm just gonna read the ones you guys care about. SMR sell 850,000, Snap 700,000. Archer, this one's interesting, 650,000 to sell. Archer is a big upweight tomorrow. The Russell 2000.
Ooh.
Archer is, we get the number.
Why tomorrow? Why the 12th? Why
I have no idea why it's tomorrow. It's a very random day. It's not a Friday. It's in the middle of the month. It doesn't make any sense. But it's a 7.5 million net shares to trade. Archer Aviation, the Russell 2000 for tomorrow. So if for some reason that flips to a big bid today, it might be worth a trade. Oh, of course Archer's flying today. Why did Archer do this? What's that about?
Good pun, Archer's flying. That's a good one. I don't know. I have beef with Sharif today because...
Beef? What did he do?
Yeah, because he kept on calling this GLTO gelato. That just makes me remember Rome, and that just makes me think about actual gelato. This is Galactico. My favorite gelato is pistachio.
Where can you get good gelato here?
In here?
Yeah.
Like downtown?
No, but like literally close to us.
Yeah. I never get anything around here. There used to be this place up at St. Clair La Paloma, which was a really, Petite, I forget what it's called there in the junction, but we go there as well. Right here, it's actually not that bad. It's not that bad. Italy, actually, which is right there at Bay and Bloor. They have a whole bunch of gelato. My kids get it all the time when we go to Sherway. Italy, right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. And they have a lot of different flavors, but that's a good
It's
spot.
one of the best parts of Rome is you don't have to walk very far.
No. My kids research and they said every day in Rome, I think around 5 p.m. is gelato. So I think they made that up just to scam me. So every day around 5 o'clock, they're like, gelato o'clock, let's roll. And then so we had to get gelato, and then of course, we're done dinner.
Between lunch,
gelato time.
Between lunch and dinner, when you're walking around, what would happen is you'll walk you'll see a bunch of people coming out of a place.
Yeah.
And if that happens, then you're obligated to go in and get some gelato.
Oh, there's so many nice places there.
And Erin would always get more than she could eat.
So bad with
I would have to finish it, which is terrible. I mean, the worst thing as a parent is when you have to finish your kids' treats. It's just it's awful, and you know.
Yeah, horror awful. Just absolutely, never want to be able to do that. Yeah. Okay. Let's. So that's why I have beef with.
We should go get some this week.
See what I'm saying? So this is why I have beef.
We should get
over there. But we should all be getting some gelato.
We should.
Yeah, maybe we will do that. All right. So moving forward now. There's GL. Galactico, the name here that sparks said conversation. Now coming back into VWAP, so a good little level there. What is, Miss Adara, if I may bother you? Yeah, okay, so it looks like this is a day 2 play here for LTO off of yesterday, continuation. It looks like we've done this before. This could be a reverse split, yes?
I have news, if I may. So, apparently they're strengthening their blood cancer pipeline with this deal with Demora Therapeutics. And now they have funding until 2029. So funding, therapeutics deal here for GLTO. Again, that was as of Monday morning. I do believe this was on our watch list yesterday as well.
Yeah.
It's
not a unfamiliar name. Thank you. Oh, here we go. We have something for that.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Yeah, so there you go. So there it goes. Nice. It's funding secure, so that's always nice to see. But yeah, what a surprise. Up to $36 just a month ago, and pretty much up to that level again. So I feel like if getting this name and you're looking to possibly get out or look for some more liquidity, that's a couple times going back a month into $35 to $36. Yes. So a good high over there.
I'm contractually obligated to put this question up from Guy at LAX. It's not even close. It's rum and raisin. Yeah. All day, every day, rum and raisin is my favorite ice cream and the best I've ever had. And I wish the shop was still open. There was a little tiny, downtown Antigua, St. John's. Antigua's an island in the Caribbean. There was a little wine shop, and then there was also like this tiny ice cream shop. And like you go there, you get your ice cream, finish that, and there was these 2 Australian ladies that owned this little wine shop, and they were like the coolest people you ever meet. You go there, get a glass of wine,
yeah, of course,
or just sit there after getting your ice cream and shoot the whatever. I love Island. Island life is unbelievable, but ice cream tastes so much better down there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the fact that it's out.
Well, it's called quality of product.
Well, that's
making said. It's like when you go to Italy, it's like, oh man, I have no idea why the pasta is so much better. Yeah, no preservatives.
The bread.
It's just it's the freshness of everything, and yeah, that's the one thing. That's why traveling is so important to do, because you get to experience all of the different.
Wow, they really rugged
delicacies and everything there. What happened to Open Door there?
I think that was a prelude. So they ran my stop here, and now they've run it down into VWAP here in Open Door. So I think this is just a standard pullback. Open Door is not as strong as it was the last 2 days. Like yesterday, and I guess that'll be Friday. So Friday and yesterday were much better long trades. It was a good long trend. It's probably still a chance to hold VWAP, but it looks like they're taking it out to the downside. Oh, by the way, before we go back up to Adara, Rivian actually breaks a high of the day, so that was also a hold as well. Let's go to Adara at the desk. Only 30 minutes left.
The event is back on. Yes, guys, this event has still been happening. It started at 1 p.m. It shows no sign of stopping. They had a brief intermission, but guys, they are coming back. Apparently right now there's a voice in my ear telling everyone to take their seats. So just so you know, this is still happening. Again, nothing really to let you guys know about, but the guy who told us about the intermission said that next up we're going to be talking about their client and gaming segment. So be aware that is happening. Back to you.
I guess like an analyst event, when you really think about it, like how exciting is that supposed to be? It's not a product. It's not a product launch. Like once you get the CEO out of there and you're really just talking about the nuts and the bolts, it probably gets a little bit
and bolts too. So. Yeah, no, I mean, now it goes like, okay, so now they're back and it starts to go down. Like, I don't know. I'm excited about their gaming, but I thought we had good gaming revenue on their report. I feel like that was one of the drivers for AMD. So if they're going to start talking about gaming, I would think that might be something to pay attention to here. But we're starting to pick up a little bit of volume maybe here. I don't know, maybe not. as we break through 239. I mean, that was the thing that started me down this war path with this stock, and then we eventually wound up losing on that break. So thanks AMD for that. But now you're going back to the downside look until we get like some real information there from Adara, meaning not like something that they're saying that affects either the numbers or the projections or something like that, then maybe leave this thing alone. But yeah, AMD, look, we already called the move down, right? We got out of our NASDAQ position right there. And it's not that the market's really moving that one way or the other right now. But we are starting to tick a little bit lower. Whatever we talked about, I mean, Webull continues. I mean, as I said, I feel that most of these names are trapped in, and I want to say like crypto purgatory a little bit, because as this continues down, I mean, Webull's had a real nasty run of it as of late. We talked about JP Morgan, and everything's all good and great when this is going up, and you're really laughing at what kind of bottom maybe has been put in. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go 26 days. Oh, what do you mean? I can just do the math. Okay, starting from October 1st. So,
we just call it a month.
That's about 26 trading days. Wow, that was actually pretty good. So over there, about 26 trading days or so, we only have like salvation right into here. It looks like October 23rd, 24th, where we bumped off of 1050 and got into 1150, and nice story, because then you're followed by a week and a half of just straight downside pressure onto this name and back to all-time lows, right? Webull. So yeah, no, you don't buy names that are trending all-time lows. So I'm going to wait for it. I'm still in the name. It's not that I'm not, but in it to win it and not in it to get stopped out, because I would have not taken as many positions on this. It's not like I'm loaded into this, knowing that this is a possibility. Just kind of like why I like SoFi. I think they're more of a mature company there with the bank license, and just more of a name than a Webull. Webull's still operating a lot in China, so that's another possibility with FXI coming back in. Some of the Chinese names have gotten hit a little bit lately. I was watching, we already talked about
Baba.
The play in Alibaba and Tencent also. I mean, FXI here on the daily doesn't look so bad, but they've had sort of their moves, right, as we what the next story with China is. And we heard that maybe a possible deal with India, or terms changing or something. I think that was yesterday. Or maybe that was this afternoon. But yeah, China's actually not as bad as I thought. I thought they were a little lower right now. So they've actually retaken here on F. It would more be if you're looking at China names, you want to look at Coreweave, which would be the Chinese internet stocks. So this would be something there, looking at like I said, Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, Pinduoduo, whatever. But yeah, there goes Coreweave. So
oddly enough, somehow Pinduoduo is the only one in the U.S. index.
Yeah.
Why? And they don't. The S&P doesn't actually have to explain their logic. They don't. They have rules, but why them and not Alibaba? I've always kind of wondered that. Two things. One, I'm very close to just getting out of SMCI. There's your VWAP play, but it already bounced. Now it's bouncing pretty clean off of morning support. This is where it broke out before, so obvious kind of one out there. And if we can't break this 38.9, I'll just jump out there. It only gives you a quarter, it looks like, off. VWAP short. Oh, of course it's gone the second I went to. So a second ago, CVX had a 5 million imbalance a second ago, out of nowhere. So if that pops up again, it's worth watching. And it was to the sell side. It was a 5 million sell, and the stock was going down like this. So CVX was, I mean, it's still breaking lower, but some of that move breaking the low of the day, because there was a 5 million sell imbalance, it's now gone. If I see it pop up again, I'll let you guys know. Right now, Kenvue is a buy, and that could be something. Sometimes this will move on the close. Only about 15 minutes until we have the imbalances. And Kenvue also falling similarly off the low of the day, but that's a buy imbalance. So that could be interesting, because if it ends up a buy imbalance and this is literally cratering, that would be a good opportunity. But that's a weird move on Kenvue at the end of the day for a buy imbalance. Maybe it'll be a flip at 355. So I'll have that on watch, maybe some CVX as well. But yeah, now you're breaking trend. I'm going to get out of that SMCI. Looks like it should have been more Rivian. Just hang on to Rivian today. Randy, another 9%. Is there a stronger stock in the last few days than Rivian? I don't know. Tell me. What's better than this in the last week?
Probably not. It's probably not that much.
13. It's not. Well, it's 40%.
40, yeah, it's not bad. And of course, off earnings play, so yeah, it's going to give you that kind of love back in there as well. It looks like we were right about the future, like right into there, another drop, right into the 200 period, right into 75. Like that's pretty much where. Pretty much, that's exactly where my bids were. So unfortunately, we'll sort of suffer through not having the bid there and sort of changing our opinion a little bit on where this market was going. But watch out, if that does break, I am thinking about a little bit of a short. With only 15 minutes to go, though, it's an interesting call because not knowing. Again, I'm not worried about the AMD. We talked about Circle being a little nervous about that call coming forward. We talked about Oklo, a little nervous hands as well. What about that short right there to end the day? It's not looking at a little bit of a longer, yeah, so you're still kind of jammed up into here. It's not like that break really gives us that much back in. But that is, yeah, I know AMD is now starting to go lower, of course, when we had that short. Just wish we would have thought about that a little bit more. Okay, so 111.70, that move would get you down into 111.50. Might not be worth any sort of imbalances or anything that were going to come later on. So I think I'm going to pass on that, but that's not a horrible look, I don't think, for a short there on the Qs if it can't hold it. There goes. So I've only made 2 trades. We danced with the devil here on AMD, and we just went short, and the purple is short. And right now, the fact that we're $1.50 or so, $2, sorry, below where we actually stopped out. I just hope that some of you had held that. We had exactly the right idea, but unfortunately should have given it to VWAP. But, you know, you never know with these conferences, you know, where you're going to go from there. So, you know, they come back in session and it is straight down just to see if Oklo's doing anything before the earnings. Yeah. So, you know, we were scared about Oklo. We're scared about Circle, but there goes Oklo down another 6% in change as some of these power names are getting beat up just a little bit right here ahead of earnings.
You know who's not getting beaten up? LFS. The stock is now 200, and this is after pullback. It's 280%. It hits $7.40. Oh, this is going to be silly potentially tomorrow. I don't know what happened on October 10th. But the wick says 850 is the high, so respect that if you want. But this stock is clearly unabated. The liquidity is, despite doing 22 million shares, I just want to show you what this looks like on a level 2. Not as good as you would think. Like, there's some bids out there, but it's not a ton of liquidity for a $6 stock. Like, you can absolutely have like 1 or 2 people hit the bid and have this drop $1 right quick. Kurt Hoffman. Question, which is better, SMD or Intel long? SMD? Did you mean AMD? I'm assuming you meant AMD. I have to assume you meant AMD. If I had to buy one and hold one at these prices, I'd probably take AMD. I'm just being real about this. Like for Intel, it's a double from the lows. That's great. But they've got a lot of boxes they need to check. A lot of boxes they need to check for the foundry business to work and the turnaround. And so the accumulation and the government involvement, that gave a double from 19. I don't know what gives it the next leg higher in the short term. Whereas AMD at least has, if this run isn't done in AI, then AMD's got a little bit, I think, more legs to go. Do I like either one of them to buy right here? No, I recently sold some AMD, so I can't really tell you that, but if I had to pick one gun to head, it's going to be AMD over Intel. That's just me. What else we got? Do we have a super chat that we missed? Because I see one from Sam, so I'm going to assume that we didn't get this super chat. I'm going to throw it up there. Lulu, bro, before too late. Need your thoughts for Lulu. Okay, so you want me to buy Lulu, which I'm pretty sure I told you guys I already did. My thoughts on Lulu, which I'm pretty sure, Sam, you already know, which is fine. There's a monthly chart. There's consecutive closes over the 200 period on the monthly. I've nibbled in 20%. If the month closes green, then I buy more next month. And just on the pure monthly chart, 25 to 75, 325. Those are the 3 targets, bingo, bango, bongo. But it's on a monthly chart, so it could take a while for this trade to materialize. I am in 20% of it right now. So those are my thoughts, and I don't think it's too late. Because if the setup's on a, and it's been 3 bottoming tails, you've had 3 months at this low. So I don't think you're going to miss the trade when there's this much opportunity. But it's just a trade. I'm not invested in Lululemon in the long term here or anything like that. So there you go, Sam. Hopefully that's what you're looking for. Although I feel like you just wanted me to bring it up and you knew what I was going to say because I've already said it a few times.
Yeah, I've been in Lululemon since the last quarter, right before earnings, and we bought it on the 3rd day, and now we're just hovering around down probably 8, 9, 10% or so on that trade. Okay. Oh, another trade. Yeah, we haven't looked at Target. Wasn't a name that I'm in too. That's actually holding out pretty good. We did touch $100 right there, and then a nice fall back in. The good thing is it still actually bounces off even levels, bounced off levels higher than where we're. But bouncing off of, again, potential area right there. So Nike making a move now as well as SBUX, another name here. They divested some of their Chinese operations. So I think Starbucks can get back up to the upside again, as well as, I mean, just, man. I mean, this is what we're talking about. $80, pretty good level there, up to 86. So you get your % or so if you bought the ultimate bottom, but nice move there.
Stay on target
for Starbucks right there to the upside. All right, so Oracle is down again, another couple percentage points. I mean, again, if OpenAI can't find this pile of cash that they promised everybody, then yeah, Oracle there came out with a $300 billion, something like that, forward guide, and a lot of that was related to some of the deal that they had there in the data center for OpenAI, and that's, I don't know if it's in question or not, but that's really been getting crushed since earnings, all the way back into where they reported, and they went all the way up to $340. I remember that day, I was like, oh my God, this huge name was up 40%, like, wow, Oracle, and now it's all the way back in again. So you've lost 40% of your value right there in just a matter of 2 months on Oracle. So we'll have to wait to see. That's going to be another one that when they come through, what kind of numbers are these guys going to report? Oracle. Oops, that's the news feed. Hold on a second. Let me just delete over here and see when do they come through. I'm still interested in Alibaba. All right, calendar. Let me see when Oracle comes through. All right, so we're looking for 8th. So we already have this. No, they go month last. So December 12th, it looks like, right here for Oracle. So we'll wait to see when that comes through. So a couple weeks after Nvidia, we'll get to see what Oracle's up to. So that should be a problem, I think.
I would imagine so.
Again, but it beat up a lot. So value in that play, that's for sure.
So if you send us super chat, Cindy, then we're gonna throw up the stock.
Yeah.
That being said, the most interesting thing about QNCX is that the company's name is Quince. And the first thing I think about is, what is a quince from White Men Can't Jump? Shout out to Rosie. What was her name? I can't remember the name. Rosie Perez?
Yeah.
That's the actress.
From which movie?
White Men Can't Jump. When she's on Jeopardy at the end.
That's what I was going to reference.
That was the winning,
okay,
I guess, answer was Quince.
She's been in a bunch of things, but like smaller roles. But Rosie
for in Living Color.
Living Color.
Yeah, she was the choreographer of the Fly Girls. But this Quince stock, QNCX, $500,000. That's not tradable. And even if you're in this one, look, if you're swing trading stuff like this, I guess you have a chance. But for a day trade, like you said, 500,000 shares, not going to be any good. It's not actually one of those small caps where I pull up the chart and want to throw up in my mouth. It's actually higher lows, holding a buck, above the 50 and the 200 pre-moving average, pretty good, trend break. I don't know anything about the company, but it's not the worst looking small cap chart that I've ever seen. But you have to know something like this because the volume's not there for any kind of a trade. It's certainly in the midst of a decent consolidation higher. So I can give you that. I love White Man Can't Jump. I refuse to and have not. Sucks at 9. I refuse to and have not watched the remake of it because I feel like they didn't need to do it. I'll probably watch it for free at some point when it's on one of the services. LFS is now, it just hit $9. The stock is absurd. It's going to be stupid tomorrow, one way or another. And I have a feeling it's going to be the other way. What the heck is this? This is ridiculous.
LFS? Did we get a Dara for that one?
Do we know the story here? Because I don't.
I don't know what LFSS is, unless it was something this morning.
She's not at the desk right now.
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
look it up.
We'll get her in a minute here. Right now, just to get an update of what's been happening here on the rebalance or on the imbalances today. No rebalances that we know of. We talked about those possibly coming tomorrow. With one of them ones in the Russell, but there's Kenvue and Archer right now looking to be the sell side, or sorry, buy sides. AT&T, NU, Arca. So this is the ones that are going to be on the AMs. We look at BMNR as well right now with a possible sell. So that's kind of doing, I don't know, made a move higher, now coming back in. BMNR today, 19 million shares. So this is only 700,000 sitting right there. So I'm not sure that's going to be a huge position or anything. For that kind of a short, but there's SMR as we get worried about Oklo. SMR, wow, just down another 7%, getting really kicked in the face there. 25, I mean, more lows coming for Sam Michael Roberts here, new scale. Not making any money, you know, broke below here, catching definitely that falling sword back in again, but you're playing these names for growth and for hopefully the potential of, a need for these small modular reactors. Of course, that's why SMR has that symbol, and the name is New Scale. So looking for that. And what a ride. I mean, it sucks, obviously, when you're looking back at these things, and you're like, oh my God, look where it's come from, and yada, yada. But, at the end of the day, you got to be somewhat happy with the performance, but not if you've bought anything in the last 6 months or so. We've already broke below May. So not good there as that comes back in, of course, as we wait tonight from Oklo. So we'll see if that has anything. And NNE, another one, Nano Nuclear, another play that's fallen back in, as well as names are now looking for life support down at some of these levels. So we'll see what happens in just a matter of 12 minutes. We get Oklo in and around 410, 415, and then we'll talk about all these trades with Brian as well as we get ready for Brian Shannon to join us on the recap show there today. Light one for earnings, but stories for sure today.
Movers is the key. I almost feel like it's more interesting sometimes, at least from the trader aspect, when you have stocks that move and give you price action, as opposed to like the nothing burgers, where there's a lot to digest, but if you're not really like an analyst, you're not like in the stock for the long term and saying, yeah, I'd like it if it moved a little bit more. Just a reminder to everybody, Archer, you can see there, it's an upweight tomorrow on the 2000 for 7.5 million shares. So there's always a chance that maybe there's a little bit of front running that today with that 1.4 million buy with less than 1 minute to go until we get those imbalances coming out. Open Door apparently was a great buy. I'm just going to leave it on the imbalances here, but Open Door off of VWAP right back into the high of the day. Open Door is super strong. Archer's at the high of the day right now. Rivian was at the high of the day. The market almost went green on the NASDAQ. ES is green. Shout out to Eli Lilly. And
oh, yeah, right.
I mean, Eli Lilly tomorrow. Jinxed it today. That one's on me. You can blame me for like hollering, it's about to break 1,000, everybody. 999 is the high and was the top. If I really thought that, I would have shorted it, but I did not. So in about 20 seconds, I want to see Archer get big, big, big. 1.4, when tomorrow we're expecting 7 is not necessarily huge. CVX had a huge sell imbalance, but then that paired off the early look. We'll see if it shows up there again in about 5 seconds. We'll see. Doesn't mean any of these are going to be significant, just the chance that a trade exists. And they've come out. Archer comes out pretty much. Intel's a buy of 1.4, CMG sell 1.1. No, none of the big names here. Like no. Where's Nvidia? No, nothing. BBAI, that's pretty small. 700,000. Peloton 700,000. Mara 660,000. It's been kind of rough for them. Lyft, like there's AMD. The first big cap name is AMD for 500,000 shares to buy. I can't remember the last time. Like none of the big names are there. Even as I scroll back up. Intel is the biggest of and it's only 1.3 million. That's not even that big of a deal for them. So Archer, I'd say that's a bit of a nothing burger. We wanted more than that.
Yeah, no, nothing going on there. And we don't have any Oklo. We don't have any Circle. Both of those names are going to be reporting. We have Oscar. Oscar right there. Bought some yesterday, but in and around this price. Did have a nice move intraday there, up to 1550 from some of those lows there. And again, boom, right back down in. No reason other than the market's holding out okay, but Oscar there, not in the right space right now for the healthcare
spot there. But Intel's a decent buy, actually, right there. So we'll have to watch out to see if there's anything going on there. And it looks like, selling out of the futures, there's the pop-up. And that's the thing, right? Like, here we go. It wasn't doing anything pretty much. And we were right. I don't know if that was very small. We had less than 10% left. We sort of talked about that when that was happening. And there we go. So, doing nothing, 350 comes and there's the pop. So that's why Neil and I will often sit here and talk about like getting out before some of these moves at 350, because out of nowhere, bumped up like 30 cents. And that's, depending on what kind of share size you're trading, that could be a decent loss right at the end of the day in the last minutes on something that you can't really control. So, but there it goes, TQs right there back up to the upside as we get ready. People want us to talk about Mara and things like that, but we're going to go over to Neil. There was a sell imbalance. I'll just address this.
60 sell.
Yeah, okay, so is it still there? There it is right there. So Mara still with a nice to the downside. Remember, it's getting harder to mine right now, these coins. So I don't know. We get the chart maybe when we get back. But yeah, Mara in trouble.
Yeah, they're in trouble. And I think for a lot of traders, it was always trouble when you had to risk your own money or you didn't have enough to start. Fear of losing kept a lot of traders in the sideline. But it's changing because Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With the limited risk, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, growth. And when you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear. No barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluations. We want to thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. We want to thank Archer Aviation for probably making some money today.
Yeah.
So it's going up weight in it must already be in the Russell 2000, so it's getting up weighted tomorrow. Breaking high of the day here. I kind of wish, if it's already doing this going into the upweight, I kind of feel like tomorrow might not be that good because they're already buying this one up. And because we have to, LFS just hit 1150. It's now up 600. When was the last time we had one of these? It's been a minute since we've had one of these things, but it just doubled up in the last 12 minutes or so. And what the hilarious thing is, there's no more halts in the aftermarket. So it's not like this thing's going to halt, as crazy as it is. So, no one ever went broke taking profit, all that good stuff. This might be absolutely insane tomorrow either way. And if you're trading these and you're considering swinging overnight, best to have knowledge of whether or not they can just drop an offering at any time. Have they already filed? Could they do so? This one just came to market, so I'm going to guess, I don't know, but my first thought is maybe not because they just came to market, but be careful with these, because if they can, you can get cut in half very, very quickly. So 630%, Death God, it is absolutely on one right now. There's nothing like it here today, no questions asked. But you know what? The market's doing its own job. The NASDAQ actually has a chance to go green here. 0.1.
Wow, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull up the Qs because that's easier than typing in the future symbol. But the Qs 0.19, 0.14, really, really close. And it's kind of teetering right now. Maybe it's not going to get there, but I'd say that's a pretty strong move overall for the market. All morning long, it was just a slow grind of shorts that were working, and not much was great to the long side. But thank you, Apple. I think you got to thank you, Apple. Thank you, Meta. Thank you, Microsoft, for getting us here. But this is probably why we're not going to cross the finish line green. As I say that, at 355, Apple takes a dump of $0.50. Hard to break the highs if Apple doesn't want to.
Yeah, ain't that the truth on that one? All right, yeah, so just really quickly here into the close. I just saw, someone was saying that, why is Tesla dumping? Let's go have a quick little look. Yeah, not dumping, going the other way. Actually, there goes Tesla, man, 437 up to 440. It's the market right now that's coming back in, not Tesla. Tesla holding out quite right now, back up into 440 as there goes Tesla.
What was that about?
I don't know. That's why I was wondering if there was maybe some sort of an earnings or look on here. It looks like we have Nvidia with the sell there into the close. So nothing to do with Tesla there, but Nvidia with a nice little sell sign. I don't see Tesla on here, but yeah, Tesla ripping there into the close. Anything on this, Adara, possibly?
Yeah, I'll be quick with this because it's not related to any particular stock. I mean, it has to do with Fannie Mae, but unlike FNMA. I want to let you guys know here, Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently there are some Fannie Mae watchdogs looking into how Bill Pulte, who runs the housing, obtained mortgage records of some people who were deemed to be, I guess, opposing President Donald Trump. Why I bring this up is because Lisa Cook, who is, of course, a Fed governor, was one of the people who was caught up in one of these mortgage probes. So this could be significant. Again, Wall Street Journal reporting that apparently some watchdogs for Fannie Mae were looking into how these records were obtained by Bill Pulte. Now, we've discussed this in the past, but usually these mortgage records are not looked into unless there is a reason to search for them. So it was unclear in the first place how these records were obtained. If I get more details, I'll let you know, but I did want to provide that update. Back to you.
Thank you, of course, as always, there, Dara. I am the Jenks, and
Dara.
Thank you, Apple. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, Apple was so strong all day long, and of course, like, right at the end of the day, it's going to do that. So Tesla goes upside randomly, and then Apple goes down. Nvidia on that sell imbalance as well loses the volume-weighted average price. So it's really just Tesla, which is holding on to the strength here. It's not going to go green, but sometimes how you end is more important than anything else. So if they're buying it up off this level, that could give us a little bit of a hint. Maybe we should like this 435 tomorrow. It's the kind of thing you mark down. Like the market rolls over a little bit and Tesla catches a bid randomly out of nowhere. So that's what it is. I think if you're looking for, tomorrow, crypto is going to be on the mind with Circle already down 5 points going into this report. Well, but do not forget, we had a wealth of news in the crypto space. You had to the up, SoFi. They've now got crypto trading for their users. That's up a point into a weak market right now. Eclectic Passions actually just asked predictions on SoFi. I didn't even see that. I was just going to go over this anyways for some relative strength. We saw Coinbase to the downside. That's relatively weak. But do not discount SoFi. Probably not what you're going to want to hear. But I think you need to break out and show buyers above 31 before joining this move. It's basically been selling this area before. Like how much, it's just all selling at and above the 31 level, especially at 31. So until the buyers emerge above, I think the dip buy has just been the better play patiently or wait for it to break out. Well, I'm not married to any notion on SoFi. The only trade today was just a trend break. Like I'll take this in the afternoon pretty much every single time. If it trends almost all day long, a trend break's a pretty clean trade most times. But that breakout has to get through 31 tomorrow, or I'm not touching this thing, I don't think. We love SoFi, would love for it to break out. It just hasn't happened yet. And I just saw Yatube saying watch out for XRP ETF. I think everybody watch out for Coinbase specifically after what we saw this afternoon. 4.5% to the downside. Very, very close to this 300. Once that happens, you've got the 200 period, which had already bounced off once, and then you've got 240 if it loses that. I think if it breaks 280, give it a couple of days to get down to 240 and look for a snap buy on Coinbase. But it's getting pretty ugly for them. Like you put that chart up and put up the chart of like Bitcoin, not good. Not good for Coinbase, not good for BMNR right now, not good for a lot of the ancillary plays that are in the crypto space, Mara, some of the miners as well. They're under a lot of pressure. And we're going to get a big hint of how the dip buyers feel if you get Circle with a bad print today. I think they're going to be in trouble if you get a bad print. But we got the closing bell before those earnings brought to you by AIML Health. Check them out on the OTC and the CSE. And let's ring that closing bell right there. So we've got not a ton of earnings, but Oklo's a mover. We know that's a big one. We know that Circle is going to be a mover. Everybody has their eyes on the entirety of the crypto space and some of these high-flying energy names, whether it's Oklo, the Sam Altman play. SMR has been tanking as well, so that could move in sympathy. Thank you, everybody, for all the super chats and all the fantastic questions. But Oklo, I'm already hearing some things in my ear from Oklo. Closing at the low, no print yet on this bad boy, but it's going to be absolutely wild. So you've got overnight and tomorrow morning some earnings. Global Foundries, by the way, if you're interested in that name, 4 times a year Global Foundries is interesting. It's going to be tomorrow morning as well. PMAX says puts. I don't know. Maybe. We're certainly going to find out. And remember that buy that we just saw on Tesla. So it ends up holding a lot of those gains, but that buy came in without an imbalance right around 438 or so. So that could be a good level for us to be able to watch. Only thing that was looking, big cap name that was looking really strong right at the end, most of them sold off in the last minute or two, and it was Tesla that showed a little bit of strength. And oh, that's right, Frank Rizzo. I know, we'll get to the desk in a quick little second. Do not sleep on Rivian. This is the quietest and best stock the last week or so. Rivian, another 10% today. It is absolutely on a tear breaking out. Some point it has to dip, but it's at a monster when it breaks $19 if it can get there tomorrow. So lots to cover, everybody. Not only Adara and Sean, but we're also going to have our good friend Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP fame. So without further ado, let's get on to the desk. The market recap show starts right now.
Hey everybody, and thank you, Neil. Joined here with Adara. How are you doing, Adara?
I'm here, and I'm ready for Oklo earnings, but Oklo's not ready for me because they don't report until 4:15 Eastern. Also, Oklo just announced they're signing a memorandum of understanding with the Idaho National Laboratory operator to expand R&D collaboration against nuclear fuel and materials. So I've always said I find when these companies release these, I guess, non-earnings related updates the same day as earnings, I find it to be kind of a red flag because I remember Netflix did this once. Disney did this once. It usually doesn't end well, but either way, OKLO, 15 minutes ahead of their earnings, announces this MOU. You can find this fun infographic on X at TTV Research. Here is Sam Altman, former chairman of their board of directors, and here is Chris Wright, U.S. Secretary of Energy, but prior to that, he was actually on Oklo's board of directors and understandably had to leave so that he could join Trump's cabinet. So take a look here at OKLO. Last report, we did have a larger than expected loss per share, but operating losses $28 million. They did, though, end the quarter with marketable securities just under $500 million. So very mixed earnings. That's last report, though.
Yeah, so this is, news coming out right now is kind of strange. We'll see.
I don't trust that when they do that.
Yeah, we'll wait. I mean, we had a big, huge move today in the stock of Oklo. I can sort of copy that, obviously completely different space there for Oklo. So right now, waiting for, as Adair just said, 415 that's coming through. And if we're looking at new scale or anything like that, SMR continues to be a downside push as well. We do want to
the earnings are out for Oklo.
Oh, the earnings are out. Okay, I was just going to say, because SMR's got a little bit of a bump right there. So Oklo right now, you are claiming that earnings are out. So we will wait to see. It's not really moving too much. Though. We did have an expected move here of about 10 to 12%. So it was already down 7 to begin with. So right now, Oklo not getting too much action here in the post-market as we await for earnings on OKLO right now. Adair parses through those, we will have them for you. But yeah, today was a day of pretty mixed sort of guidance. We had Nvidia starting the day to the sell side, of course. SoftBank dumping some Nvidia shares, all of their position actually worth totaling $5.9 billion. So if we go over here over to Nvidia and just have a quick look here at what they were up to today, as you can see, Oklo starting to go down into 102 and change. There's Nvidia still down 3%, but was looking a little worse early, tried to battle back, but didn't necessarily close with too much strength right there back into 193 again. But it's Oklo. That's what everyone's here for. 101.80. So now we're starting to go down. Looks like we're down about 2%. Anything on these or not yet?
It was a miss. So they reported losses of 20 cents per share versus the estimated loss of 12 cents per share. My infographic had an estimated loss of 13 cents. Either way, they missed. Thank you very much to Mopar for Life for letting me know this report was out. I missed it because they reported their MOU thing at the exact same time. But Sean, I have something kind of concerning to let you all know about. So I talked about Oklo's earnings, and immediately what I usually do when I go through these reports is I control revenue. Then I forgot they don't really do the whole revenue thing.
Right.
So then I said, okay,
what's that?
Well, let's control F earnings. How do they only mention earnings twice in their 20-page report? It's all about, they're doing that. I'm like, no, I want to know how much you're making. I don't care about your hallelujah thing. I'm sorry. I love companies. If you're listening, if there are any CFOs out here, when you're doing earnings reports, please make them easy for me to read.
So I think I'm seeing right here, and while you were talking, I think maybe it became clear, 20 cents miss?
I said that already.
Yeah, okay, verse 12. Okay, so that's what we're looking for right here. And it looks like right now, so minus 20 cents right now versus, here, I'll just pull it up so we can at least look at it quickly. There it is, minus 20 versus minus 12. So not a great look there. We'll wait to see if there's any more information coming for Oklo, but nice little downside take there. We can check out some
in the space here. SMR, what a bad day for them. Again, down another 6% here today and going lower into the close. But then NNE would be another look here, Nano Nuclear. I really think like the more and more we look at all this, there's Oklo with your miss on the screen, 20 cents versus 12. I think Cameco, like one of the original ones, names to look at here, Cameco, $92, not down that much today, and not even blinking an eye at some of these plays. So you want a name that's been beat up a little bit, bouncing off the 50-period. Look at CCJ. What a good stock that's been here in the uranium spot. So, you know, one of the OGs, a name that we've been, you know, looking at for quite a while, was never, you know, $1 or $2 and made these runs. So it doesn't have the fame that some of these other plays do have. But again, just a solid name. And watch out for CCJ. Again, I'm not sure if and when they have reported. Right back over to Oklo. Continue with what's happened today. So it looks like, Adara, not much happening right now with Oklo. So we can kind of move off of that. And if you hear something or see something, say something for Oklo. So yeah, we did it. It sounds like the TTC, you know, when you're on there and it goes, if you see a strange package.
I mean, I don't take, like, people know I walk everywhere when possible, so I don't take transit much. But those are, those announcements are pretty funny.
Same.
Or they're like, oh, look at this sign, so you don't have to look at the person in front of you. And I'm like, what? That's really weird, TTC. Don't do that.
In front of you. Right there, okay, 67% rate for December. So we're coming in here to December the 10th, which is now less than a month away. You know, as we approach November 11th, happy Veterans Day, lest we forget here in Canada with Remembrance Day. This morning was a great assembly put on by my kids' school, so I was really happy to be there. 67% chance right now for a quarter-point cut and a 33% chance or so. So we go 2/3, 1/3 right now on the cut. Looking forward to that December the 10th. It's actually going to be pretty cool if we can finally get a report, Adara, that is somewhat mixed, where we get a little bit of not 99% certainty. It'd be kind of cool if we go 2/3, 1/3. I bet you it's not going to be anywhere near that.
I would love that, though, because you guys know I love the tea. And so people will joke about, like, oh, Adara loves her market gossip. And I mean,
oh, don't we all? Yeah.
It's not that much of a joke, guys. Like, I really enjoy when there's this divergence. Like, Sean, and the thing that I was going to say to you is I actually think we're already kind of getting that internal division within the Fed that breed the exact type of thing that you were talking about. When we had that meeting back in July, we had the first time we had 2 dissenting votes in the same meeting for like 30 years. And then we had another 2 dissenting vote coming through in October. And then in the second time, votes were in opposite directions.
I know. And then
which is like crazy, right? So it's a really interesting look, I think, for the Fed. And even then, like, Sean, we only had one person who was voting a little bit more dovish, one person who was more hawkish, but then we had 2 Feds come out like a couple days after being like, oh yeah, we almost considered voting more hawkishly. Like, I think it's gonna be pandemonium in December.
We're also obviously months away from a brand new Fed chair.
I wonder who. I have thoughts, but I wonder.
So right there, we're gonna figure out who Donald Trump, I guess, appoints.
Who's your Kalshi money on for that?
I've never even looked. Not Lisa Cook.
Oh, no, it's not going to be
No, I don't, you know what, as far as all the names go, we can definitely check that up.
I have an infographic somewhere, I'll pull it up.
You have an infographic somewhere.
It's somewhere.
You know, I bring that up because we talked about Fannie Mae a little bit, you and I, just at the end of the show here, as I came over. Fannie Mae right now, high of $15, has really started to fade out just a little bit now, underneath this $11 mark, and trying to get a little lower, down 4%. Nice action there at the end of the day, starting to create some opportunities, maybe again at $10 as we look to bounce off again these big mortgage companies with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, as we heard some headlines today about some fraud and things like that going through on the Fannie Mae Freddie Mac side of things. We did have IBIT moving a little bit lower here today again as well.
Oh, I have the infographic.
So sorry about all of that for crypto heads. We could talk about a little bit of that with Brian as well. But here's a bigger time frame on BTC. And yeah, there's that marked up top right there of 126. So that was real nice like. And that wasn't even that long ago. That was at the beginning of October. And unfortunately, I think we might have jinxed this. And maybe Sharif and Joe got really excited about October. Well, that lasted 3 up days, and then October was Puketober, and we end the month. Basically, that's the end of October here, and that was the beginning. So we go from 125 pretty much all the way down to 108 and change, and once we lost that, now we hold on for dear life in and around 100,000. I will be asking our good friend Brian about Bitcoin. Possible hold on there again. I was short AMD, Adara, and if so, Adara, okay, Adara have their conference, and now, as the market closes, we It is looking like a huge pop here at Advanced Micro Devices. We went out there, Dara, at 237. News here for Advanced Micro Devices.
Well, the conference actually is still happening, and so I had put it on mute because they just kept, kind of yapping, but I kept the video on. So all I had to do was turn it right back on to see what they were talking about. And they're talking about gross margin expansion. Apparently their target, I can't really tell when this target is based on this very unclear visual, but at some point they are targeting 55 to 58% gross margin expansion. Now, I'm not seeing any headlines on X. I'm not seeing any headlines on Benzinga, so this is just purely me speculating as to why this is moving up. But again, expansion, probably a good thing. So good luck there for, gross margin.
Are we having any effect on Nvidia there? Because I know it's an AMD specific, so probably nothing to do with Nvidia. Or I was thinking actually when we hear about gross margins being there for AMD, that's hopefully a good sign for what is to come here as we have Nvidia earnings. I think it's next Wednesday or Thursday for NVDA. So,
I was right. It's the gross margin stuff, by the way, guys. That's why I just checked.
Okay, perfect.
It's circulating now.
There it goes, circulating around. So there goes AMD. And again, talking, all about data center and as they have their conference and video games and whatnot, some of the different segments for Advanced Micro Devices. And we got a great little bounce right there. Let's pay attention to this level. I don't know if it's going to come in tomorrow or not, but 237, a very good hold spot there just before their conference, up to 243, all the way, 248, sorry, all the way back in and just touching that most recent high again. And remember we said, like, if the market was open, my plan of action was to see this thing rally back into 248. Smash this back down to the downside. Today actually is a pretty busy night, man. We have the annual general meeting for High Park Baseball. My son has a tour of yet again another high school. I never did that when I was going to high school. I kind of just went to the one that I was supposed to go to. Now they have all these options everywhere.
Wait, I mean,
you can apply to 3 different schools or something like that. Yeah, it's like all included. Like you just choose whatever 3 you want, and then you get placed. Some of them are based on lottery. Some of them are based on merit. Like I don't. It's a crazy one in there right now. But anyways, busy times approaching for everybody here. The stock heat map was a very interesting one today, as it looks pretty, like despite the NASDAQ, and we talked about where the NASDAQ went out as, here go, AMD still moving around, but the NASDAQ goes out today, was it down 0.3, I believe? Yeah, down point, well, a little bit better now as we get a little bit of a bump there, but NASDAQ still down and the SPY was slightly up as the broader markets today ticked a little bit higher on the back of some financials, healthcare, as health technology. Some of that was rallied through. So if you look through here, most of the red coming from this left side right now with Nvidia being downside. Apple was nice. TSMC with a report today. Apple buying out half of their chip capacity into next year. So Apple up another 2%. I'm pretty good too. We most recently bought Apple at that 270 marker, 271, I believe, on good story with Gemini coming through and possibly paying Apple to be install base there for chat for their AI compromising with Siri there, getting that together. Meta and Oracle there, red today. Meta's been on a little bit of a bleed, man, and we were sort of celebrating, I know some of the traders around here were celebrating that Meta yesterday bounced off of 620 or so. Well, they came right back into there today, and Meta, not a great stock today because Meta bounced, no, well, it's okay today, it's down more than the market, but bouncing off of 620. So a key level there for Meta, down 1%. So again, much down 3 or 4 times what the market was down, but there's that 620 clean bounce. So, we were bleeding into the market today, and we found a bottom there at 1030 on Meta. Let's see if that can hold out. Let's go back on Oklo again. Minus 20 cents on Oklo versus minus 12. So that continues the downside push. Some of the stories that we had today. So there's one earnings name. We wait for Circle tomorrow, Adara. I know you have maybe a graphic on that. We can go over that in a minute. But there's Circle down 6% here and getting lower after hours as we wait for their report. And Circle's an interesting name. And I'm actually going to ask Brian about this because ahead of earnings, obviously we're not going to ask him if he's anything right now for Circle, but they're breaking lower and honestly not looking great in my opinion. Whenever you get back in, we've always talked about this. Some days, the first day of their birthday, which Circle had right back in here into June, was one of their best days. But Circle actually continued much higher and had what a great first week there for Circle before finally hitting it back in. Made a nice bounce back to $240. I mean, that high for Circle that does take around $3 bills, now back into $98. So this
beat up heading into earnings, and we did have some negative stories today about some some stable coins, as we did have Coinbase drop out of one of their commitments. I think it was a private company.
Is this a stablecoin startup, BVNK?
Right, okay.
$2 billion, but now it looks like that's maybe not going to happen.
Yeah, so they're pulling away from that $2 billion deal there. Coin, so that's not helping the market out at all. But yeah, Circle here tomorrow, man. Nervous hands as the report is pre-market, right, Adair? For
yeah, 6:25 a.m. is the ETA for that one. 6:25 a.m. and we already have the infographic on X, but at 6:20 a.m. it will be helpfully reposted for you all, so you can see it right before they report earnings. It's all pre-scheduled. I promise I'm not.
So go over to TTV Research to get more information about that. We'll retweet all of that as well. Coreweave right now down, well, it started the day down 10%, but this was another story as we get Coreweave experiencing, and what we had here was third-party data center delays. So I don't know. I mean, I thought these data centers were up and booming and going, and a big what is to help sort of power this sort of AI craze moving forward. But there today, 8-cent loss, which is better than the 37 cents, so that's nice. Sales also on the high side of 1.36 billion, 128, but they cut their FY25, so forward year 25 sales. They cut that there, and then talk about some delays. So, Coreweave, again, just kind of sucks because you did have a huge move higher in many of these IPO names, and I just don't know if profit was taken. But right now, Coreweave looking to see about a bounce of these areas, but Coreweave again on earnings. And then Nvidia really started this day to the downside as we get ready for Brian in 1 second. Nvidia started the negativity by SoftBank announcing, Nvidia did, SoftBank clearing out of $5.9 billion worth of shares there. Adara, things that make you go,
Well, the reason I say that is because if you saw TMUS, which SoftBank unloaded double TMUS what it did of Nvidia, TMUS had a fantastic day. At least last time I looked at this around 1:30, it was just flying higher, and yet it closed basically at highs, did it not? Which is interesting because Nvidia very much did not.
So wait a minute, they sold their shares in TMUS. Look what TMUS did on the daily. I mean, this is
right. Also, maybe it's because they completely exited their Nvidia position, and there's already these AI bubble fears. TMUS, I believe they still have a position. TMUS's daily chart also says a very different story than Nvidia's, so people may be chilling more.
All right, let's talk some chalk here because I want to get over Nvidia. I want to talk with our guest trader of the day, and of course, it's Brian Shannon. Let's bring him on with Trader Talk. Hey, Mr. Shannon from thank you so much for joining us one more time here at Trader TV Live. Always great talking to you and always great having you on the air with us here live. So how was your day? How's this been for you? It seems like it's getting a little jittery, but any thoughts so far of the last couple of days?
I agree. It's a little bit jittery up here, and, people selling positions of Nvidia doesn't inspire confidence for a lot of people. But, the market is pretty resilient. It's holding up for the most part. So we're not seeing signs of breaking down. We had a strong reversal off the 50-day moving average on Friday. And so far, we're holding on to those gains. The semis are a little bit wobbly here. Immediate term. So I think you've got to keep a close eye on the semis. If they start breaking down, they could be headed for a test of the 50, and that might shatter confidence a little bit in the market for a couple of days at least.
And of course, I wanted to begin with sort of that story that you just talked about in the semis there when we had SoftBank, and you talked about unloading some shares there. $5.9 billion, apparently now completely out of Nvidia. And then we just got confirmed, of course, next Wednesday is Nvidia's big call. So the last of sort of the mega cap names coming through next Wednesday. For me, chart, Brian, I mean, I have the 50 period bouncing off quite nicely here, and it's really supported this 50 period. Sure, we get little wicks underneath it, but at the end of the day, this 50 period has been pretty gold. It goes all the way back to May. Broke the trend and then started to go higher. I don't think we've been really scared out of our positions, as I know there's sayings that you like in that area. But if they don't scare you out, are they going to shake you out? What's going to happen with all of this? And I've brutalized your saying there. What is it again? If they don't,
that's actually from Peter Lynch. But it's if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out.
where you are. There's a little bit of shaking action there. But yeah, if we're not scared about these sort of wick downs here, I'm wondering myself right now, being an Nvidia investor and in it for the long run, what do we think about this heading into earnings? It does look a little toppy up around that 210 area, but we just made brand new all-time highs a week and a half ago. I want to give this a little room to breathe. And with AMD here, giving some confirmations of guiding higher and sort of showing that, hey, maybe there is a little bit of strength. Conference call. What do we think about Nvidia at some of these levels?
It's you look at it, back it up to the weekly time frame a little bit, and you see a very clear pattern here still of higher highs and higher lows above 20, 31, and 42-week moving average. If you want to get nervous a little bit and look at the 50-day moving average, it hasn't really been as relevant for this stock because these undercuts through it. It's been more of shakeouts below it. So I'm kind of looking at it as this is a bigger, horizontal 80-ish. If we break below that and hold below it, then in the next couple of weeks, the bearish scenario, I'm not bearish, but the bearish scenario would look like this, that it comes down, gets trapped under this 50-day moving average, and then starts to sell off, maybe down towards, the anchor off of the April low. But I'm not bearish the stock. You can't be, I don't think, when you look at that weekly.
Right. Yeah, and that was the other thing that I was thinking about too. It's like there's going to be a house of cards here at some point, but Nvidia continuously moving higher here and looking for that support. And it looks like we might have found it there off the 50-period moving average. Just a quick little update here for traders. Now over 3,500 still watching. Oklo makes that bottom off of 100. And Brian, how key are psychological levels like this $100 mark? I mean, even on earnings, this name down 7% and really cut in half here from their highs just made a month ago, up at 190. I laugh because of just the sort of dramatic moves here that we see in some of these names, similarly to NewScale, which I've talked about numerous times on here with SMR. That was just at a high of $57. Chop that in half and give it back even more, 27. But just back to Oklo, what do you think about psychological levels like that $100 mark that we just bounced off of? We've seen it down here before. Is that anything, or are we just looking at technicals and don't worry about the exact dollar figures here?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very important on the way up. We blasted right through it. There's a horizontal line at 100. So psychologically, it's got a little bit of importance. I think that probably some people who have been, short this stock are thinking maybe that was their target down near 100. They see how it behaves there and start to cover a little bit. I'm still a little skeptical of Oklo in here. It seems more likely that it will continue lower. We've got that declining 5-day moving average, declining 50-day moving average. So, and realistically, if you look at this kind of looks like a big head and shoulders pattern. I'm not big on those patterns, but when I see them, I'll call them out. But I don't think there's any magic to them. But for now, they're I think you've got to look at this as what it is super speculative stock, and the air is coming out of it a little bit.
Thank you so much for being here with us today, Brian. You about the GLP-1 space a little bit. Eli Lilly, this is one of my favorites to trade. This one is near $1,000, made a high just below 1,000. So what are your thoughts on this stock? I know it's a little bit hard because it literally is at all-time highs, but then also maybe Novo Nordisk. That one's had some news lately, and it's a little bit more beat up than Lilly. So I guess Lilly and Novo, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Lilly breaking out to an all-time high. It just had a really nice run to get there. So up from 6.25 to 1,000 basically. I'd be a little hesitant about fresh buys up here. Oftentimes when we see a breakout from extended levels, it will begin to pull back, kind of shake people out, and then continue to rebuild. We're getting pretty stretched from all these key moving averages. We've got that 200-day moving average down at 750. So I think the name of the game in Lilly is to protect the profits for now. It's had this huge run, so start ratcheting up the stops. And Novo Nordisk, whatever you call this thing, Novo Nordisk, it's just a classic, or stage 4 downtrend. And here's Sean's, what Sean was trying to say, and I'm trying to say too, is if they don't scare you out on here like this, what's most likely to occur with NVO is it's going to probably see a nice bounce up to that 200-day moving People get excited, comes back down, then starts to see the volatility come out of it. And then maybe it does something like this over the next year, year and a half. But I think that it's a beautiful pattern of stage 1 accumulation, stage 2 uptrend, stage 3 downtrend, stage 4 distribution, stage 4 downtrend, and needs some time to heal.
All right, Brian. Yeah, thank you for that analysis there. And it's really interesting to see Eli Lilly all the way up there near that $1,000 mark. Again, another psychological level. We go from $100 right up to $1,000 again. All right, we sort of went through, and I want to make sure that everybody gives you a good follow there on X or on StockTwits at AlphaTrend. Adara was looking through. You posted a chart about Ethereum, really acting, quite well, or interacting anyways, with the year-to-date anchored VWAP. So I don't have that posted on this chart here with TradingView, but it's kind of bouncing off the 200 average, which is great on a daily. Simple mind like me, that's what I'm looking for right now, off of a nice move back in for Ethereum with a high around 5,000, now back in to 3,500. So you're down about that 25 to 30%. It's looking like we might have found some support. What does that anchor look like, and what do we want to tell our viewers here about some Ethereum?
Yeah, we were on last week talking about Ethereum and Bitcoin, and bounced perfectly from the year-to-date anchor. That was the bottom end of the range that I was looking at, and I was fortunate enough to buy some down there. Most of what I have in Ethereum, simply because this is still in a downtrend. We're at that 200-day moving average, but these circles here, these are lower highs and lower lows. So I looked at this from the start as a bounce and a downtrend. It kind of came up to where I wanted it to. I sold 2/3 of it. Now I'd love to see it come down and retest that level. Coin is failing here. It's right at the anchor from the low. Last week we spoke about what I'd really like to see is undercut this low right here, undercut that 100 again, come down to 98, and then maybe we can bottom that's a little bit more sustainable. But same thing here. We have lower highs and lower lows, so I think that it's more of a trading vehicle right now than time to put it away.
Yeah, and actually a good friend of ours that used to be, I'm not sure if you're familiar, Crypto Burb, but he's actually, he's now apparently out of crypto completely, waiting through he says disconnection from the money supply, the M2 money supply, and right now wants to wait to see a couple months before getting back in. So to your point, maybe more now of a trading vehicle rather than a hold to wait to see, but watching out for some key levels. So yeah, Crypto Burb, I was actually looking at him, and maybe we'll have him on to discuss some of his ideas as well. Okay, Brian, everything we throw at you, you just give us such great information and good look at some of the charts. Is there anything right now that you're having your eye on here, either some names that are maybe past earnings or looking at some future plays? You've given us names like Sound, or various names in healthcare and health technology as well. What are we looking at right now moving forward? Anything that's piquing your interest?
Well, I heard Neil discuss Rivian earlier, and I was fortunate enough to get into Rivian yesterday, so I that left from 1535. A couple stocks I bought today that I think look worthwhile are Ardmore Shipping, ASC. It hasn't done anything for me yet, but here's our daily chart with that rising 20 moving average. Over here, worst case stop would go underneath this level. I'm raising it up to this point. When you look at the longer term chart, kind of this is out, and it's kind of looking like that stage 4 decline. If they didn't scare you out, they wore you out. Now we're above all those moving averages, and this is looking like what I was pointing out was an inverted head and shoulders pattern in there. So that could be good for longer term money as well. Also bought LQDA today, and that one hopefully can continue to move. It really hasn't gone yet, but tomorrow, if it can get probably past about $28 per share, then I think this one to continue back up to the upside. Risk down. Worst case under here at about 26.35.
Liquidia Corporation. You heard it here first, and maybe never again. But what's up to Liquidia? We'll talk about that next week. I just want to go back to the Rivian chart because what a great call. So congratulations on that one, picking some up at 15. But I have a 5-minute chart here. Was it just this sort of like pre-market kind of breakout? Like we had a good break the day before, obviously, as Rivian reported great earnings. We broke through that 14, and even on a daily chart, this is what we were looking at here. This is a bad wick, but right there, breaking through $14. I remember shorting it on the show.
because I was like, oh, well, we're not going to break through there. But we wind up doing that, and then we pop through there on earnings. But what was it? Just this daily, that was 55. You mentioned 14.35. So what got you excited about that, and what made you push the button there for Rivian? What a great buy.
This is a perfect setup. It's written about. I'll plug it this time, Sean.
Perfect. Go for it.
Trading gains with anchored VWAP. It's the pullback to the prior day's VWAP, and then it gets above the daily VWAP. So this teal line was from the prior 2 days ago, 2 days prior. It pulled back to that perfect. So it's also chase the gap or wait for VWAP. Don't chase that gap. Wait for it to reclaim VWAP right here at 1535. And as it does that, it tells us, got a little bit too excited on the open. It pulled back. We shook out the shorts and the instant profit takers. That was the buy right there. You can find it in that book. It's perfect. It did the same thing, exact thing today, Sean. It did the same setup. It pulled back to the prior day's VWAP, that blue line, and then got back above the daily VWAP. So strategy that I teach and use every single day, and it's there in that book. So that's the setup. That wasn't even a setup from you, Sean, but that's how it is.
Obviously, we talk about this, and I think that education is super important. Obviously, you're a great follow on X, but definitely go pick this up. Maximum trading gains with anchored VWAP. Of course, we have it here on the floor, and it's always within reach. I'm going to have to sharpen up. I actually read this when it was for, how old is this book now? 3 years, maybe?
January of 23. So, yeah, it's coming up on 3.
There you go. Yeah, I remember reading that. I'm going to have to sharpen up. Good holiday reading for everybody out there right now. But thank you again, Brian, so much. All 3,000 people watching right now, big thumbs up. A lot of love for you in the chat. Follow this guy at StockTwits, at Alpha Trends, as well as on X. Brian, best to you and yours. Any plans tonight or anything? Or what's for dinner or anything like that?
Nothing special. Nope.
Nothing special. Okay.
I don't know. I don't even know it's for dinner yet.
Who knows? Different time zones over there. My son right now he's in grade 8, so he's going to all these different high school open houses. So that's tonight. So we're going to go there. He's going to.
That is an interesting system, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, you're probably just looks like you're maybe a couple years out of high school, but I don't know. When I went to high school, it was just this one. That's it. Like we never had any choice. So I don't know. But nowadays it's like one is a film studies. He's big into that. And then one is like a big sports school. So he wants to play football. So he's weighing. Anyways, maybe too many options, maybe. But that's Brian Shannon. Thank you so much, my friend, for another successful trader talk. Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. We'll see you next week. Take care, Brian. All right, wow. Always fantastic, of course, having Brian on, and you can throw anything at that guy, and with good, easy, crisp explanations there, great rundown of charts, very, very easy to understand. Honestly, he never asks us to do anything with this book, but it is an absolute great read. If you are looking for VWAP information and anchored VWAP specifically, go check him out. It's Brian Shannon. Oklo right now down 8% and actually flat on earnings. We closed the day right here, Fabian, right at 104, and that's pretty much where we're at. We did dip down to $100. Stay tuned tomorrow as we'll pay attention to some Oklo, and I'm sure AMD will be on all of our minds as well. And then I don't know if you found the story with Tesla there at the end of the day, but
yeah, people kept asking me. I never saw
there 440.
Nor is there one. Okay, actually.
So we'll see tomorrow if there's some sort of a news story here with Tesla and why that move did happen. Okay, Adara, I think I know the answer to this one already, but let's just say like we could choose all these different, high school courses and you could specialize in one. So what was your favorite sort of cohort, or maybe that's the wrong class in high school?
When I was in high school?
Yeah.
Oh, I was.
That's what this is. This is your favorite high school course.
I was a drama kid.
Drama, perfect.
What about you, Sean?
I had a feeling maybe it was writing. You know what? I actually really enjoyed law.
Really? I love law. I actually won like proficiency grade 12.
I bet you did.
I like law as well. But
yeah. So I like the arguing back and forth. You're probably a little bit better at the case law, like remembering how things.
Oh yeah, no, I love case law.
But yeah, so that's awesome. So I think law is awesome, and that was good. And I always like gym class as well. I think that's an easy answer. Would tell you, oh, I like recess or I like lunch. Too much.
Recess is a class.
You know what I actually didn't mind? I actually didn't mind calculus and finite and math, things like that, because I like solving and coming up with an answer. And anyways, that was pretty easy, and it's not judgmental. It's just, like drama is not opinion based, but it's very much in the
Yeah, it's like it's interpretive. Like you get marks and you'd be like, I don't think I deserve that, but like, you know, who knows? Super random. So
and in math, just like x equals 5. No, it equals 4. Wrong. All right, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Look, it's been a great show. Thank you, Adair, for everything. Thank you to our great guest and great friend of the show, Brian Shannon. Go give him a follow as well.
Brian.
That's Adair. I'm Sean. Thank you. Big shout out to Fabian, Ramin, everybody who's still around. All the hosts today, Joe, Sharif, Obi, thank you so much for filling in for me this morning as well. But from all of us here at Trader TV Live, thank you for watching. And Adair is still working, and we will see you tomorrow. Rise and shine, 8:30 a.m.